Chapter 481. A fight must be fought. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao already knew what to do next. Since the other party can have the technology to deliberately attract other cosmic civilizations, it proves that their technological level is definitely not low. And he and the void creatures may have been under their surveillance since they first came to this universe. Compared with the civilization that secretly monitors him, Jiang Yao believes that the technological level of that civilization may be higher. Maybe he is an observer in the universe. Or something else. But what Jiang Yao can be sure of is that this civilization is most likely one of the strongest civilizations in the universe. Otherwise, it definitely does not have such technology. And through this, Jiang Yao can also judge the reason why the other party operates like this. So there must be an ulterior motive. Jiang Yao made several judgments about this in his mind. The first one is that the other party wants to attract more civilizations to this universe and learn the technology in their hands through them. However, this point is a bit untenable. Because for a civilization of this level, their technological level has reached its peak. At this stage, they adopt this method to attract foreign civilizations. It cannot be ruled out that the technological level of foreign civilizations is not as high as theirs, or that the technological level of foreign civilizations is beyond their ability to utilize. To put it simply, if you adopt this approach, you will face a very embarrassing situation. That is, the technological level of the civilization you can beat will not help you at all, and the technological level will help you, but you cannot beat the civilization. In such a case, you will also bear considerable risks. So there is not much point in doing this, because the risk is too great. And considering the various uncertainties associated with such a large risk, Jiang Yao feels that no civilization would do this. So if this civilization chose this routine, even though it knew that such risks existed, there must be other reasons. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately ruled out the above possibility. And after ruling out the above possibility, there was only one possibility left. First of all, what is the other party's motivation? There may be only one motive for fighting against civilization at that stage. And that is survival. Because survival is the first need of civilization. And the total amount of material remains unchanged. If you want to obtain more materials under the light cone, you need to have higher technology to rob other civilizations of materials. And that civilization obviously has such strength. But he didn't do this, which shows a problem. At his current stage, material is not really important to him anymore. If material needs are not high for him, then his remaining need is survival. After thinking about this, his purpose for doing this was already clear. The reason why he is willing to take such a big risk to do this may be to survive. Although there may be no other problems in this universe that can threaten his safety, this does not mean that he is helpless in this universe. Solution. The threat to his safety is the universe itself. Because in the final analysis, the universe is constantly reincarnating. From one civilization to another. From high dimensions to low dimensions. Constantly falling and reshaping. This universe will also restart in a few years. At that time, if he wants to escape from this universe or go to other universes, he will need corresponding technology. But he does not have this technology now. He was able to successfully achieve this technology. And he adopted this method to attract other civilizations from other universes to come here through a certain means. These civilizations in the universe can escape from the universe before the death of the universe, which proves that they must have mastered this technology. So he attracted them here, which means that he can obtain this technology. This may not be the first time they have done this. If this is the case, then it can only explain one problem. That is, they may have done it so many times, but never successfully obtained this technology. Jiang Yao's thoughts became very clear when he thought of this. If that's the case, then this matter is in trouble. The main reason why the civilization has not attacked me may be the same as the previous civilization. It is constantly observing me and trying to understand whether we have mastered this technology through my daily actions. So they will let me grow for a while. But they don't rule out that when I grow to a certain stage, I may become their target. But within this logic, there is another biggest question. That is, since they have mastered the technology to attract other cosmic civilizations to this universe, have they already mastered the technology to step into that space? But if you think about it carefully, it's useless even if they master it. Because if they master this technology and enter that strange space, if they can move in that strange space, it means they can find and enter other universes. The void creatures also mentioned just now that they have been floating in that space for a long time, instead of actively searching there. This is enough to show that creatures, like void creatures, cannot move in that space. And other civilizations are probably also unable to move in the space. This means that even if they have the ability to enter another space, they do not have the technology to find other civilizations in that space. Their tireless efforts to attract civilizations from other universes to come here is enough to illustrate this. Question: if this is the case, then the whole thing will be clear. At the same time, it does not rule out that the civilization that secretly observed me is also one of them. After clarifying the whole matter at this time, Jiang Yao also had a clear understanding of the current situation. And at the same time, he also knew his next plan. First of all, none of these civilizations in the dark are weak. With my current level of development, there is definitely no chance of winning against them. Even if I face them in the future, I may not have a good chance of winning. Unless he can find more crystals to evolve more advanced arms, he has absolutely no chance of winning. If you want to find so many cosmic creatures to obtain crystals, the difficulty is as high as climbing to the sky. The previous wave of obtaining so many crystals was purely because they were lucky. But Jiang Yao did not always count on this kind of survivor bias. So now he has another way to go. And that is through other methods. Improve yourself, such as technology and so on. After thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but get a headache. For him, developing technology was purely a way of becoming a monk. Although the brainworm could provide him with a lot of help, it also took time to accumulate. Climbing the technology tree never happens overnight. Even if you experience a technology explosion, it will take decades or hundreds of years to develop before you can make a breakthrough. So now Jiang Yao wants to use this to deal with the current situation. It is definitely unrealistic to rely on this. So at this time, he has targeted the Zerg Queen. As long as you kill the Queen, you will have the authority to inherit the Zerg knowledge base. And the knowledge stored in the Zerg knowledge base will be very useful to you. Because these things were obtained by the bugs after a year of accumulation. They not only contain the genetic sequences of the bugs' evolution, but also contain the technologies of the multiple civilizations they invaded. There may be a lot of weird technologies here. And these technologies may have more potential than the original technology trees in the universe today. But they were wiped out by the insect swarm before they could develop. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to target the Zerg Queen. But he also knew very well that since the civilization secretly rescued the Zerg Queen, it was enough to show that the Zerg Queen was useful to him. I want to kill the Zerg Queen under his nose, which is very difficult. But Jiang Yao had no choice at this time. Thinking of this, he issued a new mission to the players. And the content of the mission was to kill the Zerg Queen. And kill it at all costs. It is actually not difficult for players to complete this task. Because although the Zerg Queen is powerful, she is relatively weak compared to the Thunder Beast. The player's attack does not mean that they are really going to fight to the death with the secretly observing civilization. The players only need to behead the Zerg Queen under the protection of that civilization. And then, their mission will be completed. So what players need to consider is how many soldiers that civilization will send to help the Zerg Queen. Secondly, they also need to consider how long they can last under the attack of that civilization. Can you hold on until the elite troops behead the Zerg Queen? Thinking of this, players immediately started talking about this matter. At this stage, players only have a few Thunder Beasts that can compete with this civilization head-on. Other than that, other arms will most likely become cannon fodder in the future. Of course, they are not strictly cannon fodder. While taking care of cannon fodder, they also need to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers created by the Zerg Queen to the greatest extent possible. This wave of operations may be difficult for them, but they also know that they must do it, mainly because the rewards given by this mission are too many. And also because once the Zerg's knowledge base is inherited, it will be of great help to them in the future. What follows is another very terrible battle. And this battle is more tragic than any of our previous battles. Because this time we will directly face that unknown civilization. We also know very little about that unknown civilization. The only thing we can know is that they can use the fourth dimension. At this time, Xianyu was explaining the current situation to everyone. Because Xianyu, who was the first to evolve to the 10th stage, also obtained a lot of information through the Thunder Beast after reaching this stage. Among them are galaxies that include 4 dimensions. Before that, let me give you an overview of the situation in the 4th dimension. Everyone now understands the basic properties of the 4-dimensional space. In the 4-dimensional space, we can manipulate the 3 dimensions at will. I think you should also understand this. To put it simply, if I want to attack you, I don't need to attack you through surface attacks. I can directly attack your core from the inside. Xianyu paused here and then added, this universe originally had 11 dimensions. But in the battle that lasted for hundreds, or even hundreds of billions of years, these high-dimensional beings continued to use dimensionality reduction weapons. making the universe dimensions fell. So far the entire universe has fallen to 3 dimensions. And as time falls, it will continue to fall until it finally becomes a one-dimensional point. And then the universe begins to restart. It is a setting for the entire universe in this game. When these high-dimensional civilizations fight, in order to ensure that their civilization can continue them, they transform their life forms into lower latitudes. After becoming low dimensions, they can use dimensionality reduction weapons arbitrarily to attack the enemy. Strike. The existing universe is 3-dimensional, and that civilization can skillfully manipulate 4 dimensions. Then it is enough to show that their technological level is very exaggerated. Because under such circumstances, if you want to use 4 dimensions at will, then you need to first create a 4-dimensional space. The main reason why high-level Thunder Beasts can have such great lethality when attacking is because our attacks can temporarily create a 4-dimensional space and utilize it. But now among our group, there are only a few species that can use this dimension. So we still don't know the enemy's situation, whether they can only use this dimension weapon with individual units, or all units can use it. If only a few weapons can be used, then our high-level Thunder Beasts can still take the damage and take out the Zerg Queen. But if all their combat units can use it, then we may not be able to hold on at all. Don't live. Even if we use our lives to fill it, I guess it will be difficult to achieve the goal. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone fell silent. After understanding this at this time, a player said, "So in this battle, our risk is very high. If not, we may be wiped out." Xianyu nodded to this. If that's the case, otherwise we shouldn't do this mission. After all, if we are all really stuck, the rewards from this mission won't be enough to support our losses. Xianyu thought for a while, and then said, "About this plan, I have thought about it from the beginning. Even when the leader assigned us the task, I was thinking about whether this task is worth doing, or whether the benefits to us are really good. Is it greater than our efforts? But then, I thought about it carefully, and found that we have to do this task even if we don't do it. Because those civilizations have ideas about us. Which means that one day, we will have a war. It's just a matter of time. But if we operate now, then we may still be able to obtain the knowledge base of the Zerg. But if we don't do it now, the Zerg Queen will be useless to them in the future. They will kill the Zerg Queen, and we will get nothing by then." Chapter 482. After hearing this, everyone began to think about it. There was basically nothing wrong with what Xianyu said. According to their current stage, it is very difficult to continue to develop. After all, their current resource acquisition and conversion efficiency is relatively low. Especially when they gather resources together. There are still certain risks. This also means that it is basically unrealistic for them to achieve a large improvement in the short term. So for them, it is better to focus their energy and time on finding the Zerg Queen to complete the mission. At present, it seems that we can only follow the routine mentioned by Xianyu. After all, it is not an option if we continue to delay. In the end, we may not get anything. Anyway, there is no way to escape this last battle. Although it can shrink and grow for a period of time, it is always a mystery whether it can develop its starting point during this period of time. Because according to the latest information from the leader, the other party has sent many teams to chase him. Now he doesn't dare to stop at all, and can only keep running around in the universe. Like the current situation, it is estimated that it will be very difficult for us to deliver resources. It is very likely that the leader will not have time to collect the resources. And then the enemy fleet will come. Maybe by then, the resources we have worked so hard to collect will become cheap for others. Hearing people's comments at this time, Xianyu fell into deep thought. I just thought about the issue of resources. The main problem now is also because of what the brother said just now. The enemy will not give us enough time to hand over resources. Of course, the reason why the enemy operates like this is that they should have figured it out through the last observation. As long as there are enough with resources, we can double our strength in a short period of time. So the problem we are facing now is that it is very difficult to collect resources. And secondly, handing over resources. Only by solving these two problems can development be possible in the future. We must consider this matter when attacking the Zerg. Because after the battle is over, if we are lucky enough to win, then the first thing we need to consider is post-war recovery. After hearing what Xianyu said, the Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then said, I have a suggestion about this. After careful consideration, if we attack the Zerg Queen, then that civilization will definitely attack us. At that time, the battle between the two sides will begin, which means that the troops chasing the insect nest at that stage will probably come to support. During that time, the insect nest will have the opportunity to collect the resources we have collected. But when they heard what Emperor Penguin said, everyone roughly understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to use the opportunity of that war to let the insect nest collect resources. In this case, even if you cannot make up for all your resource consumption in the end, you can at least make up for a large part of it. Thinking of this, everyone immediately began to discuss the feasibility of this combat plan. Brothers, there is basically nothing wrong with this routine. But there is a prerequisite for executing his routine. And that is that we must save as many Thunder Beasts as possible in the subsequent battle. Because as long as these top combat units are still there, it doesn't matter even if we fail in that battle, because we still have a chance to make a comeback. If these top combat forces die, it will be useless even if we make up for the losses in the previous wave of battles. Because of the lack of top combat forces, we will encounter some advanced civilizations or creatures like starry sky beasts in the future. We basically have no chance of winning. Then let's try to be more steady in the next game like this. If the Thunder Beast's health is less than half, then hide behind it. If the situation is not good and others cut off the Thunder Beast, the Thunder Beast will immediately run away. Because the Thunder Beast in our hands now also has 4 dimensions. The enemy wants to track us or kill me instantly through high dimensions. Basically unrealistic. After some discussion like this, everyone roughly determined the next battle plan. What surprised everyone was that this time the void creature actually agreed to help them. Are you serious? The players were also a little surprised when they heard what the leader of the void creature said. Actually, this is nothing to make a fuss about. From a certain point of view, it is inevitable that I help you. Because we all come from the same universe. In this universe, we are all outsiders. Outsiders rejected by other civilizations in this universe. If there is an accident, other civilizations will definitely target us first. So for the two of us, no matter who dies, it will be a very heavy blow to the other. Because we have a common enemy in this universe. Which means that we have the possibility of cooperation. Besides, compared to facing these civilizations alone, don't you think it would be better to have an additional partner? While talking about the void creature, he did not forget to add, you must also know the situation of our 2 civilizations very well. What we can do is only temporary cooperation. If one day in the future, we are the only 2 civilizations left in this universe, then we will still end up with the ending of the last civilization in the universe. Of course, this is something in the future. And the prerequisite for these things to happen is that we can survive to that stage. So in order to survive to that stage, we must cooperate. Because only in this way can we have a chance. At this time, the players who kicked the void creature couldn't help but look at each other. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what the leader of the void creature said. In this universe, they are more likely to cooperate than other civilizations. Although the 2 civilizations have always been hostile, they both understand each other relatively well, rather than having a final decisive battle with an unknown civilization in the future. For both our family and the void creatures, a final decisive battle with an enemy we know well may be the best outcome for both parties. After a simple communication like this, the players also agreed to the addition of void creatures. Although the players knew that this was very risky, because if the void creatures joined them, it meant that they had to let the void creatures increase the number of the group. After the number reaches a certain level, neither the players nor Jiang Yao know whether some void creatures will rebel or suddenly escape. But now, they are still willing to take a chance. In this way, after determining the general plan, the players and the void creatures also entered the development stage. This time their goal was very clear. That is, to crazily develop their troops and start with the Zerg Queen. The battle against the Zerg Queen will inevitably lead to the attack of another civilization. At this time, they can roughly determine the strength of the opponent through this battle. Let me tell you, old men, are we really going to let void creatures develop freely like this? Otherwise, what else can we do now? To put it bluntly, we are surrounded by enemies everywhere. In such a situation, having a friend can reduce our stress to a certain extent. Although they are a time bomb. At least as long as they are not stupid. They should understand the truth. That is, our next target in this universe will definitely be them. Now in this universe, the relationship between us and them, to put it bluntly, is that we are dead. If we die, they will suffer. And if they die, so will we. At this point, the player also sighed. So what we can do now is wait and see the situation. Anyway, regarding the current specific situation, we have also told the void creatures. So I think they know exactly what to do. What we have to do now is to speed up the development to ensure that we can deal with the next crisis. In this way, players started various discussions on this matter. At the same time, Jiang Yao's research on that planet also made breakthrough progress. The main reason why they were able to make such great progress was because the internal time flow was too slow, which also resulted in the internal brain worms having been studied in the West for several years, even decades. In the past few years, they have also achieved a lot of results. They distributed these results to the outside, and then summarized them with the results of the brain worms outside. This also made their research progress on this planet very fast. So far, we have researched a general situation about the energy body on the periphery of the planet. First of all, we have mastered the method of letting non-living organisms enter the interior. However, due to a special reason of this energy, we can only enter but not exit. Although I haven't figured out how to get in and out yet. I think it should be soon. The next step is the composition of this special energy body. I also have a preliminary understanding. As for how to use it, experiments are still in progress. Judging from the current results, this special energy can not only make a difference between the internal time flow rate and the time flow rate in the universe, but it can also have an effect on the spirit of living things. At this point, Jiang Yao shook his head and corrected his statement. To be precise, it should be the soul. However, I am still at a blank stage in my research on this aspect. There is even very little research on souls in this universe. Perhaps for many civilizations, the so-called soul is just a way of presenting consciousness. But I always feel that the two things are different. The brain worms need to pay a little attention to this. Although we have studied a lot of things about this energy body so far, judging from the current progress, it is far from enough. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh as he said, in the final analysis, the road in the direction of science and technology is too short. If my scientific and technological level can be extended enough, then I think based on the current progress, there may be more useful things to research. But it's a pity that I became a monk halfway and took the direction of science and technology. Under such circumstances, it is considered good to be able to study to the current progress. If I want to go further now, I can only rely on time. But obviously I don't have time right now. Speaking of Jiang Yao, you can't help but have some worries about the future situation. Especially the matter of attacking the Zerg Queen, which is really troublesome for Jiang Yao. It is naturally impossible not to take action. After all, the Zerg Queen has what he needs. If you say you want to take action, the risk is indeed too great. Maybe all your troops will be involved. In this way, as time went by, players also found many mining areas and mined a lot of resources to reserve. At the same time, the void creatures also returned to their former state before fighting the players in a very short period of time. Troops. After both parties are ready, the players and the void creatures begin the journey to find the Zerg Queen. And this wave of void creatures actually fulfilled their promise, which made the players a little bit disappointed. However, for the players, this result is naturally the best. With the cooperation of the void creatures, they can bring it to their side of arms. Players feel that their chances of winning have been greatly improved. At this time, the players who are ready are heading towards a certain direction in the universe with the void creatures. Brothers, I just went to ask about the situation with the void creatures. Their leader said that the Queen of the Zerg should be in a rather strange space. This area interferes with their perception very strongly. So now he can only determine the approximate direction of the Zerg Queen. After hearing this, everyone was a little worried. We are in a strange space. What I am curious about now is what is going on in this space. It would be fine if it was formed naturally, but I am afraid that the Queen of Zerg is now in her hometown of civilization. If this is the case, then the problem will be big. It seems that we need to be careful when we go there. By the way, Xianyu, can't you sense high-dimensional objects over there? You should pay attention to the surroundings when the time comes. If you find that we are being monitored by the other party using that special machine, let us know as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Xianyu nodded. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on everyone around you. In this way, the players communicated while moving forward, and soon reached their destination. At this time, the players saw an incredible scene as soon as they arrived at their destination. What was in front of them at this time was a huge film, and this film enveloped several galaxies. The players estimated that this film was at least half a light year in diameter. Many planets are faintly visible inside the film. And the most important thing is that the number of planets here is obviously inconsistent with the normal distribution of planets in the universe. It is obvious that these planets should be artificially created. And among these planets, players can see some bugs are busy inside. Not only that, The players also discovered that these bugs were very fast. And the players who saw this scene couldn't help but look at each other, because they had seen the scene in front of them in another place. Chapter 483 discovered the big secret. Blackworm Planet. The players who saw all this couldn't help but exclaimed. Obviously, this scene was exactly the same as the one they saw for the first time on the Blackworm Planet. How can this be? What is going on? Holy crap. Is the Blackworm Planet also created by this civilization? This thing seems to be a big deal. If this is really the case, I'm afraid they are also secretly planning to take over the Black Insect Planet. Hearing this, Shinyu shook his head. Probably not. If the Blackworm Planet was created by them, then it is absolutely impossible for them to design it like this. Because once they design it like this, we will naturally know when we see the scene. It is absolutely impossible for them to make such a mistake. Yes, after spending so many resources to build the Blackworm Planet, their purpose is also very clear. If they want to use this thing as a kind of future or something else, then it is absolutely impossible for them to let us discover it. And they are here now by doing this. Doesn't it clearly let us know that the Blackworm Planet is their backup force? After talking about this, everyone couldn't help but calm down and began to re-examine the situation here. After the players' observation, they found that there are many differences between this place and what they saw on the Blackworm Planet before. The first is the layer of energy body outside. Compared with the Blackworm Planet, this layer of energy body gives players they feel like a simplified version of the Blackworm Planet. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the fluctuations emitted by this energy are somewhat different from those on the planet. Brothers, what's going on? This thing gives me the biggest feeling that it's from a copycat. Yes, many things look similar, but they are not exactly the same. This is a question worth thinking about. But the thing created by the other party is very similar to the situation on the Blackworm Planet, which is enough to show that they may have encountered a situation similar to the Blackworm Planet. And their research on this situation is also very in-depth. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for them to follow the same example and make this thing. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but start talking about this matter. If that's the case, then I think the next thing will be a bit difficult to handle. What exactly is that energy? We have been studying it for so long and have not yet understood it. And that people can actually use the characteristics of this energy to use other things to make such a thing. It is enough to show that the gap between the two sides is very large. After hearing this, everyone also fell into deep thought. So are we going to fight this time? Fight. We must fight. The biggest problem we face now is how to get inside and get back safely. After hearing what the player said, everyone looked at each other. It was obvious that they didn't know exactly how to operate after entering and then coming out. Now things are in trouble. This matter should be solved. If I remember correctly, the leader has been studying this matter for a while. We can ask the leader to see what the situation is on his side. If the leader can solve this problem, then everything will be easier. If the leader can't solve it, then we can consider going back to each house to find each mother. In this way, the players contacted Jian Yao during the discussion. After learning about this, Jian Yao immediately sent the brainworm responsible for research in the War Fortress. Because the brainworms over there have been studying this aspect. Maybe they can have a solution. After finishing all this, the players immediately found an area nearby and hid in order to avoid alerting the enemy. A few days passed like this, and the brainworms sent by Jian Yao also arrived at the scene. After they arrived, in order to ensure that their side would not be exposed due to too many people, the players only sent several high-level troops were recruited to escort the Cerebrates, while the other troops continued to hide in place. In this way, Brainworm studied in place for almost 3 days, and finally got a clue. Then Brainworm told everyone about his findings. After some introduction by Brainworm, people also have a general understanding of the situation here. First of all, the energy here is completely different from the energy body on the Blackworm Planet, because most of the main components of the energy body on the Blackworm side are not found in this universe. And the overall composition of the energy body here can find corresponding raw materials in this universe. The only thing is how to combine these things. Processing and reorganization are carried out. And the brainworms are not clear about this. But this is not important to the brainworms, because now they need to study how to get in and out. Because they have been studying the energy body on the Blackworm Planet for a long time. It is much easier for them to break through because it is similar to the energy body on the Blackworm Planet. First of all, Brainworm determined the method of entry and exit of this energy body, and also studied the differences between this energy body and the energy body they are currently studying. The biggest difference is about mental power and soul. The energy body here does not have this ability, which means that they can infiltrate mental power into it at will. It is even said that the replica created by Euglena can enter and exit at will. The only limitation here is entities such as living organisms or non-living entities. The situation here is that there are restrictions on the passage of entities. In addition, there are no restrictions on other people who want to pass. Of course, taking this into account, the players also tried to let the Thunder Beast perform high-dimensional attacks to see if it had any effect. The results found that this kind of energy body is similar to the energy body on the Blackworm planet. They are immune to attacks from higher latitudes. This is a very peculiar property, which is equivalent to limiting the dimensions of this energy body, no matter which dimension you come from. Once you get close to it, the dimensions will be synchronized to the same dimension as it. This is also the first time Jiangyao has seen counter-encirclement dimensional weapons. After all, in this universe, the most powerful attack is the dimensional weapon that uses rules. And in his knowledge, he has never seen any technology or method that can resist this kind of attack. And it is even said that for absolutely no one in this universe, for most civilizations, this kind of attack is undefeatable. But now, he has discovered a weapon that can withstand this kind of attack. Does it also mean that if you want to be promoted to a super civilization in this universe, you must master similar means? Jiangyao also fell into deep thought at this point. Indeed, once you master the defense of this weapon, it will mean that you will always be invincible. There is no solution to the impact of high dimensions on low dimensions. It is just like being a three-dimensional creature and attacking a two-dimensional plane. It is too simple for you. It's like giving you a blank piece of paper, and there are several people drawn on the white paper. And these people are two-dimensional creatures. If you want to attack them, you only need to take a pen or an eraser to easily erase them. Even any of their attacks are invalid for you. In addition, you can also use various methods to erase them. How to kill them? For example, you can draw a missile or something else to attack them, and strike from a high dimension to a low dimension. As a high-dimensional person, you are like God. You can easily create or erase everything in 2 dimensions. Thinking of this, Jiangyao immediately understood what this technology meant. Usually some super civilizations want to kill each other. They will launch dimensional weapons crazily and attack the enemy. In order to prevent the enemy from using the same method on him, he will transform himself into a low-dimensional creature. In this case, he can use this weapon unscrupulously. Although it is very simple for high-dimensional creatures to attack low-dimensional creatures, they also have to consider a problem. That is, for these low-dimensional creatures, it is very difficult for you to get close to them, because the area where they are is constantly being reduced in dimension. And as long as you dare to get close, you will inevitably have the fate of being reduced in dimension. It is because of this characteristic that high-dimensional creatures have no advantage when fighting low-dimensional creatures. All they can do is escape the strike range of dimension-reducing weapons thrown by low-dimensional creatures. This also means that if you master this kind of dimensional weapon, the result of the battle between high and low dimensions will change. The dimensionality reduction weapons used by low-dimensional creatures will not cause any harm to high-dimensional creatures and high-dimensional creatures, but it can attack low-dimensional creatures through high dimensions, which is simply devastating to low-dimensional creatures. Speaking of this, Jiangyao suddenly looked horrified, because he seemed to have thought of a terrible possibility. First of all, if it weren't for chance, I wouldn't have known there was such a method. And it has become a consensus among most civilizations that dimensional weapons are irresistible in this universe. If all civilizations in the universe have reached this consensus and started to develop according to this consensus, then something suddenly appears at this stage and breaks this consensus. What will it mean? Jiangyao shuddered when he thought of this. Perhaps the fact that dimensional weapons cannot be defended is also spread intentionally by these civilizations. The purpose is to make all creatures in the universe two-dimensional, but they are the only ones who still stay in the third dimension. Using such weapons, they can easily rule the entire two-dimensional universe. The routines are all routines, and this is a shockingly big routine. Now that they even have this level of shield provided to the Zerg Queen, it doesn't rule out that they have a higher level of shield hidden away. If this is the case, then my inference will most likely be true. And this kind of shield is just a super hard shield for many civilizations if you don't have dimensional weapons. Only when you have dimensional weapons and attack it can you know what is it. Thinking of this, Jiangyao couldn't help but be a little amazed at their operations. Sure enough, no civilization in this universe is a fuel-efficient lamp. This wave is actually a big game of chess. At this point, Jiang Yao knew that he must focus as much research on this weapon as possible. If one day I master such a weapon, then when the entire universe becomes two-dimensional, wouldn't I also become the rulemaker? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao gradually became interested in this matter. In fact, he has developed to the point where he is now. Apart from the few civilizations that secretly observe him, there are very few civilizations that can threaten his safety. At this stage, if he cleans out the eyes of that civilization, then in this universe, as long as he does not waste his life, there will basically be no pressure to save his life. But it was obvious that Jiang Yao had not thought about saving his life at this time. And now his mind had flown elsewhere. That is to let other civilizations continue to develop and fight. From a certain perspective, he can even use part of his energy and time to research dimensionality reduction weapons and publish this technology. By that time, the speed of dimensionality reduction of the entire universe will be greatly increased. And civilizations like ours that have mastered this defensive technology can become the final winners. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao gradually had an idea in his mind. He also admitted that this is a very crazy idea. But if it succeeds, he will be ranked among the top civilizations in the entire universe. If I still have the ability to clean up some civilizations that are at the same level as mine, then wouldn't it be me who has the final say in this universe? At that stage, I am fully capable of rewriting the rules of the entire universe. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao felt inexplicably excited. Indeed, this was a crazy idea and also a crazy plan. But what if this plan succeeds? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao already had two simple plans for the future in his mind. But he also knew very well that to achieve this goal, it took more than just thinking about it. In the process of implementing a goal, he will spend a lot of energy and time. Among them, what worries him the most is the players. After all, players are just ordinary people. Even though Jiang Yao has provided Blue Star with a lot of biological technologies to give them a long lifespan, Jiang Yao also knows very well that this is purely it treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. Because no matter how much lifespan is provided for them, they will eventually reach the end of their lives. Although players can iterate, this is not a long-term solution. They are playing games, not talking about cultural inheritance. So what new players can learn from old players is extremely limited. That is, if a generation of elders goes offline, it means that they are following what they have learned over the years. What arrives will disappear. Even if you ask them to write corresponding books or teach them in this way, there is a high probability that only a very small part of the things will be taught in this way. Chapter 484 Preparing for Attack. At this point Jiang Yao also fell into thinking. If that's the case, then things are in trouble. It is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on biotechnology to increase the lifespan of players. Apart from this aspect, I think we should start from other aspects. If we follow the routine of this civilization and wrap it up with an energy body, the result will be different. Because of the time difference, the lifespan of the players is no longer a problem. Because for them, hundreds of years may have passed in the big universe, while they may only have played in the small universe for a few years. Of course, considering that time passes faster in the small universe, while time passes slower in the large universe, it is very simple to solve this problem. You can do it by making a helmet. For example, in the big world, the speed of time is 100 times that of the small world. Then Jiang Yao only needs to slightly adjust the perception system in the helmet and slow down the speed 100 times. That's it. In this way, players can still play according to the previous ideas. The biggest problem I face now is when I can successfully analyze these energy bodies and make use of them. It seems that we must invest more time and resources in this area to strive for results as soon as possible. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still thinking about these issues, after a series of operations by the brainworm on the player's side, he had already found a way to let the players in and out. As for the instruments required to use this method, they are also being manufactured at an accelerated pace. According to Brainworm, it will only take a few days, at most, for the instruments to be delivered. Of course, the main reason why the efficiency is so high is because the brainworms have been studying this aspect. So they have produced some instruments. And now it happens that these instruments can come in handy. So they only need to use these instruments, just make some simple modifications, and get over it. Just like this, while the brainworms were still busy operating the instruments, the players also began to discuss the next battle plan. Brothers, the situation is probably clear to everyone now. It won't be long before we can go in. However, we still need to consider several issues before going in. First of all, the first aspect is about what one of their configurations is. We have nothing about this so far. Secondly, where is their distribution range? Etc. These are all things we need to consider. Of course, there is another point that is the most critical. If we take action, how long will it take for a mysterious civilized world to discover us and send warships over? And we also need to consider how we can't defeat it. How should we evacuate? And this is also the most critical issue, because it is not possible to evacuate from any location. We can only evacuate at the designated location where the instruments are placed. This means that there is a risk that our Thunder Beast will not be able to evacuate. So in response to this, we must come up with a reasonable strategy. After hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but start talking. First of all, what we can be sure of is that if the Thunder Beast wants to evacuate, it means that we have been at a disadvantage in this battle and have to evacuate. In such a situation, there is only one fixed evacuation point. The risk is indeed too great. And the most important thing is, who can guarantee that that civilization will not destroy our equipment first and then attack us? So taking this into consideration, we must ensure the safety of the equipment before making subsequent plans. In this way, everyone began to discuss this matter. And finally, they discussed a general plan. Although this plan is not very stable, for the players, this should be one of the most reliable plans at present. 1. First of all, players need to leave some troops on the periphery. And the main function of this part of the troops is to transfer equipment. Next, players need to discuss the entry and exit points before entering. Then the battle begins. Players can go in first through the entry point to fight. And then the remaining players move the instruments to relatively safe locations. Then if there is a problem with the players inside, they will immediately put the instrument at the exit point that was previously agreed upon. The players inside were fighting and moving toward the exit point. Although this method also has many problems, it is a relatively safe routine that the players can think of. After determining this routine, the players immediately took action. However, in order to ensure that nothing was lost outside the exit point, the players also specially left a high-level evolved Thunder Beast to use as a source of information. After everything was arranged in this way, the players' troops set off in a mighty manner. First, the players allowed a large number of high-level Euglena to enter the interior. And then the players began to conduct a series of searches inside. Brothers, we have entered the interior. The number of bugs that can be seen currently is relatively small, and the location of the Zerg Queen is unknown. At this time, the players were searching around and telling other players about the situation. The situation here is a bit complicated now. Most of the soldiers we see so far are worker bees. Compared with the worker bees we have seen before, these worker bees have obvious signs of evolution. However, their evolutionary level is obviously not high. According to preliminary estimates, they have reached the level of our first stage worker bees. At this time, hearing the players in their eyes, the other players also started talking. Evolved? These bugs still have something. It has only been so long now that they have actually mastered the ability to evolve. Can you confirm which units they have evolved? Asked the player who thought of something at this time. Currently, the only type of unit we have seen evolved by the opponent is worker bees. The rest of the units have either not been seen or have not evolved yet. And after hearing this, the players probably understand the current situation of the Zerg tribe. That is to say, after experiencing that battle, the Zerg Queen learned from the pain and decided to take the evolutionary route. But unfortunately, they are no better than us. It is too difficult for them to evolve. So after such a long time, they have only mastered the evolution of worker bees. And only the first stage can be reasoned according to this routine. If the Queen of Zerg wants to complete the evolution of all the bugs, it will take a huge amount of time. And as the level of evolution continues to increase, the difficulty of evolution will also increase. We don't even rule out that in the future, there will be a bottleneck period that could stagnate them for hundreds or even thousands of years. Just like this, while the players were still discussing this matter, new information came from the players. Brothers, we have found his lair. Their lair is inside a planet. But through observation, we found that this planet does not seem to be an ordinary planet. Not an ordinary planet. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this. So they quickly asked what the situation was. If we guessed correctly, this planet should have been transformed from a planet. This planet is covered with metal, both on its surface and inside. And it has a lot of turrets on it. As for conventional energy sources, they use dark matter personnel. Although such energy is relatively inefficient, it can barely maintain the basic operation of the planet Battlestar. And inside the planet Battlestar, We sensed a large amount of ore reactions. And based on the reaction degree of these ores, we suspect that some of them should be crystals. In other words, after the planet enters the battle, the number of personnel consumed will increase exponentially. So these crystals should be used at that time. After hearing this, the players couldn't help but frown. Although the player's strength has been greatly improved now, when facing the planet battle stars, they still have some limitations. Brothers, things are in trouble now. If it is a planet of ordinary civilization, we don't need to be too afraid of the planet. But this is a planet battle star of an advanced civilization. So the power he possesses cannot be underestimated. If a fight really breaks out, we will not only have to face attacks from planetary war stars, but we will also have to face attacks from the Zerg side, as well as attacks from the fleet sent by that unknown civilization. If we really want to fight with these three parties combined, it's not a little bit of pressure. It can be seen that this unknown civilization attaches great importance to the Zerg Queen, and actually provides him with so much protection. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this Zerg Queen that deserves their attention. It is estimated that through our development, they saw the potential of our race, so they subconsciously believed that the Zerg Queen also had the same ability. This led them to protect the Zerg Queen so tightly. The Queen of the Zerg can advance the worker bees. From a certain perspective, it proves its value in disguise. This is why they are willing to invest so much cost to protect it. Speaking of this, the player couldn't help but sigh. Although the Zerg Queen is not too worried about her safety now, she also knows very well that in the final analysis, she is just a guinea pig in someone else's laboratory. Give it to others for study. Yes, although safety is gained, freedom is lost. And the so-called safety is only relative. If that civilization feels that it has no value at a certain stage, then they will not hesitate to eliminate the Zerg Queen. No, not to mention that this Zerg Queen is quite sad. But then again, in order to survive in this universe, sometimes we have to make compromises. There is no way around it. Compared to being wiped out by us, at least they are still alive and well. And their tribe is getting better and better. Grow. And the most important thing is that they no longer have to search for resources all over the universe to eat and sleep in the open like before. Now they have people to feed them on a regular basis. This is a great thing for the Zerg Queen. Although her freedom is restricted, it doesn't rule out their ability to break through here in the future. Don't discuss the Zerg Queen for now. Now I think what we need to discuss is whether we should fight this wave or not. If this problem were solved in the past, players would definitely choose to fight, even if they pay a heavy price. They feel that this wave is still feasible. But now, players are a little undecided because of the defensive power shown here. It is really too strong. Even if they try their best, they may not be able to defeat it. Given the current situation of the other party, we really have no chance of winning against them. Not to mention anything else. Just the presence of a planet can block us out. Currently we don't know the specific strength of that planetary battle star. Although in our estimation, his strength is very powerful. We do not rule out the possibility that our estimation is wrong. Upstairs, what do you think is the possibility of us making a mistake? Given the current situation, it's best for us to plan for the worst outcome. There is no need to plan for the worst outcome. We will lose this game. It can't be said that. In fact, there are two uncertain factors in this battle. The first uncertain factor is the overall combat power of the planetary battle star. The second uncertain factor is how many battleships the enemy will send. And their what level is the technological level at. While everyone was still discussing, Xianyu's voice came over. Then he continued, "We have many combat units that can use dimensions. In today's war, it is no exaggeration to say that creatures that can use dimensions to fight have an inherent advantage. If the opponent's dimensional technology is not very developed, that means we still have a chance of winning. Although their detectors can freely enter dimensions, the difficulty of developing such detectors is far less difficult than developing weapons that can use dimensional combat. So we don't know exactly what their conventional combat weapons are like. And we don't know how many dimensional weapons they can mobilize. Under such circumstances, we can only take a gamble." At this point, everyone looked at Xianyu with some curiosity. "What do you mean by taking a gamble?" "Bet on the 2 points I just mentioned. The opponent's situation is not as strong as we thought. First of all, the planet battle star is not a concern, because we can directly destroy that battle star through dimensional attacks. And then, there is the Zerg Queen inside. As for the Zerg Queen, you can form a group to kill him by force. At this time, I estimate that the opponent's support troops have probably come over, and our Thunder Beasts will be responsible for blocking the opponent's support troops. Of course, Considering that the void creatures have also joined this battle, they can also be responsible for the task of strangling the Zerg Queen. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone couldn't help but start talking quietly. Chapter 485 Attacking the Zerg Queen. In this way, after determining the general situation, they also understood the strength gap between the two sides. Although the players knew very well based on the information currently available, if a war really starts, they don't have much chance of winning or even falling into a disadvantageous situation. However, the players at this time also understand that this is their only chance, because they know that if the attack on the Zerg Queen fails this time, then the next once there is no chance, because the perception of the Zerg by the void creatures is getting weaker and weaker, and with the lessons learned from this failure, the opponent will inevitably put the Zerg Queen in a safer place. At that stage, players want to find her in the vast universe. This difficulty, it's like ascending to heaven. To put it simply, for the players, this attack is not only very difficult, but also only has one chance. Brothers, be prepared. Although I feel that our success rate is not high in this wave, we have reached this juncture, and we have to fight even if we don't want to. Because if the Zerg Queen escapes again, it will be a disaster for us. After all, the hatred between us and the Zerg Queen is very big. Once this guy develops, there will be no need to wait for any civilization to take action against us. The Zerg Queen will definitely come to take the initiative to cause trouble for us. The key is that civilization still has our coordinates. So this is the most troublesome. In this way, while the players were talking about the current situation, they set off towards their destination in a mighty manner. Immediately after the activation of the instrument, a large hole was opened in the outer layer of energy, and a scene appeared at the entrance of the hole. A large number of players immediately swarmed in. Brothers, move. Target the Zerg Queen. By the way, don't forget to clean up the insect nests as well. There are still some small bugs left. As long as these things are gone, it doesn't make much sense even if the remaining bugs escape, because they have no way to return. Continue the Zerg race. In addition, the small team should pay attention to the surrounding situation. Once you find that cheating civilization coming, report them immediately. No problem. As well as the main battle force. Remember what we just said about protecting the Thunder Beast first. Just like this, amid the exchanges among the players, the mighty player troops were getting closer and closer to the direction of the Zerg Queen. Because this wave of players was fighting a blitz, they all moved forward as fast as possible. Naturally, this operation was easily discovered by some bugs. When these bugs discovered the traces of the players, they realized that something was wrong and immediately returned to the bug nest to report the situation. At the same time, some bugs stayed behind. The outside is responsible for containing the players. In this wave, no matter from the perspective of numbers or defensive configuration, the players do not have any advantage. But in terms of quality, the swarm led by the Zerg Queen has no advantage at all. Although their number is several times or even hundreds of times that of the players. Trying to stop the players is nothing short of wishful thinking. Therefore, under the powerful offensive, the players easily broke through their layers of defense and moved closer and closer to the target location. At the same time, the Zerg Queen who received the news immediately realized that something was wrong. She immediately began to organize her troops to fight back against the players. Through this period of observation, the Queen of the Bug group also briefly learned about the situation of the players' bugs. First of all, she was sure that the players' bugs had given up their advantage in quantity and turned to quality. And through the information provided by that mysterious civilization, the Queen of the Zerg knew that the current batch of bugs already possessed very powerful combat effectiveness. Although he didn't know how these bugs did this, she knew very well that this batch of bugs wanted to eliminate themselves. Of course, as the Queen of the Bugs, she also knew very well why these bugs resented him so deeply. She knew there were two main reasons. The first point is the knowledge base of the Zerg, which is a very important thing. She knew that Jiang Yao had tried to use or connect to the knowledge base before, but failed because there was no authorization from him. The brainworms on Jiang Yao's side also tried to connect to the knowledge base, but she discovered it later and revoked their permissions, which also caused them to completely lose contact with the knowledge base. Therefore, part of the reason why Jiang Yao chose to attack her should be for this knowledge base. Of course, apart from the knowledge base, he knew that there was another more important reason. That is, the mysterious civilization that controls her is actually observing Jiang Yao. And based on the information sent back by that mysterious civilization, she knows that the mysterious civilization's observation of Jiang Yao seems to have been discovered by Jiang Yao. And Jiang Yao has taken a series of measures, almost out of his control. Of course, the reason why she knew this was because the mysterious civilization contacted her immediately after Jiang Yao discovered them, and asked herself if there was a similar way to fight him, from the perspective of that civilization. Since their side is the mainstream Zerg group, and the other side is the branch Zerg group, then their side should have more technology or other things than them. It is also for this reason that they will choose. He contacted me immediately and came to inquire. The current queen of the Zerg is very clear that Jiang Yao's side is obviously more like the mainstream of the Zerg than her current self. Because when it comes to the strength of individual insects, it is obvious that Jiang Yao is superior. Even if he tried to evolve the insect swarm like Jiang Yao, the final result was not very good. After working hard for a long time, she succeeded in evolving the worker bees. As for the other things, she couldn't do it yet because she wanted to evolve bugs, which required too many technologies. Based on her current situation, she estimated that if that civilization hadn't secretly helped, she wouldn't have been able to complete the evolution of the worker bees. But Jiang Yao's side was completely different. Not only did he complete the evolution of worker bees, he also successfully evolved some other advanced units. Seeing Jiang Yao coming over at this time, she was naturally panicked, because now his insect army was still at the previous level. Although she has an absolute advantage in terms of numbers for bugs of this level, he knows very well that she has no way to stop Jiang Yao's attack. So now he can only pray silently before Jiang Yao completely breaks through her defense. That mysterious civilization can change, because if she wants to continue living now, she can only rely on that mysterious civilization. And she also knows very well that she is still somewhat useful to that mysterious civilization. So that mysterious civilization will definitely find a way to save her. Own. Thinking of this, she immediately began to give orders to get all the bugs ready. Different from previous battles, in this battle they would focus on defense and delaying time, supplemented by offense. Obviously, she wanted to buy herself some more time in this way. Just like this, as the Zerg Queen issued the order, countless bugs swarmed out of the planet and began to fly in the direction of the players. At the same time, they discovered a large number of bugs coming towards them. The low-level bug players immediately launched an attack. As the battle began, the situation immediately became one-sided. Of course, neither the Zerg Queen nor the players were surprised at all by this result. The Zerg Queen is very aware of their strength, and the players are also well aware of the Zerg situation. At this time, watching the operations of the swarm, the players will naturally not be careless. After all, they are being attacked everywhere. Under such circumstances, what they can do is to solve the matter in front of them as quickly as possible. So the current players are attacking quickly and advancing at the same time. This time the players tried their best to throw in energy-devouring skills for free. Obviously they also know that every minute and every second is very important now. Don't make too many delays. Brothers, speed up the attack. The little Karami on the Zerg Queen's side will not do much damage to us. We rush in despite the damage, giving priority to the beheading mission. As for the other little Karami, we will clean up later. Please pay attention to the high-level troops on the opposite side. We need to use some players to drag them with them, and the other players will follow me to continue the charge. Brothers, the void creature has passed. He is going to deal with the bugs that came for support. We have to speed up the progress here. By the way, what is the situation on your side of the reconnaissance team? Have you found any abnormalities? Everything is safe without us, and no abnormalities have been found yet. So you don't have to worry even though they are very fast. But it will still take some time for support to arrive. And our wave of attacks is sudden, so it is still difficult for them to provide support within a certain time. Brothers, now we are not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. Although according to the normal routine, they may not be able to come after we kill the Zerg Queen. But we cannot rule out the occurrence of special circumstances. So we are now the progress still needs to be accelerated. In this way, the players launched attacks against the Zerg while discussing the current situation. At this time, in this area, Zerg with similar appearance were seen fighting on both sides. Both sides were going to use full firepower to eliminate each other. However, compared to the side with a larger number of groups, the side with a smaller group had a significantly higher combat effectiveness, out of several grades. At this time, the brainworm, who was commanding the insect swarm, looked at everything in front of him coldly. Naturally, he knew the situation of this insect swarm very well. As the biggest traitor in the history of the Zerg clan, all the bugs hate them to the core. Of course, the old bug knows that although he hates them, this does not prevent them from being stronger than him. At war, They need to spend dozens or hundreds of times the enemy's strength to possibly kill one of the enemy's bugs. Regarding this point, this brainworm was also very annoyed, because the strength gap between the two sides was really too big. Any small strength gap on the battlefield would require a large number of warrior lives to make up for it. And between them and these Zerg traders, the strength gap between them was not only not small, but also very exaggerated. So they suffered heavy losses in the battle. Of course, the brainworms at this time also knew that based on the current situation, they had only one way to win, and that was to drag another civilization over. Although this brainworm is also very uncomfortable about this, because it is very embarrassing for them to hand over the continuation of their race to another civilization. And this brainworm also knew very well that the main reason why that civilization kept them was actually because of the group of insects over Jianyao. The group of Zerg controlled by Jianyao are too valuable, so they need to observe and learn more about this race through their own side. It is also for this reason that the civilization kept them, and not to eliminate it. Every time he thought about this, the brainworm was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After so many years of intimidation, he felt aggrieved for the first time. And it was very aggrieved. Of course, it was easy to understand why he had such an idea. After all, they are now like dolls, controlled by that civilization. As the once dominant people, they naturally cannot stand this feeling. But in order for civilization to continue to exist, even though they hate this feeling, they have to continue to endure it. After putting aside these messy thoughts, the brainworm continued to focus on the current battle situation. At this time, the battle between the players and the groups had also entered a white-hot stage. In this battle, both sides there were a lot of losses. But compared to the players, the losses on the insect swarm side were obviously greater. And the most critical thing was, if it weren't for the players' desperate charge, the brainworms estimated that the opponent's losses might be even smaller. Of course, things have developed to this point. The brainworms have naturally guessed what the players are thinking. They know how to attack the mysterious civilization on their side. They will definitely come to help. So they want to eliminate their side before the mysterious civilization arrives. How can you possibly succeed in this? Having said this, Cerebrate observed the battle situation carefully while commanding calmly. We currently have enough insect warriors. As long as we don't fight head-on and keep stalling with you, you won't be able to break through our defenses in the short term. Although you can forcefully break through my blockade regardless of losses. If you do this, your losses will be too great. Then when that civilization comes, you will only be wiped out by the group. In this way, the battle continued despite the various calculations of the brainworms. And this wave of brainworms obviously underestimated the determination of the players. Originally, he thought that the players would definitely not risk too much loss to attack. But as the battle progressed continuing, he realized something was wrong because the players had begun to charge. They rushed toward the area where their queen was, even though there was their defense line in front of them. And even though there were countless bugs that could surround them from all sides, they still chose to charge. Chapter 486. After seeing this scene, Brainworm was also frightened. What the hell is going on? Are they crazy? According to our research, while the opponent's insect swarm is very powerful, their reproductive capacity is bound to drop a lot. This was determined by our evolution of worker bees. After the worker bee successfully evolved, its reproductive success rate was at least hundreds of times lower than before. Worker bees will definitely encounter this kind of situation if they encounter other types of soldiers. And the reproductive efficiency of other types of soldiers will definitely drop even worse than that of worker bees. And if I remember correctly, the other party's bugs obviously did not evolve only once. In this case, their reproduction rate will be very low to a very scary level. This means that this group of insects sent to attack is likely to be all of the opponent's troops. If not all of them, then most of them. If they all die here, it will definitely be very damaging to the opponent. With that mysterious civilization constantly chasing the opponent's insect nest, it is absolutely impossible for them to obtain supplies, which means they have no way to reproduce on a large scale. Thinking of this, Brainworm became even more puzzled by the player's behavior. He really couldn't imagine that they could be so crazy under various conditions. Even if they finally kill the queen in this battle, what's the point? Through this suicide attack, the mysterious civilization that follows will enter. At that time, their remaining troops will be absolutely impossible to withstand the attack of that civilization, which means that their entire group of troops will most likely be annihilated. Regarding this, if you want to get it from the other party, you definitely want to get it too. So why should they do it now that the other party has already thought about it? Is it just because he wanted to destroy his own side? The brainworm, who thought of this, was also a little confused about this. Although destroying his own side was a very important thing for the other party. According to his analysis, he believed that this one thing was not enough to make the other party desperate. The biggest reason why they want to destroy us is the hatred between the two sides and the knowledge base of the Zerg. They should also be very clear about the knowledge base. The Queen of the Zerg has the authority to destroy the knowledge base when necessary. This also means that if they push their side too hard, they will not get the knowledge base in the end. They even considered this before they sent troops. After excluding the knowledge base, they only have one purpose for sending troops this time, which is to completely eliminate their own side. But what's the point of this? Indeed, according to the current situation, they can eliminate themselves. But if they eliminate themselves, they will suffer heavy losses. It is very likely that because of the defeat of this battle, they will eventually end up under the attack of that mysterious civilization. Destruction. At this time, the brainworm calmly analyzed everything in front of him and sorted out one possibility after another based on the current situation. But after ruling out so many possibilities, this brainworm still didn't understand the meaning of what the players did. And even when he was still confused about this matter, the huge explosion that suddenly appeared at the scene made this brainworm feel nervous. At this time, I saw dazzling lights flashing in the space one after another, and then huge energy began to sweep around. And the brainworm, who saw this scene, was also stunned. What is this? Banlings? How could their banlings be so powerful? As he said this, he suddenly thought of something. No! All the bugs spread out. Quickly spread out. When he saw this step, he still didn't understand what the players were thinking. First of all, the players had powerful banling bugs in their hands. Although these banlings are very powerful, their killing range is also limited. If you want to kill the enemy as much as possible within the limited killing range, there is only one way. Just bring the enemies together. Players choose to charge naturally for this purpose. And although the banling bugs are very powerful, the players have prepared everything in advance. Before detonating, the players have all activated their various defense skills. And when they go out, everyone is loaded with defenses. Small bugs, which makes their own defense very high. And after so many people have evolved, they can completely withstand the damage of banlings. It can withstand damage by itself. And with so many defensive measures taken in advance. After these banlings explode, the damage to the players is very small. But it's different for these insect swarms. Their HP is relatively low, and they can't withstand this kind of damage at all. So after the explosion is over, the players are still fine. But the large number of insects that surround them have been killed or injured. Heavy. The brainworm, who saw this scene, was also dumbfounded. He never expected that players would actually play this game. It's over. At this moment, this idea suddenly came to his mind. Of course, at this time, Brainworm also thought about why such a situation occurred. There are two main reasons for the current situation. The first reason is that both sides are Zerg, and both sides will subconsciously think that they know each other very well. The player's side is like this, and the Brainworm side is also like this. But compared to the player's Brainworm side, the situation is much worse, because the players already have many special abilities through multiple evolutions. As for these special abilities, the Zerg Queen only knows very little about them. This is the player's advantage. But compared to what the players on the Zerg Queen side know about them, it can be said that most of them are facts. Because players have a clear understanding of the skills of low-level bugs. The reason why players choose this operation is to take advantage of the information gap and inherent cognition. In cosmic wars or other wars, many people or civilizations subconsciously imagine that the enemy is very powerful. Imagine the entire battle to be huge and powerful. In the Brainworm's subconscious mind, he believed that this battle was a battle in which both sides tried their best and used all their strength. And the entire battlefield was filled with various tactics. At the same time, countless bugs will die in this battle. And after the battle is over, the entire area may be filled with bug corpses. For Cerebrate, only this epic scene is worthy of the final battle between the two races. But it is obvious that he made a miscalculation this time. And the players also took advantage of this miscalculation, because the players had had the same idea before, but not against the swarm. In the minds of the players before, any decisive battle must be very loud. But later they learned that sometimes the battles were so quiet, silent, just a few explosions or impacts. Or maybe it's just spreading the virus to a certain area. And that's it. It is this kind of move that may not be very noticeable in a conventional war. but it can directly determine the direction of the entire epic war. Players at that time thought that any decisive battle must be huge, but after experiencing this, they became sober. They knew that sometimes battles were actually very dull. So dull that you would never expect it to happen in this way. Finish. So the players put their money on the Baneling bugs, which the Brainworms never thought of. Brainworm may have thought that the players would dispatch more Thunder Beasts and let other units cooperate with the Thunder Beasts to attack or assault them. But he never thought that the players were thinking of using this self-destruction method from the beginning. His side was wiped out. Sure enough, inherent cognition is the scariest thing. At this time, as the series of explosions ended, I couldn't help but mutter as I looked at the severely damaged swarm Brainworms on my side. Just now when the players were charging, he thought he had guessed the players' actions. So he asked all the bugs to rush over there to intercept the players and eliminate them smoothly. But he didn't expect that the other party was waiting for his move. The reason why the other party did this was to let him gather the bugs together so that they could explode. And he had just fulfilled their wishes. So in this wave of fighting, he knew that the situation on his side was over. At the same time, the successful players immediately rushed towards the direction of the Zerg Queen non-stop. At the same time, the players knew that the battle just now was just an appetizer. And the next one was like this. That's the point. How's the situation over there? Xianyu? At this time, while the players were moving forward, many players immediately asked Xianyu about the situation, because they will face the planet Battlestars next. Moreover, it is a planet Battlestar created by an advanced civilization, and the technology contained in this planet Battlestar will directly determine the victory of this war. So players are also very concerned about the situation of that planet Battlestar. Of concern. At this time, Xianyu had arrived around the planet online in advance and launched an attack on it. Of course, the moment Xianyu appeared there, Xingxin launched an attack on Xianyu without hesitation. Countless artillery fire was thrown at Xianyu. But these attacks were basically nothing to Xianyu. No pain or itching. At this time, he carried the damage and launched several rounds of attacks on Xingxin. After these rounds of attacks, Xianyu could basically determine the opponent's situation. Brothers, we have figured out the situation here. But the situation is a little complicated now, Xianyu added as he spoke. First of all, the attack method of this planetary Battlestar is a conventional attack method. And there is no dimensional attack like we mentioned before. However, their firepower is very fierce. Basically on par with the Empire's civilized flagship. Under this firepower, except for the Thunder Beast, the ability of other units to withstand damage will be greatly reduced. And this Battlestar has a 360-degree full. The attack has no blind spots. So if we want to destroy it, we can only attack it while taking the damage. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this Battlestar has dimensional defense capabilities. This means that if my attack hits him, he can only suffer the normal damage effect. Although I think my damage is high enough, it is still difficult to cause effective damage to the planet in the star, because the planet in the star itself has more materials. So even if it is injured, it can survive in a very short time, repair within time, and it's basically unrealistic for me to just grind the planet Battlestar to death with its HP. So now if we want to quickly get rid of the planet Battlestar, we can only attack as a group. After hearing this, the players roughly understood the current situation. Made. I never expected that the opponent's planet Battlestar would be so awesome. I didn't expect that this thing actually has dimensional defense technology. But what I'm curious about is that since he can install defense technology, why doesn't he also have attack technology? God knows what the situation is. Maybe the restrictions on attack technology are more stringent. In this way, the players were flying towards this side while discussing this matter. Regarding this strange planet Battlestar, the players were also confused about the situation. When the players arrived here, they were attacked by the planet. The Battlestar attacked fiercely, and at the same time, other bugs hiding inside the Battlestar joined the battle. Looking at this scene, the players naturally knew that they could only resist. Made. These bugs are really evil. Yes, you actually took advantage of the situation at this time. Brothers, stop talking nonsense and charge quickly. The closer we are to the planet, the lower the damage we will receive. The distance is too far. There are too many enemy turrets that can hit us. It's no use both near and far upstairs. Their turrets are movable. No matter how close we are, we will still be targeted. The only thing we can do now is to clear as many of their turrets as possible. At this time, as the battle began, the losses of the players were gradually increasing. At this time, They could only pray silently in their hearts that the mysterious civilization would not come over before they eliminated the Zerg Queen. But at this time, the players also knew that they did not have much time. Because just now Jiang Yao told them that the warships responsible for chasing them suddenly turned around and passed in their direction. Although he intentionally walked in the opposite direction before the battle started, it wouldn't take long to catch up with the opponent's speed. At the same time, after the opponent's warship left, Jiang Yao immediately speeded up and flew to the place where the players stored resources and began to collect resources. He was already prepared to fail in this battle. So now, he wanted to recover as many resources as possible. In this case, even if the players fail later, at least he will have a certain ability to protect himself. Although his strength will decline severely by then. As long as he has soldiers, he can still send these soldiers out to continue collecting resources and then make a comeback. But the whole process will be very slow. But it is better than doing nothing. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still busy, the players were also constantly attacking the planet Battlestar. Chapter 487 The Zerg Queen's Decision. Just as the players thought, the defensive capabilities of planet Battlestar exceeded their expectations. Although the players had already exaggerated the defense capabilities of planet Battlestar before the attack, it was only now that they discovered that their estimate of its defense was still low. From the beginning of the battle to now, players have been attacking crazily, but the damage suffered by the planet Battlestar is extremely small. And the most important thing is that the damage it suffered was quickly repaired by itself. The defensive capabilities of this thing are a bit scary. Yes, if we continue like this, the other party may have come 10 or 8 times, and we probably still won't be able to break through the defenses of the planet Battlestars. You must know that we have evolved to high-level arms. Our strength has been greatly improved compared to before, and there are still several decisive strategic arms in it. With our current attack power, even the civilization of the Empire, the flagship, won't last long. But with such an attack power, this planetary war planet won't even have a problem. The defense power is a bit exaggerated, and their turret reserves are also sufficient. Their new turret came online as soon as we destroyed the turret. This thing is too cruel. We have no chance of winning at all. At this time, the players were attacking while discussing the matter in front of them. I have to say that what they saw in front of them really surprised the players. In fact, they had thought that the defensive power of the planetary battle line was very amazing. But what they did not expect was that the defensive power of the planetary battle star was actually exaggerated to this extent. And the most important thing is that not only is its defense power exaggerated, but its own repairability is also incredible. Players' attacks on it have no effect at all. Basically, the damage caused to him in 1 second was repaired by him in the next second through self-repair. And this is the most important thing. So according to this situation, if the development continues, if players want to destroy this planet Battlestar, they must first consume all the materials inside the planet Battlestar. After all the materials inside it are consumed, players can cause damage to the planetary Battlestar. But it takes a lot of time to do this. But what players lack most now is time. And even if they are given enough time, it is of little use. Because in the process of consumption, players will suffer heavy losses. After thinking of this, the players also felt that the matter was difficult. But now they had to take action. Made. According to this situation, we have broken his defense. I estimate that we have died 10 or 8 times. You can't continue to waste it like this. Our battle losses are getting bigger and bigger. And the opponent's support troops haven't arrived yet. When their support troops come and cooperate with the planetary battle stars, we won't have to fight at all. Brothers, why don't we withdraw first? Yes, we can't keep fighting like this. If we keep fighting like this, sooner or later we will be dragged to death by this battle star. It is true that we can retreat. But once we retreat, there is a high probability that the Zerg Queen will be transferred by them. And now the void creatures are becoming less and less aware of them. With this wave of transfers, I estimate that we will basically find the Zerg Queen. It's not realistic anymore. What else can we do? We can't all be here. Although our previous plan was to eliminate the Zerg Queen at all costs. This was based on the premise that we could eliminate the Zerg Queen and fight her directly. But now you see this situation. We don't even have a chance to fight her. No. Our original plan was to do whatever it takes if we have the chance. But now we don't have the chance. It's not cost-effective to continue to give it away here. At this time, listening to the discussions of the players, the Emperor Penguin also pondered for a while. Indeed, the current situation is similar to what the players said. Although they are ready to fight against the Zerg Queen, the premise is that they must at least fight against the Zerg Queen. And now it is obvious that they have no chance to stay. Here, all you can do is give someone away. And there is no other meaning. But the Emperor Penguins would definitely not be happy to retreat like this. After all, as other players said, this separation would be their farewell to the Zerg Queen forever. Because once the perception is lost, it is very difficult to find these bugs again. So now Emperor Penguins are also facing this problem. Whether to withdraw or not. Now that this matter has developed, the Emperor Penguin can probably guess why Jiang Yao is so obsessed with the Zerg Queen. Apart from the knowledge base of Queen Chengdu mentioned by Jiang Yao, the Emperor Penguin believes that the more important reason is because they and the Zerg themselves are the same race. Therefore, there are many similarities among them, whether it is genetic differences or other Emperor Penguins. I guess Jiang Yao has also thought of it. This is the reason why he is so anxious to eliminate the Zerg Queen. Because now the Queen of the Zerg has eloped with that civilization. It is not ruled out that civilization will capture some bugs for experimental research on weapons against the Zerg. If this is the case, then their battles will be very passive in the future. Although the players have evolved to this level, even if they develop specific weapons, the most they can do is increase the damage to the players. It is basically unrealistic to increase the damage too much. But the problem also arises here. Because in the battle with that unknown civilization, even a little increase in damage would be devastating to them. After all, in the battlefield, they have a special attack damage bonus to you, but you have no bonus to them. In such a situation, the opponent's strength is still higher than yours. If this wave is really defeated, it will be very clear who will win and who will lose. Therefore, Emperor Penguin estimates that Jiang Yao also took this into consideration before making such a wave of operations. But at this time, the Emperor Penguins knew that even if they thought about it, it would be meaningless. Because judging from the current situation, they had to withdraw. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the end. But at this moment, Emperor Penguin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately thought of a compromise. Brothers, let's get out of here first. The enemy's battle star's attack power is too strong, and coupled with its self-repair ability, if we want to eliminate this battle star, we can only continue to fight with them. However, judging from the current situation, it is obviously not suitable for fighting. It's a war of attrition. So it doesn't make much sense for us to stay here. Of course we cannot let go of such a good opportunity. So I have a preliminary plan for this. And this plan is also very simple. The two enemies we need to face now are the planet battle stars. And the second is the fleet of the mysterious civilization. Now it is definitely impossible for us to attack both sides. Or we can rush to destroy the planet battle stars before the mysterious fleet arrives. Destruction is impossible. So we might as well choose a compromise. That is, we evacuate this area. And then wait for the civilization's fleet to arrive. Then let's fight them first. If we can win them, then I think it will definitely take a lot of time for their second fleet to arrive. And this time is enough for us to destroy the battle star. And it would be easy if we didn't win this wave. Because we are outside, we can run wherever we want. At this time, the players heard what Emperor Penguin said, and after thinking for a while, they also felt that this method was feasible. So under the orders of various guild presidents, many players began to evacuate in an orderly manner. At this time, after watching the players retreat, the Zerg Queen was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, at the same time, she also understands that based on the current situation, it is indeed the best choice for the players to evacuate now. Therefore, it is not surprising that the players chose the Zerg Queen. Of course, while she escaped the disaster, she was somewhat impressed by the online defense of this planet. Because after his cannon fodder bug fought with the players before, she still had a fresh understanding of the damage done to the players. Originally, he thought that this battle star could not withstand the players' attacks. But she absolutely did not thinking that this battle star can easily carry it. If I'm not wrong, that mysterious civilization will definitely come over and transfer me to another place before long. At this time, looking at the players going away, the Zerg Queen thought like this. Then a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. For her, she was really unwilling to live in this way. But at this time, she had no other choice. Now she could only choose to compromise. Now my perception of void creatures is getting weaker and weaker. And it happened that at this time the void creatures united with those insects to attack me. From this point of view, it cannot be guessed that this weak perception should be caused by both sides. This also means that as long as I escape this wave, they will never be able to find me in the future. Thinking of this, the Zerg Queen thought of that mysterious cultural relic again. She knew very well that when she lost her value, That mysterious civilization would probably destroy her. But compared to being eliminated now, at least she can survive for a while. And this period of time is an opportunity for her. A chance to survive. Although she knows very well that the chance is slim. Do you want it or not? When the Zerg Queen thought of this, her thoughts were somewhat shaken. Because she knew very well that her development was closely monitored by that civilization. Under such circumstances, it was basically impossible for her to break away from their control or develop bugs that could fight against them. Because they trapped themselves in this area and allowed themselves to develop slowly. The resources they gave you were also planned by them. In other words, he was always within their control no matter what. Thinking of the Zerg Queen here, he felt that the so-called hope was actually him lying to himself. The main reason why she thought so at this time was because there was an opportunity in front of her. There was an opportunity to break away from control. Although the risk was high, she was thinking about whether she should do it or not. Thinking of this, she subconsciously picked up the crystal ball in her hand. With some hesitation in her eyes. This is her last trump card. A special teleportation device that teleports everything within range to a random location. This was something he had obtained at a certain ruins before. But the location of this thing's transmission is uncertain. It may be that it will teleport you to a safe place. Or it may be that it will teleport you directly to the interior of the star and vaporize you instantly. All in all, this thing is basically a portable version of the jump engine. As for how the article was made, the Zerg Queen didn't know. But she knew very well that it was a semi-finished product. Because the jumping location was not fixed. And the Zerg Queen didn't have the relevant technology to fix its jumping location. Although this thing is very helpful to her now, it also has a flaw. That is, it cannot be used in this area. Because the Zerg Queen tried to use this before when she was captured here. He found that there was no interference in this space, and the thing in her hand couldn't be used at all. Although she tried many ways to leave here on the way. The energy film outside was like a thick wall that she could not break no matter what method she used. At this time, watching the players leaving, the Zerg Queen knew that although she had no way, they must have a way. If I can figure out a way to follow them out, then we have to take a gamble. Rather than continue to stay here and become the object of observation by others and eventually lead to destruction. It is better to take a gamble. At this time, the Zerg Queen suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. She also knew very well that the risk of rushing out directly was very high. To put it bluntly, rushing out by force was directly exposing herself to the players. At that time, it was easy for people to send her away. But she also knows that huge risks naturally come with huge temptations. Because as long as you succeed, you will be free. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the Zerg Queen. And then she waved her hand, and saw several larvae crawling towards her. This is the base larvae. As long as she has them. Once she successfully escapes, it won't take long before she can re-establish the insect swarm. Although the risk is high, it is worth a try. After making up her mind, the queen immediately started to take action. And the next moment all the insect swarms in the entire space began to gather towards her. At the same time, a large number of eyeworms also flew in the direction of the player's evacuation, providing the Zerg Queen with the player's movements. Because based on the previous eyeworm report, he knew that these bugs had the ability to open this space. What she needed to do was to lead a large number of bugs to rush over the moment the other party opened the space, and let the insect swarm cover for himself, while he used this to rush out and use the crystal ball. Chapter 488 Fighting. At this time, on the player's side, the mighty evacuation team quickly arrived at the scheduled evacuation point. And at the same time, the players outside immediately started the instruments and opened the passage. As the passage opened, players began to leave this space one after another. At this time, while the players were still evacuating, they were on the side of the Zerg Queen. At this time, he listened to Eyeworm's report and confirmed that his idea was correct. I didn't expect that they actually mastered the technology to get out of here. Then that's the case. Let's talk. I saw the Zerg Queen setting off with all the remaining bugs here. Although the Zerg suffered heavy losses in the previous battles, fortunately the number of the Zerg swarm was large enough. So now the Zerg Queen pulled out more than 300,000 troops and rushed towards the direction where the players were evacuating. At the same time, while the players were still evacuating, the Uglina players on the front line discovered that something was wrong. Brothers, what's wrong? The fleet of that mysterious civilization is coming. At the same time, when the players who were evacuating heard the news, their expressions changed. What's going on? How many warships did the other side come to? About more than 20,000 ships. After hearing this number, the players' hearts could not help but sink. After the wave of battles just now, the players still have close to 200,000 remaining troops. But the players know very well that even if they have an advantage in terms of quantity, there is a high probability that they will be thrown dozens of streets away by the enemy in terms of quality. Are so many coming? Now we are in big trouble. We don't know what the technological level of this batch of warships from the other side is. There is nothing we can do now. We can only risk our lives to fill it up and see the effect. What class of warships are the more than 20,000 warships made up of? It seems that the documents on the other side are basically the same model. If they are distinguished by size, they should all be cruiser level. At this time, everyone was even more confused after hearing the words of the Eyeworm players. What do you mean? They are all battleships of the same level? There is something wrong with the opponent's battleship lineup. You can't say that. For a civilization of their level, I estimate that their warships are very functional. One warship can replace the functions of several warships. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to match up like this. Brothers, let's not talk about these things for now. Now we should seize the time and be fully prepared for the battle. Our main attack this time is the Thunder Beast. Please protect the Thunder Beast. Also, redistribute the team. Each high-level Thunder Beast will be paired with certain other types of troops to form an assault force. Okay. Learn. After allocating the general plan in this way, the people immediately began to take action. They had made many plans for the lineup before. Naturally, they had a plan for the main attack before. So when they decided to implement this plan, many bugs consciously moved towards the Thunder Beast they had originally planned. With just a few, the overall lineup has been revealed. The first is a 50,000-person raid team led by several high-level Thunder Beasts. These teams were teleported by high-level Thunder Beasts after the war started. Go directly to the opponent's lineup to fight. Behind them is a main formation composed of defensive cockroaches, corruptors, and many other types of troops. Brothers, in this wave, shall we fight directly in close combat or from a distance? A player suddenly asked after seeing that everyone was basically in place. Let's see the situation first. If we can cause effective damage to them, then after the assault team is in place, our main force will immediately launch a charge. In the early stage, we still have the main team here to throw onions from a long distance to try the water on the opposite side. As for the early stage of the raiding team, just wait and see for the time being. At this time, as orders were issued one after another, the prepared players were also staring in a certain direction. After about a few minutes of this, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from that area, and the players who saw this scene naturally knew that the enemy was coming. The next moment, as rays of light lit up, the fleet of the mysterious civilization suddenly appeared in the player's sight. And the moment they appeared, the players naturally knew that their first head-to-head confrontation with this mysterious civilization had begun. Immediately afterwards, the players did not hesitate. The main formation launched an attack on the opponent immediately, and the opponent naturally responded immediately. In this way, the battle between the two sides was about to break out. At that time, all kinds of attacks were seen flying across the battlefield, and the players relied on the cockroaches in the front row to block most of the enemy's attacks, while the output units in the back row were doing life-threatening and crazy output. At this time, they were watching the sky full of attacks hitting the enemy, but the enemy did nothing. Through this, the players were able to determine what the situation of the opponent's warship was. Brothers, these bastard warships are really capable of resisting. Yeah, it's hard to beat because of its rough skin and thick flesh. At this time, as the battle begins, the players also know how strong the opponent is. Normally, they need 30 stage 4 or above corruptors to fight against an enemy warship. Although there are many high-level units in the hands of players now, this only accounts for a part of them. For units such as corruptors that are very expensive to start with, most players are only in the second or third stage. If corruptors at this stage want to fight against the enemy, they will need more numbers. The main reason why the fourth stage can cause effective damage is that it has entered the auto-transformer, and its attributes and skills have been greatly improved. But it has not entered the auto-transformation stage, although there is a certain amount of damage. For this kind of it doesn't mean much for a battleship of this level, while players can at least destroy each other's warships. The situation on the void creature side is even worse. If they want to kill a warship, they have to pay at least hundreds or thousands of void creatures. It is very simple for the opponent to kill void creatures, even if void creatures are immune to most damage. For the opponent, killing them is still the same as chopping melons and vegetables. because the opponent's attack seems to be able to ignore this defense of the void creatures. This also causes the void creatures that have lost their special bonus to suffer heavy casualties. Of course, this is also normal. After all, while void creatures have strong immunity, their shortcomings are also obvious. That is, his blood volume is not very high. But now facing this enemy, he no longer even has his own advantage. He is only left with a disadvantage and fights with the enemy. So he will naturally suffer heavy losses. If they hadn't replenished troops quickly enough, players estimate that all the void creatures would have been wiped out in a short time. However, even if the void creatures were patched quickly enough, the effect would not be great. Now on the battlefield, they basically can't provide much attack help. Their biggest role now is to help share some of the firepower. And that's it. Fortunately for the players at this time, cockroaches are relatively cost-effective. So many players have advanced to the 4th stage. The defense bugs hatched by the Zerg host on the outer belt cooperate with the cockroaches, which improves the defense capabilities of these cockroaches by several levels. Brothers, the opponent's damage is too high. A cockroach with full health and various buffs cannot survive for more than a few minutes. While fighting at this time, the cockroach player also told everyone in the group about the current situation on his side. Damn, it's too difficult. This level of defense can't last long. The only thing that can withstand damage now is the Thunder Beast. But once the Thunder Beast is focused on fire, it won't be able to withstand it for long. Brothers, what should we do next? Should we rush or not? After hearing this question, Emperor Penguin began to think about it. In fact, judging from the current situation, he knew very well that they were capable of wiping out the enemy. But after wiping out the enemy, their losses would also be high. It was very heavy. So he didn't know whether his remaining troops could break down the defense of the planet Battlestar. Also, he doesn't know when the opponent's support fleet will arrive, because the formations appearing here are all chasing the insect nest. This matter is quite difficult to handle. Just looking at everything in front of him, the Emperor Penguin also fell into a tangle. After a long time, he decided to give it a try. Brothers, we can fight this wave, but we will definitely suffer heavy losses. And I am not sure whether the remaining troops can break through the planet Battlestar before the enemy's second wave of fleet arrives. But now we can only take a gamble. When they heard what Emperor Penguin said, the players naturally knew what he wanted to express. So without hesitation, the Thunder Beast team immediately started the teleportation. And at the moment when the Thunder Beast team was teleported, the main formation also began to rush towards the opponent, hoping to engage in a close combat with the enemy. At this time, as the players took action, the enemy was naturally not to be outdone and began to engage in fierce close combat with the players. As the battle began, players also felt that the pressure was obviously much greater than before. In the past, when they fought with other advanced civilizations, once they got close to the warships of those advanced civilizations, they would easily be defeated one by one. But it's different now. Even after they get close to this civilization, they still need at least 10 to 20 corruptors to chase one of the opponent's warships. Otherwise, they will be counterattacked if they fail. For this battle, players commented that it was too difficult. It is indeed too difficult. The opponent's single-target combat ability is not bad. And the biggest advantage of players is to use the Zerg's strong defense and recovery power to consume the enemy in close-range single-target combat. But now it is obvious that this routine it won't work. Mater, how can you be so strong? At this time, the players complained while fighting. According to the players' understanding, in this universe, the advanced civilizations of the Empire have reached the ultimate understanding of matter, and the battleships they create are considered to be extremely powerful in the universe. And now this civilization gives players the feeling that the strength of their battleships has surpassed that extreme. And it went beyond a lot. I feel that when fighting against this kind of civilization, the combat arms in our hands must be at least stage 4 or above. Otherwise, the pressure will be too great. In order to have the qualifications to compete with the opponent in equal numbers, we may not be able to fight with them in equal numbers. The troops in hand must fly to at least the 7th stage. If there weren't so many evolution scrolls in stage 7, I guess I wouldn't even be able to get to stage 4. At this time, when the players were having a difficult battle with the void creatures, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Brothers, things are not going well. Look behind you. At this time, as a player explained in the channel, many players subconsciously looked behind them, and when they saw the scene behind them, they were dumbfounded. Holy crap. The Zerg Queen is here too. What are they here for? I think there's a good chance he's here to steal our butts. Maid, These people's tactics of taking advantage of the situation are quite smooth. What was different from what the players thought at this time was that after this group of bugs came out, they did not attack the players immediately. Just when the players were still curious, the next moment, the Zerg Queen appeared in front of them. And what the players noticed was that the Zerg Queen was holding a blue sphere in her hand, and the sphere was faintly emitting light. At this time, in the surprised eyes of the players, they saw that the sphere began to shine brightly, and then the surrounding space began to become distorted. In just an instant, the Zerg Queen disappeared here together with some of the surrounding insects. The players who saw this scene were immediately dumbfounded, because the Zerg Queen's movements were so fast. The players didn't even have a chance to intercept. Disappeared? The players at this time looked surprised. So fast? Looking at the situation, it seems that he jumped away. That's a bit outrageous. Doesn't this thing jump without reading the bar? It just swipes and it's gone. Just when the players were still confused, the remaining Zerg rushed towards them in a swarm. Players who saw this scene naturally knew what this old man wanted to do. Thief's son. Sneak away and let other bugs come to mess with us. Worry. We're in big trouble now. It will be difficult for us to find her after this run. After the fight here, let's go and chase him. We should be able to make it in time. The fight here is over, and we don't have much left. If she plays like the leader, we will be embarrassed. At this time, although the players were confused about the operation of the Zerg Queen, they also knew that now was not the time to care about this. So they immediately redistributed it, and let the void creatures block these bugs while they continued to fight with this civilization. After being allocated in this way, the void creatures and players once again entered into battle. As time went by, the two sides became inseparable. The unknown civilization had high defense and fierce attacks, but the number of players was 10 times theirs, so each had its own advantages. Chapter 489: A Tragic Victory. Although compared to this unknown civilization, the casualties on the player's side were very heavy. It just so happened that after a lot of tossing, the players also figured out the general approach of the other party. To put it simply, players only need to use the Thunder Beast as the core. Assist the Thunder Beast, and let the Thunder Beast attack the enemy's warships. Then, the battleships will be cleared very quickly. In order to ensure the status of the Thunder Beast, players spontaneously formed a defensive array to protect the Thunder Beast from damage, so that the Thunder Beast could attack those enemies with peace of mind. It is also because of this wave of players operating the enemy's warships that they are also reducing at an extremely fast speed. In this way, the original attack units play various auxiliary roles on the battlefield, and some of them are responsible for delaying battleships. Some were responsible for fending off attacks. The high-level corruptors, the Cyclops, and some of the main attack units were attacking crazily under the cover of everyone, while some low-level units acted as cannon fodder and human shields. This time, the players' thinking was very clear. In order to ensure victory in this battle, they could only choose the path of maintaining high-end combat power. As long as the combat units can cause effective damage to the enemy in a short period of time, the players are desperately trying to save them, because these units have output while they are alive. In this way, as time goes by, although the players suffered heavy losses in the low-level units, fortunately, the losses in the high-level units were within the acceptable range, and the number of this unknown civilization gradually decreased under the attacks of the players, until finally they were all wiped out by the players. With the enemies eliminated, players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In this wave of battle, players lost nearly 120,000 troops, and the enemy lost 20,000. A 16-fold difference. But for the players, it is all worth it, because through this battle, the players also know that they have the ability to PvP with this civilization. As long as you can't even break through the defense, as long as you can cause effective damage to the enemy, then even if you encounter players in the future, you think this battle is still possible. And after this wave, players have also deeply realized the benefits of having strong enough single-target combat capabilities. In fact, they have never experienced this kind of situation before, because from the beginning to the present, the battles that the players have experienced have basically been that their side is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the enemy is a big advantage. Under such circumstances, the enemy fought hard and finally won. In fact, the situation of this battle was basically the same as the players' previous encounters, except that the roles were reversed this time. But it was also because the players had the experience of previous battles, so they know very well what they fear most when they are at a disadvantage. When you are at a disadvantage, what you fear most is attrition. But if you have an advantage, You just have to be willing to use other units as human shields. Helping the decisive arms increase their survivability. The disadvantaged side will be easily defeated. In the battles that players encountered in the past, they basically did not encounter civilizations doing this. So even if their numbers are relatively small, they can win every battle. Of course, players can understand if they don't do this. After all, compared to some civilizations, the situation is different. Their warships have invested a lot of manpower and material resources, using other warships to serve as part of the elite warships. Cannon fodder itself is not feasible. Not to mention that he can't guarantee whether this plan will be successful. So no one dares to implement it. But the players are different. As long as they can win, they can try any plan. And they are very confident about this wave of operations. After all, as the weak side, they have a lot of experience in defeating more with less. And they know where the pain points of the weak side are. They just need to seize this pain point and attack like crazy. In this way, after the battle ended, the players also began to clean up. Appreciating the materials of these advanced civilizations is of great research value. Secondly, there are also a lot of ores inside them as energy reserves. And these ores have been used. Players take it away and use it to recover their own injuries. Although the quantity of these ores was far from enough for the players, as the saying goes, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. So they took the ores away without hesitation. After doing this, players can quickly evacuate this place. Although they won this wave, they lost money because they did not complete their original plan. So not only did they not get any rewards in this wave, they also added a lot of troops. Fortunately, through this game, the players also fully realized the gap between their own civilizations. Although that civilization left a lot of resources internally, due to time constraints, it was naturally impossible for the players to stay and slowly collect all those resources. So the players only collected part of it and left in a hurry. As for the planet Battlestar, if you can get it, it will be a big improvement for the players. But the price that players now have to pay to defeat him is too high. So players can only give up. In general, players suffered very heavy losses in this wave. At the same time, through this wave of players, they also know how uncomfortable it is to fight a war of attrition with the enemy when resources are insufficient. Today, players may have to spend 10 times or even 20 times more resources than the opponent to defeat the opponent. If their resource storage volume is not large enough, then they will only be killed alive when fighting the enemy, consumed to death. But the only good thing is that this wave of attacks by the players gave Jiang Yao some precious breathing time. After he recovered all the resources that the players had collected before, Jiang Yao once again embarked on the road to escape, because the civilized fleet would not wait long and would come back to pursue Jiang Yao. However, Jiang Yao also discovered a problem through this wave. That is, the fleet of the other civilization was not as powerful as he imagined. If the numerical difference was not huge, he still had a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao gradually had an idea in his mind. It didn't take long for the players to receive another message. That message was Jiang Yao's strategic policy for that unknown civilization. First of all, through the last wave of battles, Jiang Yao can basically confirm that the technological level of the opponent's warship is very high, and even said that there are many things in it. Jiang Yao estimates that even for that level of civilization, it will be difficult to obtain a large amount. This means that the number of warships with that kind of technology is limited, and it is impossible to have millions or even tens of millions of warships. Of course, for Jiang Yao, even if the other party comes out with hundreds of thousands, he has no way to solve it. But he couldn't solve hundreds of thousands. He still had a way to deal with these tens of thousands. So in response to this, he made a plan for the players. That is, the players would continue to collect resources in the universe under normal circumstances. At this time, the mysterious unknown civilization will most likely continue to send fleets to chase him according to the previous routine. But the number of fleets he sends is estimated to be about the same as the previous wave, only around 20,000 to 30,000. So Jiang Yao's idea is that if the number of the opponent's aircraft and warships is determined, then it can recall the players and fight with these warships by consuming the enemy in this way. For Jiang Yao, it only takes a few days to replenish the dead bugs as long as he has the resources. However, if the opponent's warship dies, it will probably be difficult to replenish it within a few years. After 1 or 2 waves of such an operation, the enemies will naturally know that in the long run, the risk will be very high for them. Because when the number of their warships drops to a certain level, Jiang Yao will definitely attack them without hesitation. attack. At this point, they had only two choices. The first choice was to send a large number of soldiers to pursue Jiang Yao. In this case, Jiang Yao would not be able to confront them head-on. But at this stage, it is completely possible to release the players and repeat the previous operations, allowing them to continue collecting resources while they continue to escape. If the opponent does this, their hometown defense will inevitably be much empty. And this is a good offensive opportunity for the players. Although it is definitely impossible to win. Players can do some damage and then run away. It can definitely be done. After such a wave of operations, the situation on the other side will definitely not be too good. All in all, the strategy he is going to adopt in this wave is that when the enemy advances, I retreat and the enemy retreats while I advance. If I don't confront you directly, I will slowly fight with you to consume them. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yao immediately began to make arrangements. At this time, the brainworms have achieved some results in their research on the energy of that planet. Of course, the main reason why they were able to make progress was because when they attacked the Zerg Queen this time, they performed an analysis of the outer layer of energy. This level of energy is naturally several levels lower than what they are studying. But the principles of the two are the same. Research through this commonality has made their understanding of this energy much clearer. The brainworm that had achieved results in this way immediately informed Jiang Yao of the research progress here. What you mean is that the energy shield developed by this mysterious civilization is actually completely different from the shield in our hands. In addition, our previous conjecture that this mysterious civilization also obtained this energy body was wrong? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown when he heard what Brainworm said. Jiang Yao was very surprised by the news that Brainworm told him. You must know that this kind of energy body is very strange in terms of composition and characteristics. Yes, if Jiang Yao had to describe it, he could only use this word to describe it, because many of its characteristics violate the laws of the existing universe. Ordinary civilizations would never consider their functions in this regard even if they were to study similar weapons, because it is basically impossible to achieve this function. The reason why I know these functions or characteristics is mainly because I have obtained this energy shield, and through research we know its essence. It is also for this reason that I can know this. Only then can we know that there is such a strange thing in the universe. And this is where Jiang Yao finds it tricky. It has never been difficult to study certain things in the universe, because even if you can't study this kind of thing now, at least it exists, and you can slowly study its principles and composition. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the research on low-level civilizations. You will be able to understand it after you become a high-level civilization. So as long as this kind of thing exists, it is only a matter of time for you to research it. But if this kind of thing doesn't exist, and you want to study it, then the difficulty is different. The difficulty of starting from something to utilizing it is completely different from that of starting something from scratch. And just now, Brainworm told himself that the things in the hands of that mysterious civilization were researched by themselves. And the most important thing was that they were researched by themselves without any reference. This is outrageous. You need to know the characteristics of this thing. Its function or other functions are actually the same as the special energy body you obtained. If they really started research from scratch, how did they make two things so similar? At this time, Jiang Yao asked the Brainworm his biggest doubt. As for Jiang Yao's doubts, Brainworm naturally knows why he thinks so. After all, if there are only some similarities, then it doesn't really matter. After all, such coincidences occur everywhere in the universe. But basically all the functions displayed are similar. So if you still say this is a coincidence, this is more or less unreasonable. As for Jiang Yao's doubts, Brainworm naturally gave him a reasonable explanation. The leader is actually very simple. Although in the development of civilization, the things they produce are different depending on the civilization. But after reaching certain points, they are actually the same. While talking, Brainworm briefly gave Jiang Yao a few examples. For example, take a spaceship that a low-level civilization enters into space. No matter what civilization it is. Of course, the civilization here excludes those civilizations that can survive in the universe. Usually, if some ordinary civilizations want to set foot in the universe, they will produce spaceships. This is consistent, perhaps because of different civilizations. The spaceships they produce have different functions and different appearances, but their essence is the same. Another example is some physical laws or mathematical laws, the most basic things in the universe, which are the same for us and other civilizations. This is also the reason why we can communicate normally with other civilizations, because the innate language system of our Zerg contains the most basic self-translation system. This kind of thing uses the simplest mathematical template, whether it is us or other civilizations. Although we have different names for numbers or other things in mathematics, the core calculation results are the same. So we can convert and communicate in this way. Which is why the energy body studied by that civilization has so many similarities with what we accidentally discovered. Jiang Yao also nodded thoughtfully after hearing what Brainworm said. Chapter 490, Discovering a New Resource Planet. Jiang Yao is naturally aware of what Brainworm said. But if it is true as Brainworm said, then the technological level of this unknown civilization may far exceed his imagination. Because they mentioned the characteristics of the energy body through their own research and implemented most of its functions. And they used another kind of material. This alone was enough for Jiang Yao to know the opponent's strength. After all, as Brainworm said, there are prerequisites for commonality. For example, if ordinary civilizations want to explore space, they will all build spaceships. This is commonality. But this kind of commonality only comes after reaching a certain node. Something that will exist. If this is the case, then the group of troops that fought with the players before is most likely not their main force. At this time, through the Brainworm's explanation, Jiang Yao guessed that whether it was the fleet that was chasing him or the fleet that the players were fighting, it was most likely not the main formation of this civilization. If they have really researched to that point, then their progress cannot be at this level. So the only explanation is that these fleets should be warships that they eliminated a long time ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's heart couldn't help but sink. If his guess was true, then he would face the main force of this civilization next. They must have discovered through the previous battle that it is basically impossible to defeat us through these eliminated battleships. So they will definitely change their strategy and directly pull the main force over. When their main force comes, there is a high probability that they will not be able to resist it, because the strength of the main battleships will definitely be much higher than the strength of the batch of eliminated battleships they brought over previously. Even the elimination of battleships on his side was so tiring. If once he faced the main force, thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel that the matter was difficult. It seems that it is too early to break up with that civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think of this issue. In fact, before breaking up with this civilization, he also thought about whether it was too hasty to take action directly now. However, based on his previous experience of fighting against powerful enemies such as the Empire and the Starry Sky Behemoths, Jiang Yao believes that the strength of ships in this universe has only reached their level. No matter how high it is, it cannot be much higher. Other than that, it shouldn't be any higher. But who would have thought that this would be the final result? In fact, Jiang Yao knew very well at that time that when the Thunder Beast began to advance, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Because at the 10th stage, it stands to reason that his size should continue to increase, allowing his blood volume to continue to rise. However, in fact, the ultrasonic beast in the 10th stage is only over 100 meters tall. This means that the huge Thunder Beast that was originally dozens of kilometers has shrunk in the 10th stage. Of course, Jiang Yao also knew very well why this Thunder Beast shrank. It was an improvement in life level. By the 10th stage, Jiang Yao clearly discovered that Xianyu's Thunder Beast's life level had been improved, and his defense was no longer the same conventional defense as before. Its defense has an additional dimension of defense, which is a new defense mode. This also makes the opponent's attack useless to Xianyu if it does not reach a certain level, because most of the attacks will change from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional when they are close to the salted fish. The attacks of the 2-dimensional paper man will not cause any harm to the 3-dimensional body. Even if there is, it is minimal. In fact, the moment Xianyu evolved to this stage, Jiang Yao realized that the situation was not good after understanding his situation. Because this brand new defense mode and the brand new dimensional attack methods he has mastered all say that there are higher level attacks and defense methods in this universe. But he is just not aware of it at his previous level. And when Xianyu successfully evolved, he learned about this situation. But after he knew this, he had to think about another question, which was whether the other civilization had mastered this attack technology. Since the detectors discovered by the players past this point, it is enough to show that the opponent has most likely mastered this technology. But he still has a bit of luck. And just after the players formally fought with him, what they showed made Jiang Yao think that he might be very lucky. Because his luck was true. And the opponent did not master this kind of attack and defense that was beyond comprehension. Model. But after hearing what the old worm told him, Jiang Yao calmed down instantly. Because once what the brainworm said was true, it meant that the other party had mastered these technologies. This means that the battleships that the players fought before were just cannon fodder battleships that they eliminated. Even the cannon fodder battleships on our side have been beaten like this. So what will be the result when the main force comes? At this time, while Jiang Yao was still worrying about this, the players were there. After the battle, the players left there and began to wander around the universe. What is different from the past is that this time the players discovered a planet with resources at his first stop. This is a red planet that appears to be located in a huge planetary system. And when the players entered the planet, they found that the planet was very cold, and the temperature would fluctuate around several hundred degrees Celsius below zero. And players also found traces of life here. On this planet, players actually discovered trees similar to those on Blue Star. But compared to the trees on Blue Star, the trees here are very different from those on Blue Star. The trees on the red planet are not evergreen all year round like the trees on the Blue Star. They are gray. And they have a characteristic: they continue to change over time. At the same time, players also discovered many fossil fragments of similar creatures. Among the fossils discovered, the most complete animal fossil should be a fossil similar to a dinosaur egg. Most of the dinosaur egg fossils preserved here are small eggs, with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. At first, players didn't pay much attention to eggs of this size. But as more and more eggs were discovered, players felt strange energy reactions inside some eggs. Brothers, what is going on? I don't know. How can there be energy reaction in these eggs? Just watching everyone's discussion, the Emperor Penguin came over and pointed at a few of the eggs and asked, where were some of the eggs found? He went to Earth and asked several players who had discovered such eggs. He pointed to a cave not far away and said, these are all found in that cave. Hearing what the player said, the Emperor Penguin frowned and then flew towards the cave. As soon as the Emperor Penguins entered, they found a lot of rocks at the entrance of the cave. Then the Emperor Penguin ignored the stones and continued to fly inside. After flying for a long time, the Emperor Penguin discovered that the surrounding scenery had changed. First, the road began to become a little narrow, and the huge cave that was originally dozens of kilometers in diameter began to shrink rapidly. And during the flight, the Emperor Penguins keenly discovered that the surrounding environment seemed to be moving. But when he stopped and looked closer, they became still again. The parrot made the Emperor Penguin frown instinctively. Looking at the increasingly smaller passage ahead, the Emperor Penguin used the energy-devouring copying skill to copy a smaller defensive bug, and then control the defensive bug towards the hole. The deeper area flew past. After flying for a while, the Emperor Penguin found a road paved with stones in the cave. And on the road paved with stones, he encountered a large puddle. To be precise, it should be a lake. There are grasslands on both sides of the lake. There are some mushroom-like plants growing on the grass. There are many small fish in the lake. The Emperor Penguins, who saw this scene, were also amazed by everything in front of them. I don't know the temperature difference outside. At least from a few degrees below zero to a few hundred degrees. But there is life in this hole. Although these lives are mainly gray and black, their appearance and composition are similar to the fish of Blue Star. The classes are still very similar. Moreover, the Emperor Penguin also discovered that the entire composition of these creatures is different from that on Blue Star, and is similar to the dinosaur eggs seen outside before. Some energy reactions can be felt inside these creatures. If I'm not wrong, these special energy reactions should be the reason why these creatures can live here. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin turned his attention to the lake again. After thinking for a while, he controlled the clone to swim towards the lake. Then as he continued to go deeper, he gradually discovered that something was wrong. He made a preliminary estimate of the depth of the lake, which was at least 1,000 or 2,000 meters. And as the depth goes down, the temperature of the lake gets lower. This is something he did not expect, and he knew it through perception. The substance that makes up the lake is not the water that I think of, but some other substances. But for the Emperor Penguin, it doesn't matter what substance it is. What's important is that as he goes deeper, he finds that the energy of the clone is being consumed rapidly, and it is estimated that it will disintegrate on its own before long. The Emperor Penguin was also shocked when he saw this scene. He was very clear about the situation of the clones. Although these things often break at the touch of a touch, you are targeting those civilizations with space combat capabilities. That's true. But for some low-level civilizations, it's basically impossible for them to crush this thing. If you want to destroy this low-level civilization of clones, you must at least use nuclear bombs. And now your clone actually has a dissipation reaction in an inconspicuous lake on this planet. What does this mean? The damage that amber can cause is definitely no less than that of nuclear weapons. This also made the emperor penguins have a great interest in this lake. So, after thinking for a while, he told the other players about the situation here, and asked them to drive bugs in to explore. After understanding the situation clearly, several players volunteered to enter the pool. And when the players came to the bottom of the pool after a period of time, they found that there was a special energy film here. And this discovery immediately made all the players pay attention here. Although these energy films hindered the flow of the lake water, inflow, but it does not hinder players. After a simple understanding, players will know how to pass this film. This kind of film will emit its own unique energy frequency. As long as your frequency keeps resonating, you can penetrate this film. It is too easy for players to do this. Therefore, several players entered the film easily. And when they entered the inside of the film, several players were stunned by the sight in front of them. In front of us is an underground world. This is a world made of millions of tons of rocks and minerals. Players estimate that the world's oldest building is at least tens of billions of years old. And there are all kinds of buildings in this long and dark underground city. Some blue creatures with fins live here. The players who saw this scene were also stunned by the scene in front of them. They never expected that this planet actually contained universe. And the most important thing was that this planet was actually so rich. Or looking at the ore that can be seen everywhere. The players just feel as if they are in paradise. Although players have collected many mining areas that are countless times larger than the amount in front of them. There is no way these mining areas can compare with the ores in front of them, because they are so dense. Compared to mining areas where you have to travel far to dig a little, this place is undoubtedly a paradise. Otherwise, after seeing these things, the first reaction of the players is to snatch. Although there are civilizations inside this planet that the players do not know. But for the players, since they have discovered them, there is no need for them to exist. As a result, people launched an attack on these unknown creatures without hesitation. And through fighting, players discovered that these creatures had entered the industrial age. They have a lot of modern weapons in their hands. Although these weapons are very powerful for them, they are not taken seriously by the players. Therefore, their resistance seemed extremely ridiculous in front of the players. And the players quickly solved them. Of course, under normal circumstances, players are too lazy to deal with such a weak civilization, because with their strength, many rules can no longer control them. So players are usually too lazy to deal with such a weak civilization. But this civilization is different. They guard such a large treasure trove, and players naturally cannot easily let them go. After all, through simple understanding, players know that this kind of creature relies on ore to survive. If they take away the ore, even if they don't fight with them, they won't survive long. So they can only choose to face the invaders, start a war. But their struggles are in vain for the players. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. So even though they tried their best, they could not avoid the fate of destruction in the end. Chapter 491 Research Progress. After solving this planet, the players continued on their journey. This time, the main purpose of the players is to pursue the traces of the Zerg Queen while rushing on the road. Now the void creatures still have a certain sensitivity to the Zerg Queen. So players still have the opportunity to continue chasing the Zerg Queen. Of course, they will not give up collecting resources during the pursuit. Therefore, their pursuit method is to have void creatures and eyeworms pursue from the front, while the large army follows behind while chasing and sweeping up resources. Because the losses of players in the previous battle were relatively large. But fortunately after the battle, Jiang Yao also increased the production of bugs. Although the high-stage bugs were not made up, some regular military players were still basically it's almost done. Therefore, once players encounter Resource Galaxy combat troops, they will clean up there and mark the coordinates. If the galaxy here is cleaned up, then the players' combat troops will continue to the next galaxy, and the logistics troops at the rear will come to the cleared place and start collecting resources. In this way, the division of labor between players is clear, compared to the past. After experiencing this battle, the players have a full understanding of their current strength and what the situation is like. Although they can easily defeat most civilizations in the universe, players will still feel uncomfortable once they encounter an unknown civilization. So the players know very well that what they need to do now is to improve their strength as quickly as possible. They need to collect as many resources as possible and then push the overall evolutionary stage forward. On Jiang Yao's side, as for the player's operations, he doesn't have much thoughts on it now. His main thoughts now are on the research of this energy body. Because now he knows very well that if he wants to deal with this advanced civilization, then he can only do it if he has a thorough understanding of this special energy body and uses it. In this way, Jiang Yao is paying attention to the research progress of the brainworms every day, and when necessary, he will add more brainworms to invest in the research there. Of course, while researching, his resource collection has not fallen behind, because the black insects and the insect troops he sent out before have conquered many resource planets during this period and obtained a large amount of resources for him. These resources are far from enough, especially when facing the enemies later. He needs advanced arms of level 7 or above. If these troops want to be implemented for players, they can only do so by issuing evolution coupons, which means that they need to add a lot of evolution points. But for Jiang Yao, apart from knowing the approximate strength of the unknown civilization, the previous battle did not help. The most helpful thing for him is the Shield of Civilization research, because of the commonality between the two. The brainworms who collected the data have a reference when studying this energy body, and through these references, the progress of the brainworms' research on the energy body has been greatly improved. From the slow progress at the beginning to now, the brainworms' research progress on this unknown energy has reached 30%. This is undoubtedly good news for Jiang Yao, because not long ago, his research on this energy body was only about 10%. That is to say, in less than a month, Jiang Yao has made extremely exaggerated progress. But he also knows very well that this kind of research progress is only temporary, because the research progress of this real scene is the greatest improvement that the brainworms can get by studying the energy of that unknown civilization. And the old men will still need to slowly improve the research progress in the future. And in order to ensure that the research progress of the brainworms is fast enough, Jiang Yao has evolved all the brainworms participating in the research to the 4th stage or even the 5th stage. It is no exaggeration to say that the brainworms at this stage have more powerful computing power than the super intelligent brains of many advanced civilizations. Under normal circumstances, advanced civilizations will only build 1 or 2 supercomputers of this level, because it consumes too many resources to build a supercomputer of this level. And 1 or 2 are completely enough. Now in charge of researching this energy body, Jiang Yao has invested thousands of brainworms, which is a very exaggerated number, because of the characteristics of the Zerg race. Even newly born cerebrates can quickly master things that other cerebrates have mastered after studying them for a long time through knowledge sharing. This also makes the brainworms rise very quickly, which of course also greatly reduces the progress of the entire research. In this way, as time goes by, the players and Jiang Yao are executing their respective plans, although they have not made great achievements during this period. Fortunately, everything is developing step by step. Time has passed like this, several months, and in these months, the players have broken through 6 resource points. But as time goes by, the void creatures are becoming less and less aware of Zerg travel. And the Zerg Queen seems to know that it is not safe for him to stop during this period. So while people are chasing him, he always in a state of movement. This also prevented the players from catching him. At this time, seeing that the perception of the void creatures is getting weaker and weaker, the players know that if this continues, it may be impossible to catch the Zerg Queen. In fact, when the players knew that the Zerg Queen was also following Jiang Yao's example of constantly jumping and dodging to pursue, they already knew that this matter was likely to be a failure. After such a long time, the players still failed to keep the Zerg Queen, which also made the players feel a bit regretful. Although in the current state of the Zerg Queen, even if she is given time to develop, she will no longer be able to threaten the players. But this is only temporary. As for what will happen in the future, players don't know. At this time, compared to the players, Jiang Yao has made great progress in his research, and his analysis of energy bodies has reached 40%. Therefore, the main reason why this speed can be achieved in just a few months is that, in addition to the easier analysis of the previous stages, Jiang Yao's investment is large enough. You must know that brainworms consume a lot of energy when performing calculations. Jiang Yao spends a lot of resources on Lao Xiong every day. It is also because these resources continuously supplement the consumption of brainworms that these only if the brainworms can run at full power during this period can the research progress be so fast. Chief, the current research progress on energy bodies has reached 40%. Now we can use this energy body to a certain extent. At this time, the brainworms, who have made great progress in research, are reporting their current situation to Jiang Yao. Of course, this is undoubtedly good news for Jiang Yao, using the energy body to a certain extent. Let's talk about it in detail. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's question, the brainworms immediately explained the general situation to him. Chief, first of all, We have solved the problem of the energy body's entry and exit. Now we can create instruments that can open this energy body to allow living or non-living things to enter. Hearing this, Jiangyao nodded. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Because after mastering this thing, it meant that his Blue Star transfer plan could be implemented. As long as Blue Star is moved inside, it means that he does not need to worry too much about the safety of Blue Star. Secondly, because of the time difference, he no longer needs to worry about the lifespan of the players. This is good news. Apart from this function, have we found any other functions? Hearing this, Brainworm nodded and continued. Chief, because the most important part of the plan you made at the beginning was not the Blue Star migration plan. All our research routes during this period are also focused here. The composition of this energy body is too complicated. So if you want to open it, you not only need conventional material technology, but also the most critical point is that this energy body will have a certain obstruction or damage to the soul. So if you wanted to open a channel, you also need to research soul technology. We know very little about all aspects of technology. So the progress of research is extremely slow. Through long-term research on brain worms inside the planet, we have also achieved a lot of results. Tell me the story. While studying the instrument to open the channel, we also developed another instrument. Another instrument? What's it for? Jiangyao asked. It can peel off the soul of a living body. And of course, it can also return the stripped soul to the living body. Jiangyao also frowned when he heard what Brainworm said. And then asked, what's the use? Chief, I once learned a word from Blue Star's literature book. What vocabulary? Time travel. Hearing this, Jiangyao looked at Brainworm with some confusion. Looking at Jiangyao's eyes, Brainworm naturally knew what he wanted to ask. So Brainworm continued to add. Many literary works in Blue Star have mentioned the word time travel, which means that a person's soul travels to another world and starts a new life from there. And the instrument we developed is similar to time travel. Chief, you can wear this instrument to allow your soul to travel to other places. Of course, you can also attach your soul to some newborn cubs to replace him. And compared to the time travel in the work, our operation is more advanced because we can recycle the soul at any time, which means that our time travel process is reversible. The most critical thing at the moment is that we can steal intelligence in this way. Find a way to project the soul to a certain cub of our enemy, and then replace him and lurk in the enemy's civilization. After acquiring important value, you can return this important information through your soul. And after passing this information, you can continue to return to that individual to collect information. When Jiangyao heard what Brainworm said, his eyes lit up. According to the Brainworm, this is not a spy machine that defies heaven. But after thinking of this, Jiangyao immediately realized another problem. Is there any way you can ensure the safety of your soul during the time travel? After all, the soul is very fragile. If the enemy has a way to target it, it is very likely that the time traveler will die on the spot. Regarding this point, Brainworm told Jiangyao that there was no need to worry, because they had also taken this into consideration and found a corresponding method. This kind of time travel machine, they have a self-protection system. And this self-protection system is to forcibly recycle the soul when the soul is hurt. Which also means that even if the soul is hurt to a certain extent in the end, it will not be too serious. Then Brainworm told Jiangyao that in fact, he didn't need to worry about his soul being harmed. Because apart from their family, there are no other civilizations that study soul technology in this universe. Although this is just the Brainworm's guess. His guess is not based on thin air. It is also reasonable and well-founded. You must know that the energy body created by an unknown civilization contains most of the functions of the energy bodies they found. But it is blank for the functions of the soul. This also means that that civilization actually has no clue about the research of soul technology. After all, this kind of thing is too mysterious. If there is no reference, then it is impossible for you to get started. To put it simply, the premise for studying soul technology is that you need a reference object. And this reference object is not the so-called soul, but an instrument that can utilize the soul or have an effect on the soul. Only after you have these things can you know the general direction. Only after you have a direction can you have the possibility of research. This is just like when some low-level civilizations study radar. If their civilization does not have bats, animals that rely on sound waves for positioning, then their radar will not be studied. It is even said that they only have one concept, which is whether there is something that can sense other creatures in some areas. It's just a concept. But they don't know the principle at all. So they know this thing, but they have no way to study it. After all, The process of starting from scratch is too difficult. Not every civilization can master this. In many cases, for some low-level civilizations, the diversity of species determines the height of the development of this civilization. The easiest way for a first-level civilization to quickly upgrade its technology is to study various magical creatures on its own planet, analyze its abilities, and use the principles of its abilities to create various instruments. Although the manufacturing process is very difficult, once you have a reference object, the subsequent operations will be simple, because you are no longer blind. Therefore, scientists from many civilizations must have imagined soul technology, but no civilization has actually implemented it, because you must first have the relevant instruments before you can study it. But if you don't study where the instruments come from, it's like an endless loop. The underlying logic of studying radar is the same. You must have this thing before you can study it. Without this thing, you can't study it. Chapter 492 Moving. Of course, after knowing the research results of the brainworms, Jiang Yao naturally understood that this was definitely a big killer. If used properly, it would be of great help to him. If this method is used to invade other civilizations, how will the soul be placed at the designated location? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao asked the question he wanted to ask the most. As for Jiang Yao's question, Brainworm answered after thinking for a long time. We can achieve precise placement, but we need an accurate coordinate of the target. If there are no accurate coordinates, but only a general coordinate, we can put the soul into the general coordinate area, and then the soul will find a suitable host on its own. After hearing this, Jiang Yao pondered for a while, and then asked, "Are there any requirements for the host for soul projection?" The brainworm thought about this and then replied, "Usually, the success rate is higher if you choose newly born larvae or unborn larvae, and then using it on adults basically ends in failure." At this time, after hearing what brainworm said, Jiang Yao also had an understanding of the general situation. If this was the case, the growth cycle of the individuals they released would still be relatively long, but they could release a large number of individuals. If the number is large enough, then they may be able to influence the future development of a certain civilization, because if it was really going to be launched, Jiang Yao would definitely choose to let the brainworm be a spy. With his brainless learning ability and his knowledge reserve, he could easily get along well among those civilizations. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao asked another question that he was more concerned about. That is, whether these things can be put into actual combat now. For this reason, Lao Tsong's answer to him was yes. After getting this affirmative answer, Jiang Yao naturally turned his first target to the civilization that was tracking him. Even though that civilization's technological level was very powerful, but its soul technology is vacant, and he can just use this to do something. But the biggest question for him now is where the coordinates of that unknown civilization are. And this is also the most critical. Without accurate coordinates, it would be impossible to discuss his delivery plan. And he didn't know what the soul power of that civilization was like. According to Brainworm, if the opponent's soul strength is too strong, it is impossible for him to replace them. I have to say, there are quite a lot of restrictions here, Jiang Yao couldn't help but say after understanding the general situation. Then he turned his attention to another issue. Is there any way to detect the target's soul strength? When hearing Jiang Yao's question, the Brainworm replied, "There is no team formation yet, because we have just started researching soul technology. If we want to go deeper, we will need more materials and time. But the relevant research has begun to progress slowly." Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded, and then said, "This technology may be our way to deal with those advanced civilizations. So we must speed up the research progress on this technology. I will mobilize another group of brains here." Chong came over and was specifically responsible for this project. When hearing Jiang Yao's answer, the brainworms headed by them were also happy. Jiang Yao's decision was undoubtedly of great help to them, because now they are studying the progress of the planet's energy body while also studying the soul. Adding up these two technologies, even though they have a large number of people studying brainworms, they still don't have enough manpower. Jiang Yao promised to mobilize another group of brainworms for research, which will undoubtedly greatly shorten their research cycle. Just when Brainworm was still excited, Jiang Yao's voice came over again. "The enemies we are currently facing are very powerful, so we must obtain certain research results on these two technologies as soon as possible. In addition, I also need to know whether the soul technology has any other functions besides the functions you just mentioned." Hearing this, the Brainworm also nodded. "Chief, of course it has other functions. We are still studying the possibility of using soul technology in the field of combat. As he spoke, Brainworm added, because of the special nature of the soul, it can ignore the barriers of space and dimensions. So if it can be used in combat, it will be of great help to us. We analyzed previous battles with that advanced civilization. And through that battle we discovered that civilization's attack and defense methods were completely different from what we had seen before, compared to the battle mode we are familiar with. That civilization used the power of dimensions, and made the dimensional devices smaller and lighter. Their defense mode is actually similar to that of the Thunder Beast. They are immune to some damage by lowering or increasing their dimensions. Although through evolution, we can also achieve the same effect with some of our combat units. But you must also know very well, leader, that if we do this, our investment will be very terrifying. Jiang Yao also nodded. Yes, for me, this is the most difficult thing. Although we can also master the same abilities by evolving combat arms. To evolve to this level, each combat arm requires a massive investment of resources. If it's just a matter of investing resources, I can accept it. But based on what I know so far, judging from the enemy's ability to create warships of that level of technology, their resource investment is actually not very high. We conducted an analysis of their warships, and found that with the same combat capabilities, the resources we invested would be dozens of times that of theirs. Based on the existing intelligence, we speculated on the opponent's warships. These battleships are just a batch of obsolete battleships. The warships in their current main fleet. I think the utilization rate of the dimension will be higher, but they can only spend 1 or 2 times more in resource investment. But if our bugs want to reach that point, we have to invest at least dozens of times more resources. Calculating these sets, even if the battle loss reaches 1:1, our resource loss rate will be compared to they also need to improve at least dozens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, he also knew what Jiang Yao was talking about. When the Zerg is now civilized and fighting the enemy, it is more about the resource consumption of both sides. Because the resources that both sides can obtain are limited. Especially the resources that can be obtained within a specified time are limited. During this period of time, which side has more reserves, and which side consumes less battle damage resources will directly affect the direction of the entire battle. Now if they really go to war with that civilization, the only loser will be the Zerg. Even if their resource reserves are enough to create many batches of bugs to fight that enemy. Both the brainworms and Jiang Yao know it very well. The resource loss ratio between the two sides is not at the same level at all. And the resource reserves of the other civilization are definitely greater than theirs. You must know that the other civilization is an old civilization. After so many years of development, they must have a large amount of resources in their hands. Therefore, once the war starts and the consumption is sufficient, there is no chance of winning. Therefore, if they want to win at this stage, they need to adopt some special methods. For example, a certain technology that can target the enemy has made rapid progress. And through this technology, they can even out the gaps in all aspects. Now the only way for them to level up is through soul technology. Because they have no chance to level up in terms of dimensional technology. And the evolutionary cost of the bugs has already determined everything. As long as they achieve a certain level of breakthrough in the level of soul attack, then in the next battle, they may be able to fight very easily. However, if they want to achieve a breakthrough in this area, Jiang Yao also knows very well that this is not something that happens overnight. After all, they have just begun to get involved in this aspect of technology. And there are too many difficulties that they need to slowly overcome in the future. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still discussing this issue with the brainworms, it was on the player's side. Brothers, it looks like the Zerg Queen is out of luck this time around. Yes, we have been chasing them for such a long time. But this guy has been running away in various ways. And now the void creature's perception of it is getting weaker and weaker. I guess it won't take long for this kind of perception to disappear. From now on, if you want to find the Zerg Queen again, you will have to try your luck. Although this wave of players didn't want to admit it, it was the fact. In the end, this wave of players failed to catch the Zerg Queen. Fortunately, in the process of chasing the Zerg Queen, they also found a lot of resource galaxies. Therefore, their gains along the way were not small. But it was a pity that they did not solve the Zerg Queen. It seems that we basically have nothing to do this time. According to the current routine of the Zerg Queen, we can give up. Next, we will focus our main energy and time on resource collection. That's okay. Let's put some effort into resource collection for the time being. The battle damage during this period is also relatively large. We should collect more resources to make up for the battle damage first. In this way, a month has passed. During this month, players have been collecting resources. And just as Jiang Yao thought, not long after this incident ended, another mysterious civilization once again sent a fleet to pursue him. But fortunately, he was already familiar with their pursuit. What surprised Jiang Yao was that the warships they sent out this time were significantly more technologically advanced than the last time. It was obvious that the last failure made them learn a lesson and decided to use a certain amount of strength to compete with themselves. Played? Of course. Jiang Yao also knew very well that they did this mainly because after their failure in that wave, he took advantage of this gap to collect a lot of resources. It is definitely impossible for them to make the same mistake again. So this time the fleet they sent must be irresistible to their side. But it doesn't matter. After all, Jiang Yao still has other ways to break through. But it's just a matter of time. Jiang Yao also knew very well that the next time would be nothing more than a process of continuously collecting resources. So during this period, he would decide to do all the things he wanted to do before. He planned to take advantage of this period of time to transfer the people from Blue Star. Long before he used the War Fortress for research on the Black Worm planet, Jiang Yao began to make a one-to-one replica of Blue Star on the Star Ring. And while replicating Jiang Yao, he controlled the Star Ring to fly in the direction of Blue Star. Only a few people in Blue Star knew about this matter, because in order to transfer without anyone noticing, Jiang Yao needed some people to cooperate with him. And even if they knew about this matter, it would have no effect because they simply had no ability to stop Jiang Yao. And compared to being on Blue Star, their safety factor is undoubtedly much higher inside the Star Ring, although the technological level of the Star Ring is much lower than that of the War Fortress. At least this is where the giant creation is placed, no matter how inferior its strength is. So usually, no civilization dares to take the initiative to cause trouble for a creature of this level. Even if it encounters an advanced civilization, Jiang Yao can still come to help. So after taking these factors into consideration, although the people above were not very willing to carry out the Blue Star transfer, they still chose to accept it in the end. Now, as the Star Ring gets closer and closer to the Blue Star, the transfer work is about to begin. As time went by, batches of brainworms were seen flying towards the area where Blue Star was located. What he has to do this time is very simple. That is, use the powerful radio waves of brainworms to hypnotize everyone on Blue Star. Because there are too many people to hypnotize at one time. Nearly 1,000 brainworms will be sent out this time. When the brainworms arrived at Lianqing, they immediately covered the entire Blue Star at certain intervals. And then all the brainworms started to act at the same time. The next moment, an invisible wave was seen, centered on the brainworm, like a big net covering the ground of Blue Star. As this wave of fluctuations covered the entire Blue Star, everything in the Blue Star seemed to stop. Everyone maintained their movements for the previous second and fell into a state of complete stillness. Not only humans but also animals fell into a state of complete stillness. This state lasted for about 20 minutes. And the next moment Blue Star started shaking violently. Obviously Star Ring has come over. Although Star Ring has tried its best to shield its own gravity when it came over, the technological level of Star Ring civilization itself is not very high. So even if his mind blocks his own mass, he still has a great impact on this galaxy. At the same time, countless spaceships were seen flying out of the Star Ring and then flying towards the Blue Star. At the same time, all the work robots on Blue Star immediately began to take action. After the spacecraft arrived, many work robots also poured out of the spacecraft and began to move the control people into the spacecraft. In this way, everything was being implemented steadily according to Jiang Yao's plan. Chapter 493 Preparation Before Time Travel. The entire moving process lasted nearly 4 days. With the help of enough bugs and robots, the entire Blue Star soon completed the move. Everyone was moved to the Star Ring, a 1:1 replica of the interior of the Blue Star, and they were placed in the same position before they were hypnotized. After the brainworm ended the hypnosis, the still time seemed to start moving again. At this time, these people did not realize that they had been replaced by the civet cat for the prince. But under normal circumstances, they can't detect it, because there is no difference between this place and Blue Star, and their timeline seems to be no different. After the move was completed, Jiang Yao knew that he would start the second phase of his plan. After the brainworm has achieved success in the use of energy bodies, the energy ball will directly cover this replica of the Blue Star. At that time, the time here will change with the time of the big universe. In this way, I no longer need to worry about the lifespan of the players. After doing all this, Jiang Yao focused his energy and time on the research of energy bodies. At the same time, Players are still wandering around the universe in search of resources. As for the temporary control of the insect nest, Jiangyao is given to the old insect, because the opponent's fleet is relatively large. If I jump randomly, I may be unlucky and bump into the opponent. So I will let the brainworm control the insect nest to perform a long jump. And Jiangyao will also lay out a large number of eyeworms while moving. With the data provided by these eyeworms, the brainworm needs to go through a series of complex calculations to know where the next jump point is and how to circle the enemy. The enemy will never be able to touch you. In this way, everything seemed to be back to its original point. The players continue to wander in the universe, while Jiangyao controlled the insect nest and continue to escape. Time flies very fast, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Jiangyao's research on energy bodies has also made great progress. First of all, the first point is about the use of energy bodies. Combining the research of the brainworms and referring to the energy bodies of the unknown civilization before, they have made certain achievements in this aspect. Now they can create a large universe that slows down time by 100 times. The energy body area of times. Of course, after making this thing, Jiangyao also put it into use immediately. With the blessing of this thing, the progress of energy body research will naturally be faster. Now not only the brain worms inside the energy body, but also the time difference between the brain worms outside the energy body is different from that of the big universe. Maybe only 10 minutes have passed in the big universe. But in the small universe created by Jiangyao, years or even decades may have passed. It is because of this time difference that the entire energy research progress has advanced by leaps and bounds. And there are basically new breakthroughs every day. Of course, this is also the reason why Jiangyao was so obsessed with researching this energy body in the first place. Because only by researching this thing can he have enough time to develop technology. At the same time, he also knew what kind of strength the unknown civilization that had mastered this technology a long time ago would be like now. At this time, he was also very lucky. The wave of attacks by the players at that time was just the opponent's ordinary elimination formation. If it was the opponent's main formation, he estimated that it was basically impossible for the players to leave there alive. At this time, on the Blue Star side, Jiangyao naturally arranged this thing for them immediately. After arranging all this, Jiangyao will do a very important thing next. Because after these things were researched, Jiangyao also researched the time travel equipment that Brainworm mentioned before. And it will be named Time Travel 1.0. What he needs to do is to put the souls of the brainworms into that unknown civilization, replace some of the people of that unknown civilization, and then obtain information, or hinder the development of that unknown civilization. Of course, the main reason why he can operate like this now is because the unknown civilization made a wave of its own. First of all, Jiangyao actually didn't know the location of the unknown civilization, and he didn't even have a clue. Although he had a lot of troubles during this period, he wanted to follow the clues and find the location of the unknown civilization. But obviously it didn't succeed. After all, it was able to develop to that level of civilization, and its own security awareness was also very high. It would be nonsense if the enemy found its hometown so easily. The result was just as Jiangyao thought. In the end, he tried his best and got nothing. But at this time, as the brainworms studied the energy body in depth, they also analyzed a lot of byproducts. And these so-called byproducts are that the brainworms discovered some other related technologies while studying the energy body. And one of these technologies is the key to finding this unknown civilization: dimension technology. Through the research of brainworms, they found that although the imprints left in the 4 dimensions can have the effect of tracking enemies, they also have a big flaw. That is that the essence of the current universe has been reduced to the 3rd dimension. And the 4th dimension is very rare in the entire universe. Although there are still some 4-dimensional fragments in the universe, the amount is too small. So small that no civilization can encounter some fragments under normal circumstances. Through the research on dimensional technology, the brainworms found that the traces they left in the 4-dimensional space are very obvious. So obvious that as long as you master this technology, you can detect it, and even find it. Of course, it was impossible to remove it after finding it. But later the brainworms discovered it after research. The other party can find themselves through the marks they left. But similarly, the marks they left are also inextricably linked to their sphere. As for these connections, ordinary civilizations that only study 4-dimensional technology may not know it at all. But when the brainworms study the energy body, seeing that there are similar connections between these energy bodies, The brainworms have also conducted in-depth research on this aspect. It is also for this reason that they have located each other's lair through this connection. When they located the opponent's lair, Jiang Yao immediately sent out a detector to check. Of course, the main reason why he sent out the detector was because the opponent had already mastered dimensional technology, and the invisibility of the eye worm had no effect in front of them. The only way to avoid their tracking is to use high-latitude detectors, just like the dimensional detector they left on their side. Although this dimensional detector can be easily discovered when the distance is relatively close, it is simply a dream to find it within a certain distance. For Jiang Yao, they don't need to observe closely. They just need to keep a certain distance from the opponent, understand the opponent's general situation, and understand whether they are correct in locating the enemy. So after some troubles, the unknown information was also grasped by Jiang Yao. And when he saw this unknown civilization, he was dumbfounded. In fact, he had imagined that unknown situation a long time ago. In his understanding, he believed that civilization should have created giant creations like war fortresses or war planets as a living place for everyone in the civilization. After all, the higher the level of civilization, the more they realize that the planet is fragile, and there is no point in relying too much on the planet. But when Jiang Yao saw the other party's situation, he was dumbfounded, because based on the positioning, they found a spacecraft that was sailing at super light speed in space. This spaceship is not big, and the overall length of the battleship is only about 600 to 700 meters. It is dark in color, streamlined, and has a very technological feel. At first, when Jiang Yao discovered this battleship, he thought that the brainworm's intelligence was wrong and their positioning must have been wrong. However, after further observation, he found that the space behind the spacecraft had been distorted. This spaceship seems to be holding an invisible rope, allowing this twisted space to sail with it. At first, Jiang Yao felt very strange about this phenomenon. After all, it is impossible for a spacecraft to travel at the speed of light. But just when Jiang Yao was surprised, after analysis, the brainworms determined the origin of the thing behind. Energy body. It was very similar to the energy body they found the Zerg Queen in before, but it was obviously much more advanced than that energy body. Then through the analysis of the brainworms, they can basically determine the opponent's general routine. After determining the general routine, they came to the conclusion that another unknown civilization was actually hiding on the spaceship. To put it simply, it is hiding in the twisted energy body behind the spacecraft. I don't know what kind of methods the other civilization used to independently create a small universe. And that small universe is the group of energy bodies dragged behind the spacecraft. And that group of energy bodies is naturally the entrance to the small universe. After hearing the news, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded. He had thought about the civilizations in this universe using various ways to ensure their own safety. But he had never thought that there would be such a way. At the same time, he also understood why the unknown civilization would study substances similar to this energy body. In fact, it was not that they suddenly thought of it, but that they wanted to build an independent small universe. So they had to use this energy body, separating it from the big universe. The blue star now wrapped in an energy body in Jiang Yao also has the same purpose. It's just that this energy body now only separates the timeline of the big universe from the small universe. When the space of the big universe and the small universe can be separated, then Jiang Yao can also master the same technology. To put it simply, the direction of his research is now deepening. And the same technology as this unknown civilization has come out. And when he learned the news, he was naturally shocked. After all, the other party's operation was really difficult for him. So impactful. Build a paradise for yourself alone. And have a super light spacecraft to carry it for navigation. The shady scenes generated by the super light speed spacecraft during its voyage are forbidden to any three-dimensional civilization. So under normal circumstances, no one will follow behind to chase this spaceship. And the most important thing is that even if you want to chase you, you may not be able to catch up, because their spaceship travels faster than the speed of light. Although under normal circumstances, most civilizations have mastered methods to exceed the speed of light. This so-called method of exceeding the speed of light is relative. Technologies such as jumping or leaping. These technologies indeed exceed the speed of light, jumping to a location several or even dozens of light years away in a few seconds. The problem lies in the jump. If it is calculated based on distance, which is the distance moved from the spacecraft, rather than the distance of space folding, then the speed of the spacecraft may not even reach sublight speed. Although the jumping technology mastered by these civilizations is similar to Jiang Yao's, their regular navigation speed is still locked at the speed of light. To put it simply, they have no way to break through the conventional navigation speed limit of 300,000 kilometers per second. But the spacecraft in front of him has exceeded this point. According to Jiang Yao's estimation, its speed should reach about 400,000 kilometers per second, meaning he couldn't be caught by any conventional means. And after encountering something like this that has broken through the common sense of mainstream civilization, no civilization dared to take the initiative to take action against this spacecraft. And even if you take a step back, you can't beat the opponent. After all, the safety of the entire civilization is in this life. No one knows what level his technological level has reached. If we look at the technological level of this mysterious and unknown civilization, it shouldn't be a big problem if this spaceship can send all of Jiang Yao's troops away. This spaceship alone has such a powerful combat capability. Not to mention that the small universe behind it is full of various warships. If you really dare to intercept it, you may die. Of course, these are not what Jiang Yao needs to care about now. What he needs to care about now is the release of the soul body. Because the location has been determined, it is not a big problem if they want to deliver it accurately. The problem they need to solve now is whether the soul body will be harmed when passing through that layer of special energy body. In this way, their research direction has been focused here for a period of time. And finally they developed a device that can enhance the strength of the soul. After everything was ready, Jiang Yao chose 100 brainworms to put their souls with him into the small universe where the unknown civilization was located. As the instrument started up, Jiang Yao felt his eyes go dark. And then, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force. This feeling was very strange. It was not a physical feeling, but a mental feeling. Of course, such a feeling can occur. Jiang Yao knows very well that this is because his soul is competing with other souls. Time Travel 1.0 has an automatic program set up. The emitted soul will directly find the nearest individual that can be successfully replaced for replacement. Because the soul itself has no consciousness after it goes out, it is naturally impossible to control what the soul does. So the soul that is launched can only act according to its set program. Chapter 494 Entering an Unknown Civilization. An unknown amount of time passed while Jiang Yao waited like this. When he came back to his senses, what came into view was a man with a beautiful face, white hair and long elf ears. And when he saw this person, he couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this person from an unknown civilization to look like this. At this time, Jiang Yao also noticed his appearance. At this time, he had become a baby. Not only that, he also noticed an elf man not far from him, who seemed to be his father. Jiang Yao was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Although he had imagined the appearance of the people of this unknown civilization, he had even thought that this civilization might have separated from the body and existed in another form. But he never expected that the people here actually retained the original appearance of civilization. Jiang Yao looked at the world in front of him with a little curiosity. Seeing Jiang Yao's appearance at this time, the two people beside them also looked at each other, and then invariably looked at Jiang Yao in front of them with doting eyes. At this time, they did not know that their child's soul had been replaced. Now, while Jiang Yao is immersed in this novel experience, he also realizes the importance of technology, the importance of understanding various technologies. Although this unknown civilization has surpassed Jiang Yao Shibaji in many places, it is the only soul technology they are lacking. Sure enough, if you want to survive in this universe, in addition to developing your own technology, you also need to study other people's technology. Sometimes, a civilization that you don't like at all may have a technology in its hands that you can't even understand. Just like myself now. Although the insect swarm has no advantage in facing the main battleship of this civilization, we have mastered technology that you have not studied and used this technology to infiltrate you. Although you have a very high level of technology. High. But you have no way of detecting this unknown method. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also had a goal at this moment. His original plan was to come here to take a look and then leave. As for the follow-up matters, he would just leave it to the brainworm. But now that he had this realization, his mind had completely changed. At this time, he decided to stay on this planet, and then cooperated with the brainworms to start their infiltration plan. Of course, besides infiltration, he wanted to get in touch with as many technology trees of this civilization as possible. Learn more about technology from it. In this way, when facing some civilizations attacking with special means in the future, he will at least know the principles and develop corresponding solutions. There are some technologies in this universe that you may not need to master, but you must know them. As long as you know these technologies, then one day in the future, When you face other civilizations attacking in this way, you will at least know what they are, what's going on instead of being blinded. After making this decision, Jiang Yao began to start his own life in this world as a baby. And through contact with his current parents, Jiang Yao also discovered many characteristics. First of all, this civilization is very strange, because through his observations during this period, he found that many places in this civilization retain ancient traces, and their technology, whether it is technological research or other aspects, can be completely replaced by artificial intelligence. But in fact, this civilization did not do this. Although they have robots to help in many places, the main body of work is humans. Jiang Yao was also a little surprised by this. Although it is unclear why this civilization would do this, Jiang Yao believes that after a period of understanding, he will definitely know the general situation. In this way, as time goes by, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yao has grown up a lot in 5 years, and now he can fit this body perfectly. At this time, he vaguely remembered the time when he had just traveled through time. The time when his soul had just merged with his body. In fact, he was not coordinated in many places. But now, with the passage of time, everything has been restored. It's time for Ling to eat. Jiang Yao, who was in the virtual world at this time, greeted him, and then stood up and walked out of the room. As he stood up, the scene in the surrounding library suddenly collapsed, and the original appearance of his room appeared in front of him. When he arrived at the dinner table, his parents were already waiting for him, and when he sat down, he saw Xiao Qiu, the smart butler at home, walking over. Seeing Xiao Qiu coming over, Jiang Yao waved his hand skillfully, and the next moment, he saw projections of various foods appearing in front of him. Little Qiu, I want this and this. As he said this, he turned his attention to his parents beside him. What do mom and dad want? After hearing Jiang Yao's words, his parents also randomly selected 2 pieces of food. After the meal selection was completed, his father put his wrist next to the robot. The random robot showed a prompt that the payment was successful. The next moment, a miniature artificial wormhole appeared in front of them. And then, the food they had chosen appeared in front of several people. Jiang Yao was naturally used to the scene in front of him. This is how this civilization has given him since time travel, with all kinds of weird things. Although the level of science and technology has obviously reached a very high level, they are still willing to keep many places from the past. Another example is that various powerful high technologies are often used in places where there is little need. In fact, Jiang Yao still doesn't understand this wave of operations. But compared to his wild thoughts, his parents didn't think so much. At this time, like most other civilized parents, his only requirement for his children is to find a good job when they grow up. However, compared to children from other families, Jiang Yao's parents are quite satisfied with his situation. Because compared to other children of similar age, Jiang Yao is obviously much more sensible. Since he was a child, he would read various books whenever he had time. This also enabled him to master a lot of additional knowledge at a young age. 0. You are going to the academy to test your talent tomorrow. After your talent is confirmed, you will enter the academy. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still immersed in eating, his father's voice suddenly came over. After hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded to show that he understood. Regarding the differences from other civilizations, this civilization imparts knowledge to children based on their talents. Children will be tested for their talents after they reach the age of 6. There are many steps in talent testing, but through these complex steps, artificial intelligence can accurately determine where your talents are and arrange a learning route suitable for you. Because the level of civilization has reached its current level, each learning route has extended a lot of additional technologies. And if you want to fully understand these things, even if you study from childhood to adulthood, it will take dozens or hundreds of years. Although this civilization people have a long lifespan, however, it still cannot withstand the consumption of long-term study. So considering that the training cycle is relatively long, most of the knowledge is taught here through knowledge infusion. Relevant knowledge is instilled into your mind through special instruments. And then you enter the academy to study. What you learn in the academy is not new knowledge, but teaches you how to use this knowledge, how to organize this knowledge, and how to instill the knowledge into your mind. The knowledge becomes your own. When you complete this stage, you can enter the second stage of knowledge infusion. Knowledge that would have taken hundreds of years to learn using such a routine can be fully mastered in just a few years. In fact, Jiang Yao felt that this kind of learning method was very troublesome and useless at first, because according to his understanding of this civilization, He knew that it was very simple to transform the people with the technological level of this civilization. As long as it needs to be transformed into a root with transparent thinking or similar to cluster thinking, then there is no need to spend too much time learning knowledge. It only takes a few seconds to learn not only the knowledge, but also the knowledge of the predecessors. You can also learn from experience. This is undoubtedly much more efficient and cheaper than their method. But this civilization has always adopted the method of knowledge infusion. Jiang Yao actually didn't understand this at first, because he felt that doing so would complicate simple things. But after consulting various information through him, he also had a general understanding of why the civilization did what it did. Although the above methods can allow individuals to start working faster, this will also stifle their creativity. Every independent-minded individual has his or her own ideas. It is also because of these different ideas that many unconstrained things were born. And these things also greatly promoted the progress of civilization. If the creativity of individuals is abandoned or stifled just to absorb this knowledge conveniently and quickly, then the progress of civilization will definitely be very slow or even stop. Many lifestyles excluding this civilization still retain the appearance of the early civilization. The reason is also because after years of research, they found that this civilization's way of survival is the most conducive to the development of science and technology. Of course, in order to reach this conclusion, they have taken many detours. There was a time when they were the kind of life Jiang Yao imagined. Through thinking clusters, this method can transfer the knowledge of seniors to their backs in a very short time. Many newborns may be able to participate in the research of some major projects when they are only a few years old. On the surface, it seems that the progress of civilization will definitely be faster. However, after tens of thousands of years of development, they found that the progress of civilization was actually much slower than before. In the end, the progress of civilization directly entered a state of stagnation. Later, they discovered that this model can only be useful at a certain stage, but in later stages that require more imagination and creativity, this model is completely inapplicable. This is like Blue Star's lifestyle. Everyone has to go out to work and work hard every day to survive. Although it seems like this on the surface, life is very boring and consuming. But it is also because of these things that civilization can progress. Every independent individual has his own goal and strives for this goal. While achieving their goals, they can also gain enough money. Many scientists want to develop more powerful things, because after they have developed these things, they can apply for a patent. After applying for a patent, if people want to use this thing, they need to pay them a part of the funds. It is also because of these things that the development and progress of civilization is very rapid. If you change the way of thinking, everyone does not need working currency. Just like a piece of waste paper, everything is completed by artificial intelligence. Everyone's knowledge is shared directly, and there is no so-called patent protection, because it is a shared Tan-He patent. Under such circumstances, the best strategy for a single individual is to not use his brain and work, because what he has thought of with his brain can be used by others in less than a second. All your things will be shared with others for free. But for this thing you may have spent days and nights without sleep, and may have paid a lot of hair, but you will not get anything. The advantage is that in the end, the reward you get is the same as that of all other individuals. Under such circumstances, unless your entire civilization may face a crisis of destruction at any time, using this method at this time, everyone has a consistent goal in order to survive. With this goal in mind, everyone is working hard and racking their brains. The knowledge they have studied is immediately dreamed up, thereby transforming into more new knowledge and put into actual combat. Contributing to the continuation of civilization is closely related to everyone. Under such circumstances, cluster thinking or transparent thinking is very useful for the development of civilization. And it is also one of the most efficient ways of thinking. But it is based on the conditions of life and death of civilization. But civilization cannot live and die every moment. It will have a long period of calm. And the thinking of struggling in a peaceful era will gradually fade away. Everyone has become a prostitute with nothing but clothes and food. Everyone wants to get the results of others for free. Under such circumstances, when such thoughts spread, the development of the entire ethnic group will stagnate forever. If they do not change their thinking at this time, then they may never be able to hear we are. This is the information that Jing wants to get from sorting out the data during this period. At the same time, he also understands the development history of this civilization. And he also understands why this civilization develops in the way it does now. Although in order to be more efficient, this civilization has also tried various methods, including knowledge installation. The knowledge instilled is basic knowledge in a certain direction and a lot of theoretical knowledge. As for some understanding and other things, it is not included in installation within the knowledge. Of course, the reason why they do this is that they don't want to be stifled by some messy things, other people's creativity or imagination, or their own style, and their own model. Chapter 495 Growth. At the same time, it is also to ensure that people here can get started as soon as possible. So they adopted this method. Forced indoctrination in this way will definitely cause some mental damage, but it is not a big problem for them. After all, they have performed genetic recombination on themselves a long time ago. They are completely immune to the harm caused by this method. And Jiang Yao also found that the individuals here are completely different from the individuals he knew in the past. They have some special abilities. In Blue Star's words, these abilities are like having superpowers. Of course, Jiang Yao knew very well that this was the result of their biology. It is also for this reason that people here have a long lifespan. Usually their lifespan is measured in 10,000 years. Over such a long period of time, each of them has been able to master very terrifying skills. And they have also done a very good job in inheriting the skills, which makes the entire civilization possess very powerful combat capabilities. Of course, their technological level is also very advanced. All in all, this civilization is the only civilization that Jiang Yao has ever seen that is approaching perfection. Both individual battles and technological levels are very well developed. But at their level, it is not surprising that it has developed like this. After all, if a certain bottleneck is reached in the development of civilization, and they cannot break through for a long time, then they will move to other fields for research. Sometimes after researching to a certain extent in other fields, the problems they encountered in another field are solved. It is also for this reason that their development is relatively diversified. And Jiang Yao also knew that the area of the group they created was about the size of 10 solar systems, which can be said to be very huge. At the same time, Jiang Yao also learned that if the universe wanted to maintain normal operation, it would need to consume a lot of energy, and this energy was obtained by devouring planets. In the big universe, they launched many battleships called planet devourers, and the main purpose of these battleships was to devour planets one by one and transport them back to the universe. From the time Jiang Yao came to this world to now, he has been studying the composition of the universe and how this civilization developed. Through the collection of data during this period, he also got a general idea. Of course, Jiang Yao knew very well what he was going to do next. He will learn more in the coming days, because he is about to undergo the first knowledge infusion. And after completing the first knowledge infusion, he can enter the academy to study. After he has experienced 3 times of knowledge indoctrination and mastered this knowledge, he can officially become an honorable part-time worker. As a worker, he will continue to study in that field and learn more, thereby getting in touch with the more core things of this civilization. The time came quickly, and it was the next day. Accompanied by his parents, he will come to the testing area of the college and start testing his talents. Because in this article, everyone will be assigned different occupations according to their talents and study for this occupation. So the results of today's test are very important to Jiang Yao. Is very important. He knows that this kind of talent test is based on comprehensive judgment of various aspects and wants to change the final judgment. The result is also very simple, which is to do corresponding things at different times to guide the final result. If you want to do this, it is not difficult with the current computing power of the Zerg. In doing so, he can position himself into the field he wants to enter. But Jiang Yao didn't do this time, because he knew that although this arrangement allowed him to get where he wanted to go, it was very risky. The technology of this civilization is highly developed, and their computing power is very terrifying. Although you will definitely not be discovered in the short term if you do this. But when you enter their core in the future, before entering the core, when they study their past experiences, they are bound to find something fishy in them. If you deliberately guide yourself, no matter how profitable you are, you will always leave clues. And these clues can be easily detected. After all, if you want to enter a core position, you must ensure your safety. Therefore, for one of his roots in this civilization, Jiang Yao pays attention to letting go. Answer according to what you think in your heart. Only in this way will you not be discovered when you finally enter the core position. Jiang Yao also issued such an order to Brain Worm. In this way, accompanied by his parents, Jiang Yao came to a huge instrument. Then he entered the instrument and started testing. The test included a lot of content, starting from the most basic answering questions to later simulation scenarios and so on. It is very complicated. And of course, it is also very normal. After all, this is related to the future direction of ordinary people in this civilization. The entire testing process took a whole day. After the test was over, Jiang Yao's occupation was determined. War Commander. This result is not surprising to Jiang Yao. After all, he has experienced countless battles from development to now. These war experiences have long been deeply engraved in his mind. So during the test process, his performance was considered by the system to have talents in this area. Although this matter is trivial to him, it is different for other people in the civilization. Because there are not many people in this civilization who have the talent for war command. After all, most people in this world are ordinary people. And this kind of thing is no exception in this civilization. When you learn that Jiang Yao had this day, his parents were also very happy. After all, both of his parents are the most ordinary workers in civilization. The company also does some relatively basic work. Although it has done some work that would be very advanced in other civilizations, it is very simple work in this case. They don't actually get much remuneration for this kind of work. But now that they see that Jiang Yao has such a talent, it is undoubtedly a good thing for them. The whole family was overjoyed. And because of this incident, they specially bought a small amount of transportation for Jiang Yao. Because from tomorrow Jiang Yao will officially start his study career. In fact, he feels very subtle about his parents' future. After all, he has been getting along with two people from the time he came to this world to now. If you want to say that he has no feelings for them at all, this is false. But he also knew very well that his feelings for the two of them could only last until he commanded the Zerg to attack here in large numbers. Time passed quickly like this. During this year, Jiang Yao studied in the college. And he also made many friends. The learning atmosphere is basically the same as that of Blue Star schools. Classmates communicate with each other, compete with each other, and make progress together. In fact, Jiang Yao was surprised by this kind of learning method at first. After all, in his understanding, a civilization of this level should have a brand new education method. But he did not expect that this civilization still uses such an ancient education method. But then he felt relieved about it. Everything he experienced kept telling him that many times some things are very simple. But people tend to habitually think of things as complicated and make many complicated processes for this matter. This is just like a TV. At the beginning, the TV turned on and off with just a few buttons and was very simple to operate. However, there are always some people who think that because of their own perceptions, as time goes by and technology advances, the TV should have more functions or be more complex. So I used the later TV, also known as the new era of TV. Various functions have been added, making the original simple TV page more complicated. The most critical thing at present is that it used to be solved with one button. Turning on and off now requires a complex operation process. At the same time, the programs that used to be viewed by clicking on the TV now require various choices with the remote control. In the final analysis, such changes are just superfluous. Something that was originally very simple only needs to be maximized. And then it will be fine. Later, the general function of the same thing remained unchanged. But the operation became dozens or even hundreds of times more complicated than before. Perhaps one day in the future, awakened people will return everything to the original point. Just because of this civilization, they made very big changes in many things. But in the end they found that their behavior was just superfluous. In the end, they returned to the original point and made everything simpler. Jiang Yao, who had stayed in this civilization for such a long time, had a clearer understanding of these advanced civilizations. He discovered that the most powerful weapons in this civilization were not those battleships that were as big as planets, but some micro-robots. The strength of some robots made Jiang Yao feel a little surprised. Each robot is only about 2 meters high, and according to Jiang Yao's estimation, such a robot can at least be on par with 8th level or even 9th level corruptors. There are at least hundreds of millions of such robots in this civilization. This is a very scary number. This number of robots can easily overwhelm all civilizations. Jiang Yao, who knew this situation, couldn't help but sweat over the previous homework. If they had directly sent out this kind of robot at that time, I'm afraid she would have been extremely cold. However, after getting to know Jiang Yao later, she also knew why. This civilization doesn't care much about its own side. As for their own side, it's not that they don't care, but the current situation doesn't allow them to care. Now this civilization is at war with other civilizations. Jiang Yao was also a little surprised by this news. Logically speaking, those who have reached this level of civilization should have no opponents. However, He never expected that this civilization would actually have opponents. When fighting against his opponents, he would still be at a disadvantage. Jiang Yao was also a little surprised. But after understanding it later, he finally understood the general reason. In fact, they are not the only super civilization in this universe. Apart from them, there are obviously 13 super civilizations in this universe. But these 13 super civilizations are united, although their union is not strong. When facing other super civilizations, they will work together, take action. And the enemies of your own civilization are those 13 super civilizations. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after research, they discovered that there are actually many powerful civilizations hidden in this universe. It's just that the technological level of these civilizations has reached extremely exaggerated heights. And it is very difficult for them to detect civilizations that have reached such heights. It is even said that even after so many years of development, their civilization has only found traces of those hidden civilizations. Although they don't know why those civilizations hide themselves. After all, no one can threaten them at that point. But they still choose to hide. They don't know much about this civilization. Of course, they are also studying it. What is the reason for the other party to do this? This important information may be difficult for others to obtain. But because of the special nature of Jiang Yao's profession, he easily gained access to this information. After understanding these things, Jiang Yao had a deeper understanding of the universe. He originally thought that some civilizations on the surface should be the end of the universe. But he did not expect that there were so many things hidden in the dark. Super civilization. And just recently, their civilization also mentioned some ancient antiques from tens of billions of years ago. The civilization may still exist, but they are hidden deeper. I have to say that the water in this universe is really deep. Fortunately, we have mastered the technology of soul technology. Otherwise, if we wanted to dig out these secrets by our own abilities, we would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao became more determined to conduct in-depth research on soul technology. In the past, he could not find a direction when studying technology. So he was like a headless fly. But it is different now. Now it has a specific direction. And now he is still trying another one, which may be to integrate soul technology with the Zerg to give the Zerg the ability in this area. Jiang Yao is also asking Brainworm to find ways to study the relevant gene sequences. In short, now that he knows the general situation of the universe, Jiang Yao has put all his investment into soul technology. Now he only has this technology that can compete with other civilizations. In the past few years that Jiang Yao has been working here, players have flourished outside. They collected resources to clean one after another, and integrated these resources together. During this period of time, because the players had more time, the brainworms also began to question Jiang Yao's suggestion long ago. To study a theory. That's the theory of fortune. Chapter 496 Research Results. Regarding this theory, Jiang Yao proposed it very early. At that time, he had no practice on this theory. Although Jiang Yao came up with many ways to prove this theory at that time, the final result was not satisfactory. And now Jiang Yao is ready to study this aspect. Because if this set of theories is established, it will be of great help to his future development. Jiang Yao continues to lurk in this civilization and develop slowly. Because he knows very well that it takes a lot of time to accumulate a certain position in this civilization. It is also very difficult for him. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still operating this matter, the brainworms decided to take action after many discussions. Whether this theory exists or can be used is directly related to the future development of the insect swarm. Because most of the research in the insect swarm has now entered the bottleneck period, there was still a certain progress in the research on this special energy body. But as time went by, the brainworms gradually discovered that something was wrong. And the recent research progress was extremely slow. Of course, the brainworms were also aware of this situation. If their research could be described as addition in the past, now their research has entered multiplication. And then, there are more complex algorithms, which also makes the entire research more difficult. Such a result was within the expectations of the brainworms. After all, judging from their situation, they used to mainly follow the route of biological evolution. But now they suddenly switch to the technological route. Even if each of their brainworms has very powerful computing power, their original accumulation is always placed here. Although they can obtain some knowledge from other civilizations, these things are not of much help to their subsequent research. Because they can learn knowledge but not methods. Of course, this is normal. After all, it is a huge challenge for any civilization to develop a new route. The fact that the insect swarm has made such progress is basically due to the special nature of the brain worms. Without the brain worms as a unit, Jiang Yao's idea of developing this route would basically be declared bankrupt. Although he now has the help of brain worms, he can choose to take the technological route and achieve good achievements in it. But this so-called achievement is nothing to an advanced civilization. Although Jiang Yao knows that this route is dark ahead, it is also the only route he can choose now. In fact, he feels that his current situation is similar to the situation when he graduated from college before he traveled through time. At that time, he had just graduated from school and originally studied another industry. But in the end, he chose a job that was completely opposite to the industry he studied. This is a very normal thing. This kind of experience is not an isolated case. But many people have it. The job you do may not be what you like. There's no way around it. Sometimes you don't have the right to choose. His current situation is like this. According to the development route of the insect swarm, it would be better to go directly to the evolutionary route. In addition, he still has a system in his hand. But the fact is that he has no way to continue to follow this route now, because the technological level of his enemy is too high now. If he wants to reach the same technological level through evolution, he needs to spend many times the resources of that civilization. This also means that if there is a fight with this civilization, then it must have at least dozens or even hundreds of times more resources than this civilization in order to maintain the war. But this situation is basically unrealistic. Even if players collect resources day and night, collecting millions or even tens of millions of years will have no effect, because the accumulation of this kind of civilization is at least measured in hundreds of millions. To calculate, this means that the total amount of resource reserves in their hands is very exaggerated, and their usual resource collection is definitely much higher than theirs. This calculation means that according to the current collection progress of the players, it is absolutely impossible to support this kind of consumption within tens of billions of years. This also means that if you continue to follow this route, it will most likely be a dead end. Although it can have the same strength as this civilization through system evolution, it is obvious that its resources cannot support him to go to war with this civilization. All it takes is one big battle loss, and he will be consumed to death. It is certain that a battle with a civilization of this level will cause heavy losses. Therefore, in his current situation, there is only one outcome for him in a battle with us, and that is defeat. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao chose to go into science and technology. His idea was very simple: to use technology differences to fight. Many of the technologies contained in the energy body were not possessed by this civilization, and this civilization cannot understand that special attack method, which means that when the war begins, they have no way to defend against their own offensive methods. And now what they have to do is to use their offensive methods. The methods should be clarified through research, and corresponding defense technologies should be developed. Just like when you play a game, your enemy has an attribute attack. This attribute can be light or fire, and you have physical defense. Even if you have a physical defense of 10,000, when facing the enemy's attribute attack, the damage he will inflict on you will still be the same, which means that your defense will not play any role in front of him. You only have to rely on your own blood volume to support this battle. No matter how high your health volume is with zero defense, you can't withstand the high attack force. But if you clearly explain the opponent's attack pattern and clearly understand that it is a light attribute attack, and at this time you use all the equipment to resist the light attribute, and then when you fight with him, you will find that the original attack you might have lost 100 points of blood, but now you've only lost a little. It doesn't matter even if your physical defense is only a little bit. As long as your target resistance is high enough, you can easily block his damage. At this time, you still have an attack against him. This attack is just like in the game. Ignore defense against this type of attack. Under such conditions, the final result of your battle with him will be that you can easily win. This is also Jiang Yao's strategy for this civilization, which is to develop targeted defense equipment or defense technology against their attacks, and integrate it into the genes of bugs, so that bugs have the defense capabilities in this area, just like the bugs originally had. The attack and defense capabilities of void creatures are the same. Secondly, we need to develop an attack method against them. We already have an idea for such an attack method. We just need to research it and then integrate it with the insect's genetic sequence. In this way, the bugs will have the ability to compete with them head-on. Although this routine can only be used against this civilization, Jiang Yao feels that it does not matter, because in the past, compared to other civilizations, he wanted to transform himself. The way to survive and defend yourself is very simple. Although this plan is very perfect, it has also encountered a problem. That is, the current research progress has reached a certain point and can no longer go up. Now they are stuck at this point and cannot move up. At this time, if they continue to conduct research in this area, the progress will be very slow, and this operation will be somewhat outweighed by the losses. This is why they began to shift to other aspects of research on luck. In this way, as the plan began to be implemented, the brainworms began to control the insect swarm and attack all the civilizations they discovered. And these civilizations were naturally marked on the alien star map they obtained. In fact, Jiang Yao is grateful from the bottom of his heart for this star map. He never thought that the alien he killed would have such a big effect on his development. It can be said that without this star map, I'm afraid he still doesn't know it now. Play in the mud yourself. It is precisely because of the help of this star map that it can accurately locate those civilizations with resources and plunder them to develop itself. Even after reaching his current height, he still relies heavily on this new picture, even though he has now begun to spread Euglena throughout the universe. However, the efficiency of Euglena is never as high as picking up ready-made products directly from the star map. But everything will be used up when it is used up. Even this star map is no exception. In Jiang Yao's development process, the civilizations marked on the star map are decreasing at an extremely fast rate. Now there are only a few civilizations marked on the entire constellation. After these few are wiped out, can we find others next? He has no choice but to get lucky in the civilization. But fortunately, players now have no time limit, so he doesn't mind spending a few more years on these things. In this way, as one civilization after another was discovered and then eliminated, Jiang Yao not only gained a lot of resources, but their research progress on the theory of luck was also constantly improving. In this way, about 10 years have passed. But for the players, only a few months have passed. Of course, in the past few months, the players have also gained a lot. Now the resources in their hands are already a very exaggerated number. With the rewards given by the tasks issued by Jiang Yao, now all the players are rich. Gotta shed will. Not only did they make up for the losses in that war, but they also evolved 2 rounds based on the original ones. This has also greatly improved the overall strength of the players. And Jiang Yao also received a large number of quotas during this period. In the past, he did not dare to give out too many quotas. The main reason was that after all, they were in Blue Star, and he was elsewhere. But now that they have all moved to Star Ring, there are not so many hidden dangers if he wants to give out a large number of quotas. At this time, inside the War Fortress, a group of brainworms were gathering together to discuss research on luck. As a result, during this period, they also made great progress in the research on energy bodies. Now they can slow down the time in the Star Ring hundreds of times, which means that when players play inside the Star Ring for 1 year, 100 years have passed in the big universe. At the same time, the brainworms have also made great progress in the research of soul technology. They can now use their souls to attack some objects. The damage caused by these objects is minimal. But this is already a very big improvement for the brainworms. After these 10 years of fighting, including players and leaders, we have defeated a total of 20 civilizations. In the conference room, a brainworm said slowly. Then another brainworm also spoke. We also made a simple record of these defeated civilizations. First of all, among these 20 civilizations, 13 civilizations are low-level civilizations, and 5 civilizations there are 3 intermediate civilizations and 3 advanced civilizations. After capturing these civilizations, we also recorded our research data. We found that after capturing some special civilizations, our research progress improved significantly. Simply put, after capturing those civilizations, we entered a short-term technological explosion. Although this kind of technological explosion has played a very small role in our research progress, don't forget that we are studying a field that no one has ever set foot on. Even small achievements in this field may be small in other fields. A very scary improvement. So to be precise, it shouldn't be that the explosion of technology has not greatly improved our research progress, but that the things we are researching are too difficult. Even if the explosion of technology has not improved much. After this brainworm finished speaking, another brainworm also spoke slowly. Based on our past research progress on this technology, we can now basically confirm that the theory of luck exists. The total number of civilizations we have defeated in the past totals 123. A large part of them are low-level civilizations, and many of them are even planets where life has just evolved. Because the route we studied before was not technology. We have always followed the evolutionary route before. And the leader of the evolutionary route can use special means to enable bugs to evolve. Therefore, After we defeated these civilizations, we did not see our technological level has been greatly improved. At the same time, because of the special abilities of the leader, our evolutionary level has not seen any improvement. But the luck plundered by other civilizations has always been retained in us. After hearing what this brainworm said, another brainworm also took out the data it compiled. Judging from our past experiences in fighting other civilizations, there is a chance that we will directly perish 24 times. Because in those 24 battles, I was afraid that if there were any surprises in our strategy, then what awaited us would be the fate of destruction. However, the variability of the battlefield made the possibility of such accidents happening at least 90%. But by then in the end, we didn't have any accidents. It wouldn't matter if this was an exception, but it happened 24 times in total. Chapter 497 Meeting. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that among these 24 battles, there are 3 battles. According to normal logic, our defeat is inevitable. The strength gap between the two sides is so big that we have no chance of victory in those 3 battles. Solution. Although we won in the end, considering the level of evolution at that time, theoretically speaking, there is a high probability that we will be directly destroyed in those battles. At the same time, we also conducted an analysis of the battle layout at that time. After analysis, we learned that if we simulate the opponent in a normal war and only need very normal battle command and battle layout, then our winning rate is 0.000001%. That is to say, in that battle, according to normal circumstances, we would definitely fail. But in the end, we succeeded. Because their commander made a terrible mistake. The commander of Bora civilization actually chose to commit suicide at that time. After the Yongye civilization including the knew about our situation at that time, it stands to reason that they only need to unite to overthrow us easily. Although their individual civilizations have no chance of winning against us. If they unite, then we will lose. And at that time, they were indeed able to unite. But before they united, many commanders appeared in the 2 civilizations. Suicide situation. And there is another legendary commander among them. As long as that legendary commander is here, the combined strength of the 2 civilizations will not only be able to completely wipe out our insect swarm, but even the insect nest will not be able to escape. Lose. But the final result was that the commander chose to end himself in this way. Based on our analysis of that commander's experience, the situation at that time and his character should have taken other methods instead of take such an extreme approach. And what we can be sure of is that at that stage, he had no fewer than 20 ways to solve the current situation. But he chose the one with the highest failure rate. This also means that he personally ruined the possibility of my future. But he chose this option. According to theory, this is impossible. But it would be different if luck was at play. At that time, our luck far surpassed theirs. So if there were deficiencies in all aspects, luck would affect them. Although the influence of luck was not decisive. Yes, but once you are affected by luck, if you don't deal with it carefully, you are very likely to face the fate of destruction. It cannot be seen from these data that luck has 2 sides. For the party with high luck, it can suppress the areas with low luck. But for the party with low luck, its own luck can also play a role in self-protection. Whether you can seize that opportunity to protect yourself depends entirely on the individual. In this way, the brainworms conducted intense discussions and analyses on what happened before and now. Eventually they came to a conclusion. In the universe, there is something called luck. The end of science is theology. There are many things that you can't understand. But when your technology reaches a certain level, you can have a corresponding explanation. They have also done the work of creating gods through technology. So they have a very deep understanding of this aspect. And anything may exist. The main reason why you see these things and think they are miracles is because your technological level limits your knowledge there. And you cannot understand higher tech attack methods. Take the current insect swarm as an example. When fighting against a single target, they can even stretch out their claws on the spot and grab it out of thin air. And then the enemy's heart is pinched in their hands. This kind of operation would be regarded as a magical skill by any low-level civilized person. And he can even perform it for you under your eyes, taking out the core of a certain fruit while ensuring that it is intact. He can do it just by waving his hand gently in front of you. Being able to do this is not a god. But the brainworms know very well that the reason why they can do this is because of the technology they rely on. It's not the so-called divine power. If you want to do this, you only need to master the use of high dimensions. 4-dimensional space has one more dimension than 3-dimensional space. This extra dimension makes the whole thing confusing. In the 4-dimensional space, you can see everything about the 3-dimensional object, You can see what the inside of the object looks like. And you can also directly ignore the outside and take out the inside as things. This is also the principle of miracles, which is unimaginable for its civilization. But for advanced civilizations, after you master this technology, then this so-called miracle is also very normal. Actually, what we are now reminds me of a story. Jiang Yao's voice sounded while the brainworms were still silent. Although he usually spends most of his time focusing on that civilization, he will still find time to attend important meetings like this. At this time, hearing his voice, all the brainworms looked at his projection. The elders looked at Jiang Yao from the future and spoke slowly. This story is about the ancient west of Blue Star, when witches were prevalent. Although no one can verify what kind of witches are. But compared to ordinary people, they are mysterious and powerful. At that time, a country was about to be invaded by the enemy. And at this time a witch told the king that he had a way to solve the current difficulties. But after he solved these difficulties, the king must make her a saint. In that era, witches were the embodiment of evil. And it was a great irony for him to become a saint. But the king finally agreed. Because for him at that time, this witch was his life-saving straw. In order to save his country, he could only grasp this life-saving straw. You must also know that although the witch said that she had a way to solve the current dilemma, the king obviously didn't believe it. So after agreeing to her conditions, the king wanted to see what kind of method she used to do it. Said, it was the witch who asked him to bring an animal early. A lively animal. It was a fawn. The king locked the fawn in a cage and put it in the hall, under their noses. And the witch wanted to go there as another place. A place many kilometers away from here where magic is done. Of course, the king agreed to the witch's request. Then the witch left. At this time, everyone in the hall, including the king, was staring at the little deer in front of them. Just like when the witch left, the little deer was still alive and kicking. And just when everyone couldn't figure out what the witch was going to do, they suddenly found that the deer twitched and then fell down. However, the king and ministers who saw this scene were very surprised, because they didn't know what happened. Just like this, time passed for a while, and they came back from the trip. At this time, the witch still held a box in her hands, which was taken away in front of everyone. After opening the box, they suddenly discovered that there was a deer heart in the box. The witch told the king that she had used magic to take the deer's heart out of the body. So the deer died. The king who saw the scene naturally didn't believe it. But when he ordered his men to separate the fawns, everyone was shocked. Because at this time Xiaolu no longer had a heart, and its heart was lying in the box in the witch's hand. Everything incredible made the king believe that this witch knew magic. And he also knew what kind of methods this witch could use to help him. Just like modern sniper warfare, he can let the witch behead the enemy's king or ministers. As time goes by, the enemy troops have arrived at the city. At this time, the witch, carrying the hope of the entire kingdom, once again went to release her magic. But the final result was beyond everyone's expectation. The witch's magic failed. At the same time, the witch also committed suicide out of fear of guilt. This story is very simple if we use our technology to explain it. But for people of that era, it was all too incredible. People of that era speculated that the witch's magic power could only support him to use such magic once. So at the critical moment, she had no magic power and could not use magic. But thinking about this from our perspective, the answer is very simple. There are many four-dimensional fragments in the universe, and these four-dimensional fragments will gradually dissipate over time. But it is undeniable that there are still many fragments floating in the universe to this day. During that period, a four-dimensional fragment floated to the blue star, and it happened that the witch discovered it, and now has a way to use it. The witch discovered that as long as he entered a certain place, he could see what was inside the three-dimensional object and transform it at will. That place is the space of the four-dimensional fragments. And it is also for this reason that the witch is magic. But the four-dimensional fragment is not always stationary. When the witch cast magic on the king for the first time, the four-dimensional fragment was still there. But when the second time it floated away, I don't know where it went. So the witch's magic failed. And Blue Star's brief magical era was over. At this point Jiang Yao fell in love with all the brainworms. Our current research on the theory of luck is like a witch who suddenly mastered magic. We are in a state of complete ignorance. We only know its existence and how to use it. But we don't know how it works. There is still a long way to go. If we want to study the principles of this theory, I think we need to cross many eras. And we need to enter many more advanced stages before we can know the truth. But it doesn't matter, because now we know how to use it. And that's enough. We can use it to solve the dilemma at hand. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao then added, and through previous research, we have also discovered that the luck obtained by civilization is not fixed. And there is no certainty. I guess the reason for this situation is that every civilization has its potential. And we don't know the potential of the civilization we are attacking. Even if a civilization with high potential is in its early stages, it can provide us with he also has a lot of luck. And like some advanced civilizations, he may have reached the end of his potential. If we go to destroy them, we will definitely get very little luck. Of course, all this is just our conjecture. But now we cannot confirm the accuracy of this conjecture. But we can at least use this conjecture to try and see if our conjecture is correct. So in the following days, we will continue to proceed according to the current plan. Continue to search for civilizations and devour them. No matter the level of civilization, we will not let anyone go. Then all our research directions are focused on soul technology. This is the only way we can resist the opponent now. At the same time, the brainworms lurking inside the civilization also need to figure out the opponent's attack methods and defense methods as soon as possible. And then attack them, conduct research, create targeted equipment, and figure out the Zerg's targeted evolution route. On the line of evolution, the possibility of achieving decisive results in a short period of time is very low. So in the early stage, we put all our focus on the research of related equipment. Then let the high-level bugs wear these equipment to fight the enemy. And our chances of winning will undoubtedly be much higher. Just like this, as Jiang Yao's words fell, this meeting also came to an end. In this meeting, the brainworms also determined the subsequent route. And then came the implementation process. Although such a wave through operation, many civilizations will become the food for the insect swarm. But this is a normal thing for the insect swarm. In this universe, civilizations are born and destroyed every minute and every second. This is the law of the development of the universe. The standard for judging whether anything in the universe is correct or not is always from the perspective of one's own civilization. For the attack party, your behavior is wrong because you destroyed them. But as the attacking party, your behavior is correct. Because only when they are destroyed can you develop and protect your own civilization. So development and destruction are eternal themes in this universe. As for so-called kindness and kindness, these are emotions that do not need to exist. Because these emotions will bring your civilization into the abyss. And even say that your civilization will disappear from this kind of thing. So for the next big surprise, Jiang Yao will only think that it is natural. And there will not be any psychological burden. Of course, his theory also applies to that unknown civilization. Although he has stayed in this civilization for such a long time, he also has certain feelings for some individuals in the civilization. But these feelings are only limited to the time he is there now. And once he leaves there, he will become another cold-blooded leader of the insect swarm. And he will destroy this civilization without hesitation. Chapter 498 Lurking in Civilization 0. Regarding the theory you proposed, we have discussed it above, and found it to be very feasible. In the future, the combat troops may try to adopt this method of practice to see the effect. At this time, in the small universe of Yuling civilization, inside the Planetary Warfare Academy, a group of people were gathering together to discuss Jiang Yao's combat theory. In this civilization, Jiang Yao's name is Zero. He has a commanding talent, and after so many years of study, he has gained a firm foothold in this department. Over the years, he has proposed many combat plans, and these plans were all obtained through actual combat. And he also optimized these plans to make them more perfect. And these plans that were obtained after a lot of actual combat testing naturally attracted the attention of the above. The reason why he can play such a big role is mainly because the entire civilization is relatively lacking in knowledge about combat command. Of course, this is a very normal thing. When a civilization reaches such a height, it will basically be in a state of crushing any civilization. Under such circumstances, it will be fine for a short period of time. But after a long time, many tactics and routines will be lost. And civilized people will not be able to conduct in-depth research in this area, because there is no reality for them to prove the correctness of their research. It is said that even if they deliberately built some battleships with relatively low technological levels, they could not obtain accurate data, because for them, those battleships were of low level. And for other civilizations, this level of technological level was what they wanted. I dare not even think about it. It is also for this reason that the entire civilization is falling behind more and more in the research on combat command. If it were not for the department they established, I am afraid that their current battles would not have any routines. And it would be pure technological crushing. Of course, Jiang Yao also had to admit that he admired this civilization very much. Because if the same thing happened to others, they might have cancelled this department long ago. Because at this point, any strategy will have minimal effect. So it is obviously unreasonable to continue to retain this department and waste resources. However, this civilization still retains this department. And every year a lot of manpower and material resources have been invested in him. Through this alone, it is not difficult for Jiang Yao to see the gap between high-level civilization and low-level civilization. At least in high-level civilization, you cannot see the arrogance that belongs to low-level civilization. The fate of many low-level civilizations that ultimately led to destruction was more due to the arrogance buried deep in their bones. As the saying goes, smallness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Many low-level civilizations have mastered some so-called technologies and transformed themselves into invincibles. The reason why many civilizations were destroyed was not because of the invasion of other civilizations, but more because of their own deeds. For example, a weak civilization feels that it is unbelievable if it develops artificial intelligence, and then puts all its focus on the research of artificial intelligence. In the end, there is an artificial intelligence riot, causing the entire civilization to be conquered by artificial intelligence. Take over. Or some civilizations rely on mechanical technology to make everyone in the entire civilization free, thus cultivating a civilization of lazy people and waste. Once these people leave these mechanical creations, they will not even be able to survive at the most basic level. It was difficult. And at this time several civilizations appeared to invade them. And the results were self-evident. The above examples abound in the universe. And there are even more outrageous examples. Although these examples may seem strange, in the final analysis they are just two words: arrogance. He is paranoid and arrogant about the technologies he studies, thinking that he has mastered them and that they serve him. But he never expected that a technological riot would eventually occur and ruin the entire civilization. And such a situation is simply not seen in this civilization. In any subject that seems to have no meaning on the surface, this civilization will invest similar resources in it as in other very important fields, because they know that anything you look down upon may bring you unexpected results at a critical moment. Getting back to the topic, Jiang Yao looked at the audience at the meeting, and everyone nodded. Then he told everyone the principles of this combat plan in detail. After he finished speaking and sat down, the white-haired elf next to him gave him a thumbs up. The white-haired elite in front of you also has a headache. She was considered one of the prettier in the entire civilization, but he fell in love with her for some unknown reason. According to Jiang Yao's speculation, it is most likely because his performance has always been very impressive. When choosing a spouse in this civilization, many girls prioritize the talent of their partner. At the same time, they will also consider their own situation, because in this civilization, your value is the knowledge you possess. The knowledge you possess will determine your treatment in this civilization, and the person you are paired with must also possess it. Equal conditions. So the girl in front of me is not only good looking, but also very smart. She has also achieved very high achievements in this field. Although she is a little behind Jiang Yao, it is more than enough to form a family with Jiang Yao. This is also where Jiang Yao has a headache, because a girl like this must have a large number of suitors no matter where she is, and she passively becomes their love rival. Although in this civilization there will not be any bloody scenes where love rivals come looking for trouble, there are definitely many people who are staring at you and want to surpass you. If Jiang Yao was a civilized person and encountered such a thing, he would only think it was a good thing. But unfortunately he is not. In fact, his best way now is to reduce other people's attention to him as much as possible. He very much hopes that the people who pay attention to him are the higher-ups of this civilization, not these love rivals, because the more people who pay attention to him, the higher the risk of being exposed. Originally, he had to be careful when letting the top leaders of this civilization pay attention to him. But now there are so many inexplicable love rivals, which makes Jiang Yao's life difficult. Of course, it's not like he didn't want to change the status quo. In the end, he found that it was of little use, because no matter how much he ignored the girl in front of him, she was still willing to stick her warm face to your cold ass. Her behavior made Jiang Yao feel helpless, and his mentor or leader was still deliberately bringing the two of them together. So Jiang Yao could not refuse too obviously. After all, his behavior is already a bit out of place in this world. If what he does is a bit out of place, the possibility of being exposed will definitely be greater. So even though she didn't want to deal with the girl in front of him, he still had to deal with her. Although he deliberately kept a distance, But the other party pretended not to see her, and then came close to her. He could only forcefully cooperate. If you want to say it's uncomfortable, it's indeed uncomfortable. But in order to continue hiding in this civilization, he will even start a family with the girl in front of him when necessary. 0. I found something delicious yesterday. I'll buy it for you to try later. At this time, when Jiang Yao was still having a headache, Xie Feng's voice came over. After hearing his words, Jiang Yao sighed helplessly, and then said, "No need for now, because I still have a lot of things to do today, and I will go directly back to my residence to busy with the work at hand. It's okay. I'll just buy it, and take it to your residence to eat with you." Jiang Yao was speechless when he heard this. His rejection was so obvious that even a fool could see it. Naturally, she could also see it. But even if she saw it, she chose to ignore it. "It's up to you. But I don't think it's better if you just do it remotely. Why do you have to go to other people's stores every time? Because only in this way can I show that I attach great importance to it." Alright. Jiang Yao also had an indescribable feeling in his heart about the girl in front of him. It is a very shameful thing to be chased by a beautiful girl. Of course, this thought was before he traveled through time. At that time, if he had encountered what he is now, he would have been laughed out of his dreams. But unfortunately, now he does not need this so-called face at all. Although Jiang Yao was very troubled by Xie Feng. Fortunately, Xie Feng was not the kind of person who pestered Jiang Yao all the time. When she was working, she was also very focused. As for finding Jiang Yao, he only found him in his spare time at work. All in all, he was a person who clearly separated work and personal life, and was perfect in all aspects. Although this matter is a good thing for me, it is also a critical moment. If I was not an undercover agent, I might have accepted it long ago. But now, as an undercover agent, he can only delay. Of course, he can also choose to sacrifice himself and get together with Xie Feng. But he knows very well that he must not do this in a short time, because the civilized law stipulates that after marriage, within 10 years, both parties must have a child. Of course, these are rules formulated for elites like them. And some people with inherent flaws may even be prohibited from having children. This is also the reason why Jiang Yao has always refused. He can choose to ignore emotional matters. But if the two of them really have a child, and he fights here in the future, what will that naughty child do? Although he can be cold-blooded towards other civilizations, he cannot do it towards himself. After all, he is essentially a time traveler, and has many inherent concepts that are deeply ingrained in his mind. Although he can choose to ignore them many times, he will still think about them when he really faces a certain situation. So this is the most troublesome. But he also wants to have a child if necessary. The worst case scenario is to finally bring the naughty kid back to the star ring, and not allow him to come into contact with anything related to war, and just let him feel at ease until the end of his life. Of course, this is a last resort. A last resort strategy. So Jiang Yao also felt helpless about this headache. At this moment, when Jiang Yao was still distressed, he heard a knock on the door outside. Needless to say, it was Xie Feng who was back. Xie Feng, who came back with lunch, looked at Jiang Yao and couldn't help but smile like a crescent moon. Then the two chatted and had lunch together. And in the middle of the process, Xie Feng also turned the topic to emotional aspects many times. But Jiang Yao chose to pretend to be stupid and get over it. In this way, as time went by, another year passed in the blink of an eye. And during this year, Jiang Yao's tactics were used and achieved great success. And the objects of use were the 13 advanced civilizations. Only a civilization of this level could allow his side to use tactics against them. Of course, after achieving great success, Jiang Yao's status in the civilization will naturally increase. His relationship with Xie Feng has also undergone a major revision. The reason was that due to an accident, he learned that the members of Xie Feng's family, his parents, had a high status in civilization, and had made great achievements in their respective fields. This is also the reason why Jiang Yao slowly started to get in touch with Xie Feng. It's simple that he wants to take advantage of the situation. After all, what he is doing in this civilization now is to collect all-round information related to this civilization. And Xie Feng's parents are two good channels. Even through these two channels, he can get more channels, which is why he chose to accept Xie Feng. Although this behavior is indeed a bit excessive, he has to do it for the sake of the entire insect swarm. And this thing doesn't seem to be a bad thing for him. In this way, the relationship between the two gradually became closer. Of course, Jiang Yao was not stupid. He knew his past performance. If he suddenly acted out of normal, It would definitely indicate that there was something wrong with his behavior. So he accepted Jiang Yao very slowly. Now he only accepts Xie Feng's invitation occasionally. All the movements seemed very normal under Jiang Yao's operation. From the outside, he was moved by Xie Feng's perseverance over the years. This was very normal and very reasonable. While Jiang Yao was still working hard, the brainworms who came to this civilization with him were naturally working hard in their respective fields. Compared with Jiang Yao, their achievements are a little lower, but not much lower. In short, they now have the ability to enter higher levels in their respective fields. What they lack now is just an opportunity. Once they enter a higher place, it means that they have taken another big step in penetrating this civilization. And at this time, they are about to usher in this great progress. This opportunity will appear 1 year later. In the second test a year later. If their scores meet the standards, then they can enter a higher level in their respective fields. Once they enter, their authority will be enhanced again, and they will be able to master more information they need. Chapter 499 The Starry Sky Behemoth reappears. Time flies like this. 1 year passed quickly. While Jiang Yao was waiting, he finally entered the second professional test. The results of this test will be directly related to their layout in this civilization. There are 3 rounds of regular tests in this civilization. The first round is the first time you choose a career. At that time, you choose a good career and develop in this career direction. After decades of hard work, you will eventually achieve certain achievements in this industry, or you will master certain things. When the time is right, you can apply to enter the second round of professional testing. If you pass the professional test this time, you will be instilled with more relevant knowledge. Of course, this knowledge will be more profound. It requires you to accumulate a lot of knowledge before you can understand it. Also, why is there such a long study time after the first round of testing? And why you need to achieve certain achievements before you can take the second round of testing? Not only are the second round of tests directly related to your future in this career, but the knowledge they instill at this stage is also very important. To be honest, this knowledge is not available on the market. This is something that only a small number of people can master. Going further back is the third and most difficult test. If you pass even this round of tests, it means that you can master some core knowledge of this civilization. At the same time, you can also enter the core of this civilization, thus becoming the attacking force of this civilization. In Blue Star's way of understanding this situation, you become an official. That's pretty much what it means. After you enter the core and continue to move up through your efforts, your position will be higher and higher, and you will come into contact with more and more high-field talents. At the same time, you will master there will be more and more secrets of this civilization. Of course, this position is also Jiang Yao's ultimate goal when he came here. Now he is about to take the first step. At this time, at his residence, as usual, Jiang Yao's door was knocked. When he opened the door, he saw Xue Feng, who was bringing breakfast, looking at Jiang Yao with a smile. 0. Morning. Morning, Jiang Yao said, motioning for Xie Feng to come in and sit down first while he went to prepare the things needed for today's test. At this time, Xie Feng, who entered Jiang Yao's room, also began to look at Jiang Yao's room curiously. After looking at it for a while, his eyes were attracted by a potted plant in the distance. Isn't this Xuelon? As he said this, Xue Feng walked up to the potted plant and sniffed it gently. Sure enough, it smells good. As she said this, Xie Feng looked at Jiang Yao, who was cleaning up in the distance with some strangeness. Ling, I remember you don't like these things, right? Why did you suddenly grow this thing at home? Jiang Yao, who was packing up when he heard this, stopped what he was doing and looked at her. Isn't your birthday coming soon? So I thought of preparing some gifts for you. At first I didn't know what to give you, but then I heard you mention that you like this kind of flower. So I thought about it, or else I would give you this. I bought some seeds and planted them some time ago. Although I planted many plants at that time, only this one survived. When Xue Feng heard this, she was obviously stunned. She looked at Jiang Yao in the distance with some incredible eyes. At this time, she almost couldn't believe her ears. After so many years of hard work, Jiang Yao was always warm to her, but cold to her. But what did Jiang Yao say just now? He actually took the initiative to give himself a gift. And he planted this gift himself. Then 0. This kind of flower is difficult to grow. In fact, it would be better if you buy it directly. I wanted to buy it, but I remembered that someone who bought me breakfast said that it would be more meaningful to buy it myself. So I thought about how to grow one yourself. But when she heard what Jiang Feng said, Xie Feng was so moved. At this moment, she seemed to see victory right in front of her. This stone is finally going to warm itself up. Seeing her expression at this time, Jiang Yao immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong. This is just a courtesy. After all, you have taken care of me for so many years. If I didn't express it, wouldn't it look like I was too much? It's so unkind." When Xue Feng heard this, she quickly waved her hands and said, "I didn't think too much about it. I didn't think too much about it." I looked at his helpless look at this moment, and Jiang Yao couldn't help but complain in his heart. "You don't care. You don't care." The tone of his speech has changed, and this look doesn't look like he doesn't care. But thinking about it, it was naturally impossible for him to say what was in his heart. In fact, today's progress is also very risky for Jiang Yao. But he has laid the groundwork before, so he thinks that today's situation is within the acceptable range. In fact, he is quite cautious when dealing with this relationship. After all, if he has problems with his operation because of this thing, he will be embarrassed. The two continued to chat for a while, and after dinner, Xiafeng and Jiang Yao came to the testing location. At this time, the entire square is gathered, and most of the people here are waiting for the test. So Jiang Yao and Xiafeng waited here for a while before it was his turn. "Okay, it's my turn now. This round of testing should take about a day. You can go back first." After seeing that it was his turn, Jiang Yao stood up and explained to Xiafeng. And then, he was counted alone. Tester. After entering the tester, Jiang Yao naturally started the second round of testing. Compared with the first round of testing, the second round of testing contains significantly less theoretical knowledge. This round of testing is more about actual combat. Of course, this is normal. After all, the direction he is taking is strategic command, which must pay more attention to reality. So Jiang Yao successfully passed one scene after another. In fact, these scenes have long been strange to Jiang Yao. It's strange. After all, he has experienced many similar scenes. So his test ended soon, and the result of the test was naturally passed smoothly. At the same time, Jiang Yao also learned that Lao Tsong also passed at full speed, which was undoubtedly good news for them, because now their invasion team is one step closer to their success. After this test, they all gained a lot of new knowledge. The content of this knowledge covers a very wide range, including the development history of this civilization. Some things are also very important for subsequent operations. Through the different development history of a civilization, it can be sorted out roughly. An author's response after an effort or a desperate situation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they also learned about the weapons and development history of various civilizations in the universe. Of course, these records are not comprehensive. A slightly more comprehensive one is the evolution route of weapons of this civilization. At the same time, they are also very familiar with it. It is clear that the information they have at this stage is not comprehensive, but only part of it. If they want to know more relevant things, they need to continue to delve deeper. But fortunately, whether it is Jiang Yao or Brainworm, their professions are basically related to war. So the knowledge they possess is of great help to the current insect swarm. Because no matter how powerful the opponent's weapons are, as long as they understand the principles, they can come up with ways to target them. And now they have begun to gradually move towards this step. Although the weapons of this civilization are very high-end, it is very complicated to study the principles. It is even said that even if someone hands the weapon to you, it will be difficult for you to research the corresponding equipment. But this matter is not absolute. And now Jiang Yao and the others have found a solution, which is the information they have obtained at this stage about the weapon development experience. The main reason why this information can speed up their research on confrontational weapons is because no matter how complex the weapon is, it starts from the beginning. Although the final result he showed may be 10,000 or 1 million. Its starting point is always 1. Even they don't know the process from 1 to 10,000. And now the knowledge they have is gradually telling them this process. So through this process, they want to gradually analyze the weapons and study the weaknesses of the weapons. The difficulty will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. At this time, it is on Jiang Yao's side, while he is still working hard to target this civilization. And on the player's side, now the player's combat troops have exceeded 1 million, and all of them are high-level units, mainly corruptors. Although only some veteran players have high-stage evolved corruptors, and most of the new players are in the first or second stage of evolution. But even so, the overall strength of the players has also made a qualitative leap. Players are more comfortable when attacking other civilizations. After experiencing one battle after another, The cooperation between the players has become more tacit. In fact, the number of insect swarms has already exceeded 1 million. But the number of combat units has never been large. After all, Jiangyao used to be very strict in vetting players of combat arms. After all, this thing is directly related to whether the entire ethnic group can continue. So even though the number of people who can enter the game now has exceeded 10 million, however, there are still a small number of people who can use combat arms. But Jiang Yaofeng's power will be greater than before. For example, the threshold set by Jiang Yao for basic units, such as velociraptors, is very low. It also makes it possible for many players to purchase velociraptors. Of course, these players have purchased velociraptors, although they are of little use on the current mainstream battlefield. These units are still very powerful for invading some low-level civilizations. And it is also for this reason that the current players are divided into two categories. The first category is the mainstream space combat arms of large forces, while the second category is the combat arms based on ground arms, such as velociraptors. The latter type of arms is mainly composed of eyeworm players. They are responsible for looking for civilizations. After they find some low-level civilizations and determine that their own arms can solve them, they will usually organize themselves and act on their own. The various policies in the group have also changed a lot from the past. In the past, only resources collected were rewarded. But now, as long as the attacking civilization has corresponding rewards, the rewards vary according to the technological level of the civilization. Same. So for them, it doesn't matter even if they can't find resource galaxies. As long as they can find living planets, they can get a lot of money. This also greatly improves players' motivation to find planets. And because the flow rate between them and the larger universe is different, this also means that players no longer need to work as hard on the road as before after the encounter. In the past, if players wanted to change their route, they had to jump through Jiang Yao's cordyceps. Using a regular area for short distance comprehension was fine. But if the distance was too long, the player's waiting time would be very long. Now, because time has passed so far, even if it is a long distance, players only need the direction they need to go offline. Players can reach their destination within a few hours at most. Of course, the explanation given by Soy Sauce for such a big change is to have a better gaming experience. So the ratio of time in the game to reality was changed. For games, such a design is very normal. So no one will think too much about it. At the same time, after this period of development, players have also figured out how to find other civilizations in the universe. Routine. Although they have made great improvements during this period, they are also about to face a very big crisis. Because not long ago, a small formation of players was attacked by a starry sky beast. Yes, it was the previous starry sky beast that was seriously injured in the battle. This is very bad news for the players. Because based on the time difference, the seriously injured star beast has most likely recovered. It was seriously injured at the time and fled, never to be seen again. At that time, he was most likely hiding in a certain corner of the universe, constantly devouring and recuperating. But now it suddenly appears in front of the players. You don't need to think about it to know that it must have been well taken care of. And then it has begun to liquidate the civilizations that have caused harm to it before. After all, as the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. What's more, if you count the time, it has been more than 10 years since he left. Of course, this is definitely not good news for the players. After all, this starry sky beast had such a strong combat power when it was seriously injured. But now how powerful the starry sky beast can explode when it is completely victorious, it is unknown. It was because of this incident that the players all gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. Since the starry sky beast is now looking for them, they have only one way, and that is to choose to face the enemy. Compared with before, players now have no chance of winning against this starry sky beast. As long as the routine is used properly, they think they still have a chance to defeat this starry sky beast. Chapter 500: The Battle with the Starry Sky Beast. Brothers, the starry sky beast has appeared now. As for the starry sky beast situation, I don't need to say more. In the previous battle, the starry sky beast that had just escaped from that space was not in very good condition. But under such circumstances it still had a strong fighting capacity. From this point of view, it is not difficult to judge that the strength of the starry sky beast far exceeds our expectations. Of course, this can also be seen through our subsequent battles. Under such circumstances, it can still dominate the subsequent imperial battlefields, not only destroying many fleets besieging the empire, but also suppressing the Empire. And the most important thing is that in the final battle with the Empire, if it weren't for the Empire having that spaceship, I think the Empire would have been in a miserable state. As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin then added, according to our current understanding, if I guess correctly, the Empire's spaceship should have used a dimensional attack. This also means that the strength of the Empire's spaceship is at least the strength of the 10th stage Thunder Beast. But when he heard what Emperor Penguin said about salted fish, he shook his head and said, "It's more than that. I guess it's far more than that." As he spoke, Xianyu added, "Now I have been controlling the Thunder Beast and have fought so many battles. After experiencing so many battles, I basically have a certain understanding of dimensional attacks. First of all, it is certain that the spaceship on the Empire's side is definitely not something they can manufacture with their current technology. If they really have the ability to create such a spaceship, then their strength may not be just that. So I speculate that the one on the Empire's side was obtained by accident somewhere, and then used it as their own trump card." As he spoke, Xianyu then added, "Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the Empire has such powerful weapons in its hands, but it still failed to deal with the seriously injured Star Beast. By the way, I forgot to add that, based on my memory at the time, and comparing it with my current Ultralisk, the power of the blow from the Imperial warship was at least 10 times more powerful than my current Ultralisk's full blow, because I clearly remember the space cracks produced when it attacked. These cracks are fragments of 4-dimensional space. I will also produce this kind of thing when I attack, but the ones I produce are relatively small, so you may not notice it. But if I strike with all my strength, you will most likely be able to see this kind of crack. Of course, it is also through this that I can judge the approximate strength of the Empire's spaceship." At this time, everyone was silent after hearing what Xianyu said. At this time, they couldn't help but frown. If what Xianyu said was true, then they would be in big trouble. The current player's strength should be about the same as that of the Empire. If the Thunder Beasts currently in Xianyu's hands were compared with the Empire's warship, then the Empire's warship would obviously be stronger. Under such circumstances, the Empire did not gain much benefit from the battle with the Starry Sky Beast. And the Starry Sky Beast was still in extremely poor condition. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. Obviously, the situation in front of them was somewhat beyond their expectations. In fact, their initial estimate of the Starry Sky Beast was roughly equivalent to the Empire's strength. And now the overall strength of the players can compete with the Empire. Therefore, the players should take it for granted that they have a chance to win this game. Of course, this is before Xianyu comes up with his thoughts. But now that Xianyu has expressed his thoughts, the next thing will be troublesome. Because according to Xianyu, this means that their estimate of the strength of the Starry Sky Beast is wrong. It can take the Empire's blow when it is in a residual health state. But what kind of strength will the Starry Sky Beast reach if it is in a full health state? Players don't know about this. Holy crap. If that's really the case, then we're going to give them a hammer this time. After learning about the situation, many players also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Originally, they thought that after developing for so long, their strength should be comparable to that of the Starry Sky Beast. But now it seems that they are overthinking. With their current strength, they are still far from the Starry Sky Beast. Now things are in trouble. The Starry Sky Beast has appeared. This means that the leader's original guess was correct. The Starry Sky Beast did leave something behind that can locate us. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin continued, and there is another thing that we have always ignored. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone looked at him with some confusion. Penguin, what did we overlook? I wonder if you still remember when Xianyu evolved to the 10th stage? Everyone nodded at this. Remember? What happened? At this point, everyone was stunned at the same time. Indeed, they remember the scene and what happened that day. And thinking about what happened that day, they naturally knew what the Emperor Penguin wanted to say. Yes, what Emperor Penguin wants to talk about is the means left by the Starry Sky Beast. At this moment, as if to confirm their suspicions, the Emperor Penguin slowly spoke. It seems that you have all thought of it. Yes, what I am going to say is about the means by which the Starry Sky Beast can stay. As he said that, Emperor Penguin turned his attention to the Starry Sky Beast controlled by Xianyu. After evolving that day, Xianyu immediately discovered the backhand that civilization left behind us and took corresponding measures. But that day, we all ignored the backhand left by the Starry Sky Beast on us. And no one even thought about it. That is, even if the salted fish has evolved to this stage, it still did not find the Starry Sky Beast left behind us. As things, everyone was silent after hearing this. Because if inferred according to this logic, it means that the strength of the starry sky beast is very likely to be equal to that civilization or even surpass that civilization. If this is really the case, then they will have no chance of winning against the starry sky beast. Everyone panicked at the thought, because at this time, they didn't know how to deal with the next thing. Now that the starry sky beast has recovered from its injuries, it has come to the door. This means that even though they don't want to, they are now being targeted. Although they can escape, there is a high probability that they will be found. And if they are found, it means that their fight is inevitable. Of course, there is also a way to avoid fighting, which is to keep jumping like Jiangyao. But is this approach feasible? It is obviously not feasible. Because once they all start this operation, the Zerg will truly enter a stagnant stage. There would be no use in doing so, but prolonging the process a little longer. In this way, players began to make suggestions for this matter. Although the player's plan is unlikely to have any impact on the starry sky beast based on its strength, the players are not willing to sit still and wait for death. With the idea of fighting in a wave, the players began to plan in advance the overall operation process of their plan. Time passed quickly like this, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. And in the past 2 years, the starry sky beast had not come to them. To be precise, the players have not seen the starry sky beast since the last attack. It was as if it just disappeared out of thin air. Of course, this is good for the players. At least they have enough time to prepare for the battle. Of course, things developed just as they thought. After 2 years of hard work, the players successfully arranged all the things that should be arranged. The next thing that the players, who have arranged the arrangements, will naturally do is to wait for the arrival of the starry sky beast. At this time, the players did not know that they were in the depths of the universe. And this starry sky beast was devouring planets and stars one after another. After so many years of repairs, it is obvious that this starry sky beast has basically recovered from its injuries. This is of course a good thing for the starry sky beast. But the consequence of rapid recovery from injuries is that its energy reserves are almost squandered. Of course, the starry sky beast is aware of this situation. It knows this when it consumes energy to speed up the recovery of injuries. However, considering everything he had experienced before, this starry sky beast also knew that the top priority was to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. So it put all its energy on this. And after its injuries recovered, it began to enter the energy recovery stage. Of course, the most helpful thing for restoring energy is naturally ore. Regardless of things like ore, it is very difficult for even a starry sky beast to find a sufficient amount of ore. Since ores are rare to the starry sky beasts, they immediately set their sights on planets and stars. There are far more of these things than ores, and they are almost everywhere in the universe. So when it thought of this, it started to devour it without hesitation. In this way, after a series of efforts, it recovered a lot. And when it was looking for planets to recover, it suddenly met the player's troops. It still had some impression of this strange race. So it wiped out the wave of player soldiers without hesitation. The person who had done all this originally thought of using the backup force it left behind to find the players in their lair and give them a piece of cake. But when it just passed by, it felt a powerful aura far away. This aura was naturally emitted by Xianyu's Thunder Beast. The starry sky beast was also extremely shocked when it felt this, because it did not expect that a weak race to have such a powerful unit. Although that unit is not as impressive as the others, it can easily send away the Thunder Beast. But although that Thunder Beast is weak to me, it already has the ability to compete with me. To put it simply, that Thunder Beast can cause harm to itself. Although it doesn't have a big problem if it wants to kill one, not to mention one, it can still solve it even if it gives him 10 or 8 more. But it has fought against this race at some point before. And it also knows very well that the arms of this civilization are all biological arms. And they have their own characteristics. The way they develop their arms should be reproduction. And their reproductive capabilities are undoubtedly very powerful compared to their own. It was also for this reason that it became timid. Because it clearly remembered that it was fighting the same combat units as the players. And the players had tens of thousands in their hands. What does this say about crocodiles? This shows that the opponent may have more than one type of soldier. Maybe 1,000 or more. Although it is not afraid of 10 or 100. If the number exceeds 1,000 and the quality and quantity can be maintained, then it is really resistant. Can't live. When it thought of this, it immediately chose to avoid its edge. Then find a good place to restore your energy and fight them in the past. Because as long as it restores its energy to full, it will have nothing to fear even if it confronts them. Because with full energy and full state, it doesn't matter even if they have 12,800 heads. although I have to pay a small price to defeat them in that state. The price will not be too serious. Of course, it also considered that if the other party had tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, it would just run away. Although the opponent will definitely catch up while running away. It doesn't matter. At most, it can be defeated one by fighting guerrillas with the enemy. After all, if the other party doesn't send out tens of thousands, it will definitely be unable to do anything to it. It doesn't believe that the other party will have tens of thousands of thunder beasts acting together at all times. And that's why it's been dormant for so long. At this time, after devouring it for such a long time, its energy has basically been restored to full. This means that he can already cause trouble at this time. At this time, after everything was ready, the Starry Sky Beast also set off. At this time, the players naturally don't know that the Starry Sky Beast has come. Of course, it doesn't matter to them even if they know, because they have basically arranged everything here. So even if the Starry Sky Behemoth comes now, they can still fight the Starry Sky Behemoth. Although the players know very well that they are no match for the Starry Sky Behemoth in this battle. The purpose of the players is not to defeat the Starry Sky Behemoth. Their purpose is just to hold back the Starry Sky Beast. As time went by, the Starry Sky Behemoth was finally captured by the players' eye worms. Brothers, the Starry Sky Beast is here. Everyone, get ready and start executing according to our previous battle plan. As the distance gets closer and closer, people here are also ready to attack. And at this time, the Starry Sky Beast also senses the player's arrangement in that star field. Of course, arrangements like this don't matter to it. After all, at his level, the arrangements of players are all in vain. Black area? Is there a deadline? He also felt a little ridiculous when he saw the Starry Sky Beasts arranged by players in the distance. But these things are fatal to low-level civilizations, because once they enter the Black Realm, it means that if they want to come out of it, the big world may have passed tens of thousands of years. But to him, it doesn't matter, because things like the Black Domain can't have any impact on it. Thinking of this, it didn't hesitate too much and saw it flying directly towards the black area ranged by the players. Chapter 501 Fighting against the Starry Sky Beast. For this battle against the Starry Sky Beast, the players' routines are also very simple. There are not so many bells and whistles. The players first created a large area of black territory, and then prepared a large number of dimensionality reduction weapons around the black area. Although it is unclear whether these weapons can cause damage to the Starry Sky Beast, this is one of the most useful methods that players can think of. Of course, these things are just appetizers. Players will have many things ready for him in the future. At this time, the Starry Sky Beast has also entered the dead zone arranged by the players. As the players thought, some dead zones cannot cause any harm to it at all. The dead zone is formed when the spacecraft reaches the speed of light when it is sailing in a curved direction. The speed of light will slow down in the wake. The flow of time and the speed of light in that area are completely different from those in the larger universe. All warships that enter the dead zone will also be affected. Soon they will become a turtle speed. Of course, their speed does not really become a turtle speed, but becomes the same as that in the dead zone. The speed remains the same, because of the difference in speed and the passage of time, plus the dead zone. It will gradually spread in all directions. This makes it take a long time for the spacecraft to get out. Perhaps for the people inside the spacecraft, it only takes them a day or two to climb out. But for the big universe, this time may have passed tens of thousands of years. After many civilizations encounter enemies in deep space, they usually choose to set up such dead zone traps. Once the enemy's spacecraft accidentally enters, these spacecraft will be of no use for a while. But usually when you are near your home planet, basically no civilization dares to do this, because the dead zone may be noticed by other civilizations. Even if it cannot spread to your home planet, it will make other civilizations doubt whether there will be intelligent life nearby. And they have mastered the light speed market technology. It means that this intelligent life is very dangerous and must be eliminated quickly. So under normal circumstances, no civilization should directly turn on the curvature engine near its own planet unless a safety certificate is issued. For low-level civilizations, even if they master the rhythm of music, their navigation efficiency in the universe is still very slow, because the speed of light requires them to be at a certain distance from their home star in order to turn on the warp engine. Although the speed of light at that time was very fast for low-level civilizations, it was not fast enough when traveling across the universe. So usually after developing this technology, they will turn to research a faster navigation method. The jump engine. The principle of the jump engine is completely different from that of the curvature engine. One is to use the principle of space distortion for high-speed navigation. The other one is to build an artificial wormhole to reach thousands of miles in an instant. Of course, apart from these two technologies, the last and most efficient way of navigation in the universe is the jump engine. The principle is similar to that of the jump engine, except that the latter is measured in light years. After you master this technology, distance is no longer something you need to consider during space navigation. But it is undeniable that with the development of science and technology, even if it reaches a very high level, many basic things can still be used in the later battlefield. The dead zone is a good thing for any civilization. In terms of combat, it can be used in the later stages when it is afraid of fighting some advanced civilizations. And if it weren't for some civilizations whose technology has reached its peak, there would be no way to leave the prison of death in a short time. At the same time, if you use the food domain to wrap your own planet, it is equivalent to sending safe life into the universe. Because when you wrap yourself with the death domain, it means that you also lose the possibility of exploring outwards. As far as other civilizations are concerned, you are safe. After all, in the eyes of most civilizations in the universe, resources seem to be very precious. To clean up other civilizations, the methods they usually use are clean and efficient. Under normal circumstances, they would not bother to spend resources to clean up a civilization that poses no threat to them at all. This kind of civilization doesn't even bother to visit with sympathy. After all, because of the different timelines, the bugs went in and waited for them to come out. At least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years later. It took tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to collect the resources of a planet. A transaction that no one would be able to do. At the same time, the same number of bugs can collect the resources of at least thousands or even tens of thousands of planets. Today's players are basically in the same situation as those low-level civilizations facing high-level civilizations. They have adopted the most primitive methods and want to restrict that high-level civilization in this way. But obviously, their method had no effect. Only the huge starry sky beast was seen in the starry sky. It ignored the black area and the dead line in front of it and rushed straight towards the players. While he was flying over, the players were also paying close attention to his every move. It's exactly what I thought. After civilization develops to a certain level, not even the dead zone can affect it. I don't know what the appearance of this starry sky beast can push away these dead zones. To put it simply, it is like a lonely boat in the lake, floating quietly. But the boat is suspended in the lake, and it's in the dead zone. In fact, the players had already expected what was happening in front of them. They knew very well that if they could control this starry sky beast with a simple death zone, it would be nothing more than a dream. Originally, they thought that if they didn't go to this dead zone, they would be able to delay the starry sky beast for some time. But now it seems that they may have thought too much. In fact, the player's idea at the beginning was very simple. Even if the dead zone could not completely affect the starry sky beast, as long as he stepped inside, he would be delayed for a few tenths of a second due to the time difference. To the outside world, several days may have passed. But what the players never expected was that it could be completely immune to this thing. Immediately behind the dead zone is the two-dimensional space prepared by the players for him. Players use dimensional weapons to reduce the dimensionality of this place, causing this space to continue to fall into two dimensions. Of course, these weapons were provided to them by the brainworms. During this period of time, the research of the brainworms has derived a lot of strange things. And of course many important weapons, among which dimensional weapons are one of them. Although dimensional weapons are fatal to many civilizations, the situation for this starry sky beast is still the same as before, blocked by a layer of special material on its surface. It moves through dimensions, like a pair of scissors tearing apart a painting. Players who saw this scene at this time naturally knew that their first two routines basically had no effect on it. Of course, as the saying goes, in addition to these two routines, players also have a third routine. However, this third routine can only be used later, and what the players have to do now is to fight him head-on. Brothers, get ready. Maid, it's going to take a little long this time. I originally thought that our arrangement could last at least for a while. But who would have thought that it would be so useless? Yes, even if those arrangements can hold on for a few more minutes, it will be good. After all, if they hold on for one more minute, then we will be able to hold on for one less minute. Everyone, please stop complaining. This wave is indeed a bit unexpected, but it is also within the scope of our plan. After all, These arrangements are completely unable to stop the enemy's actions. We have already thought about this. In short, for us now, it is best to be able to resist for a while. If we cannot resist, then it is time for us to fight hard. In this way, the players started communicating while communicating, considering that they will have to support it for a longer time now. They must arrange the third step in advance and start it immediately when the time is right. Anyway, for them now, they can save a little time on the third arrangement. And they also know very well that they only have one chance to use this arrangement. If the Starry Sky Beast cannot be eliminated in this wave, they will have to have a head-on confrontation with the Starry Sky Beast next time. After all, there are prerequisites for their smooth deployment in this wave. To the Starry Sky Beasts, the current insect swarm is just scum. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to be very cautious when fighting bugs, and players just want to take advantage of this. Therefore, once this routine is used this time, he will definitely be extremely cautious next time. At that time, it is basically unrealistic to still want to use the same routine. Just like this, while the players were waiting, the Starry Sky Beast also entered the attack range of the players. When he appeared in the attack range of the players launched an attack on him without hesitation. Countless attacks were directed at him. However, it is obvious that the players' attacks have no effect, because the moment they reach the Starry Sky Beast under attack, a transparent shield appears in front of it, and all the players' attacks are blocked by the shield. It's outside dimensional defense. Players who have only seen this part naturally know what methods he used. Just as they thought, this Starry Sky Beast can easily use various dimensions to defend or attack. At this time, they used the shield as a shield to move towards the Starry Sky Beasts that were constantly approaching them and launching various attacks. The Thunder Beasts, the high-level cockroach team, and the high-level corruptors headed by Jian Hexianya rushed towards the Starry Sky Beast. They want to use their own dimensional attacks to destroy the dimensional defenses of the Starry Sky Beasts. As the distance got closer and closer, the Starry Sky Beast also discovered this group of uninvited guests, and it immediately launched an attack on these uninvited guests without any hesitation. At the same time, the Corruptor Squad and the high-level Cockroach Squad rushed in front of the Thunder Beast to defend the Thunder Beast from the Star Beast's attack, with countless attacks falling. Basically, each Corruptor and Cockroach can only withstand 1 or 2 rounds at most, and they must completely attack the battlefield, because after 1 or 2 rounds, they will have full health and become residual health. The players were also extremely shocked by the attack power of this Starry Sky Beast. Some defensive units, such as high-level cockroaches, can block the opponent's concentrated fire for at least a minute or 2 in normal combat. But now facing this Starry Sky Behemoth, even the hundreds it releases will seem to be insignificant. They can also take up to 2 rounds of large purple light balls. Holy crap! What kind of divine injury is this? My cockroach feels as brittle as a velociraptor. In 2 clicks, it was full of health and turned into residual health. Those with residual health should retreat quickly to a safe place and seize the time to recover from their injuries. The others with no health should continue to attack, and the output troops in the rear should pay attention. When they see the opponent's light ball coming, they should hide immediately, because your blood volume will disappear as soon as you touch this thing. Receive. Worry. With this damage, I'm worried that the Thunder Beast will be killed in just 2 hits when we fight. Don't worry. The Thunder Beast can block this kind of damage, because it uses dimensional attacks, and the Thunder Beast has corresponding defenses. Although the dimensional defense is not as good as it won't be able to kill it after a few hits with this kind of ball. In this way, under the cover of a group of cannon fodder, when Xianyu and his Thunder Beast troops arrived in front of the Starry Sky Beast, they were still close to full status. After arriving here, the players did not hesitate to launch an attack on the shield of Star Rich, because both sides were dimensional attacks. They dealt damage to the shield, leaving cracks one after another. If they caused cracks on the Starry Sky Beast, it would obviously not have much effect, because these cracks were repaired the moment they appeared. In this way, the players and the Starry Sky Beasts were fighting in close combat while delaying the Starry Sky Beast's attack. At the same time, the Starry Sky Beasts also set their sights on these Thunder Beasts, because it can feel that these Thunder Beasts are more powerful than the insects attacking from a distance. Thinking of this, it immediately launched an attack on the Thunder Beast. In this way, the melee battle between the players and the Starry Sky Beast began. The damage of the Starry Sky Beast was what the players thought. Basically just being touched by it. Even the Thunder Beast is uncomfortable. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes. and the thunder beasts of the attacking team began to retreat one after another, because it only took more than 20 minutes. Other high-level thunder beasts except Xianyu had basically dropped to half health. If they were taking turns to take the damage, the players would probably have killed 1 or 2 thunder beasts at this moment. Brothers, the damage of this thing is too high. It seems that direct attack is not okay. Changing strategy, we started executing Plan B. As the words fell, the players gradually spread out from the group, surrounding the entire Starry Sky Beast. And the scope of their spread was very large. So after the spread was completed, the players immediately began to launch an all-round attack on the Starry Sky Beast. Chapter 502 Calculation. Naturally, he didn't care about the attacking Starry Sky Beasts in front of him. In his eyes, the players' attacks were just like scratching an itch, without any difference. In the eyes of the Starry Sky Beast, the only one that players can cause effective damage to is Xianyu's Thunder Beast. As for other Thunder Beasts, although they can cause damage to it, the damage can be described as minimal. The main reason why the Starry Sky Beast would prepare again after discovering the players before was because he thought that the players had many such Thunder Beasts in their hands. Judging from the current performance of the players, the Starry Sky Beast knows that his worries are unnecessary. There is only one powerful Thunder Beast among the players. As for why it dares to be so sure, the original intention is also very simple. It had explored the surrounding area long before it came here. After confirming that there were no ambushes in the surrounding area, it came here, and with his range of perception, as long as there were still ambushes nearby, there would be other Thunder Beasts. It is absolutely impossible to escape his perception. In other words, all the soldiers here now belong to the enemy. Because of this result, he was a little surprised. And what surprised him even more was that under such circumstances, according to normal logic, this group of bugs should choose to flee directly. In fact, it thought of this when the comrades took action just now. But the result was far beyond his strength. Because this group of bugs actually used this method for eternity. Beat it. Regarding the movements of the bugs, it naturally knows why the bugs do what they do. It is obvious that the bugs think that there are loopholes in its protective shield. Find the loopholes in the shield in this way. For him, the actions of the players are in vain. Because he knows very well that his shield has no loopholes. And it doesn't matter even if there are loopholes, because their attacks have no effect even if they hit his own body. What the Starry Sky Beast doesn't know at this time is that the purpose of the players is to guide him to think in this direction. Because only after he thinks in this direction can it calm down and stop here to clean up its side. Of military strength, players like yours know that they have no chance of winning on the front. And all they have to do now is stall for time. As long as they delay it until that time, this Starry Sky Beast will be disabled or disabled. In this way, under the deliberate guidance of the players, the Starry Sky Beast began to clean up the surrounding bugs. Because of the large number of players, the players at this time did not focus on the attack. Their focus is entirely on avoiding the attacks of the Starry Sky Beasts. So even though the Starry Sky Beasts' attacks are very intensive, the speed at which players die is obviously much lower than before. This kind of operation made the Starry Sky Beast gradually doubt their purpose. But it didn't care. But for the Starry Sky Beast, no matter what their purpose was, they couldn't do anything to themselves. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too great, and the strength gap at the level of Tao cannot be made up by the so-called strategy. In this way, as time progresses, the number of players also increases, and some high-level units are quickly reduced and hide further away. The ones closest to the Starry Sky Beast are basically low-level arms. The player's initial idea was to let the low-level arms last for a while. If the low-level arms couldn't hold up until then they would let the high-level arms wait for a while. In this way, time passed minute by minute under the arrangements of the players. Looking at the players who continued to fall around them, the other surviving players on the battlefield were also secretly anxious. Damn it. Brothers, we can't last long even if we play like this. Yeah. This is really uncomfortable, I said. How long do we have to hold on? It has only been a while since Mater, and we are already half dead. The players who had only fought against the Starry Sky Beasts also secretly complained. At this time, they had a new understanding of the power of the Starry Sky Beasts. The intensity of the attacks of this Starry Sky Beast reminded them of the barrage games they played before. The barrage that filled the screen flew towards them, and it was almost the same as the barrage game. If they touched it, they would just cool down. Therefore, in the face of such a dense barrage, even if the players have been trying their best to avoid the attacks, it does not have much effect because the attacks are too dense. Moreover, The attack speed of this starry sky beast is also very fast. Under such an attack, it is basically unrealistic for them to completely dodge and hold on for a long time. However, fortunately, from the beginning of the battle to the present, their delay time that's enough. It's almost done. Brothers. Finally done. Mate. We only fought for a long time and already 80% of our troops died. The key thing is that all 80% of the troops are involved. And the damage caused to the starry sky beast is actually 0. It's too outrageous. A giant beast of this level is really outrageous. Just kidding. Have you forgotten what happened to this giant starry sky beast? In that special space, this giant starry sky beast was sealed. You must know that it is a relic left from ancient times. We don't know how advanced the technology was at that period. But what the technology at that stage could do against this starry sky beast was to seal it rather than kill it. And the most important thing is how many years have passed since it was sealed. After breaking through the seal, he is still as lively and vigorous as ever. I have to say that we released an incredible guy back then. It can only be blamed on the ancient civilization's routines. Those people are just a bunch of lunatics. It's obvious that you have to give some warning to such a dangerous thing. Damn it. Those people made it like a treasure hunt, and made us think that after solving the puzzle, we would be able to get the treasure. Who would have thought they gave us such a big surprise? At this moment, while the players were still communicating, the next moment they saw the bombs they had arranged before explode suddenly around the starry sky beast. But the main purpose of these bombs is not to cause damage to the starry sky beast. And these bombs do not have this ability. But these bombs have another ability. As countless fires burst out in the space, the next moment the two-dimensional space that the players had previously laid out was blown apart by this sudden explosion. Just like a complete individual, the pieces blown apart by the bomb began to spread in all directions. Naturally, these scattered fragments cannot cause any harm to the starry sky beasts. Of course, the player's goal is not to be the starry sky beasts. Then, in the astonished gaze of the starry sky beast, countless banelings began to reveal themselves. And at the same time, the surrounding space suddenly became chaotic, due to the interference of the banelings, the dead zone and the two-dimensional debris. They spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. This is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the interaction of these three substances makes the entire space become chaotic and complex. Just when the starry sky beast was still surprised, he discovered that the players' insect swarms began to flee in all directions. He was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a huge aircraft flying towards him in the distance. I think this is not an aircraft but a life form. This life form exudes an aura similar to his, which belongs to the aura of the starry sky beast. But this aura is much weaker than his aura. For him, even if the starry sky beast appeared in front of him, it would not last more than a few minutes in his hands before it would become his own nourishment. Until this moment, he finally understood the player's strategy. It was obvious that the players wanted to hold him back in this way, and then attract other starry sky beasts, so that the two of them could fight, and the players could sit still, harvest the fisherman's profit. When I think of this routine of players, Starry Sky Behemoth can't help but laugh, because this routine has no effect on him. The strength gap between Starry Sky Behemoth and Starry Sky Behemoth is huge. Even if they attracted a Starry Sky Beast that they thought was powerful, it would have no effect on them, because he wanted to destroy the giant Starry Sky Beast. It was absolutely impossible for him to be injured. As for the consumption, it was absolutely impossible to consume too much. Under such circumstances, this operation of the players is completely useless. And even the Starry Sky Beast that they are devouring can easily make up for everything it consumes. So in the eyes of this giant Starry Sky Beast, seeing the opponent's plan is simply a joke. The purpose of deliberately disturbing the space here is to make it impossible for the giant Starry Sky Beast to come over, escape, then be forced to fight against yourself. But it's a pity that he didn't know that I was his guess, which was completely wrong. Because when the Starry Sky Beast appeared in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Although the aura was very similar, he was sure that the thing in front of him could never be the Starry Sky Behemoth. The most important thing is that this strange thing actually stopped at the edge of the disturbed space. Obviously he had calculated it in advance. But while he was still surprised, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and then a large number of warships appeared here. When the battleships appeared here, the strange thing immediately started jumping. When these battleships were about to jump, they found that they seemed to be stuck in this strange space and could not jump, just as they were about to rush out of this area and continue their pursuit. The Starry Sky Beast in the distance caught their attention. Without saying a word, they immediately launched an attack on the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, the Starry Sky Behemoth, who saw this scene, didn't know that the players were trying to divert trouble to the east. Obviously, that civilization may also be targeting him, and they just used that civilization to deal with him. Although he was dismissive of this level of civilization at first, after he fought with this civilization, he gradually discovered that something was wrong. The technological level of this civilization seemed to be very high. At least this civilization has reached the level of competing with him. What surprised him was that after a few rounds of fighting between the two sides, they both probably knew what their respective levels were. Under such circumstances, it stands to reason that this civilization should be very clear that although their warships have high technological levels and are very powerful, they absolutely cannot be their opponents. Normally when encountering this kind of thing, the civilization would retreat directly and call in more troops. But now they stay here to fight with themselves, which makes the Starry Sky Beast a little puzzled. But although they are a little confused about their behavior clearly angered the Starry Sky Beast, because this is equivalent to in disguise. You don't take yourself seriously. So the Starry Sky Beast launched a more powerful attack on them without hesitation. At the same time, while fighting these battleships, he suddenly felt that there was a spaceship not far away that was rapidly approaching him and made him feel surprisingly. The speed of this spacecraft actually exceeded the speed of light. After sensing this spaceship, he immediately understood why the battleships in front of him stayed here to fight against him. When the spacecraft rushed straight into this area, and then was forced to start to slow down, the suspicion of seeing the small space behemoth drag behind the spacecraft was confirmed. Cosmic-level civilization, the warship that had slowed down in the distance. The Starry Sky Beast immediately made a judgment on the strength of this civilization. This level of civilization also poses a very big threat to itself. For this reason, he had to admit that he was plotted by those bugs. I always thought that no matter what tactics those bugs used, they would not be able to have much impact on me. But now it was different. He admitted that the bug set of skills would indeed cause him a lot of trouble, because they allowed him to directly face a universe-level civilization. The specific strength of this universe-level civilization is not clear, because there are also strong and weak among civilizations at this level. But what he knows very well is that once he reaches this civilization and fights with them, if he is not careful, he may end up more seriously injured, because this level of civilization can be said to have reached the apex of the universe. So he had to deal with it carefully. At the same time, he also knew that the players had taught him a lesson. Never underestimate any civilization at any time. Even if he was much stronger than them, he still fell into their trap in the end. The whole thing happened very simply. First, the players' insect nests were being chased by these warships. This means that they only need to arrange some things here and let these battleships stay here for a while. Then they will inevitably fight against the Starry Sky Beasts. Of course, the players have also thought about what if this group of battleships and the Starry Sky Beasts choose not to fight in a tacit agreement. After all, the players don't know what they think about the super civilizations in this universe. Maybe they don't usually fight after encountering special circumstances. It is also because of this that the players took another trick. Just set these traps on the navigation path of the opponent's warship dragging the small universe. In this case, once the warship passes here, it will inevitably slow down. And when it slowed down, she discovered the Starry Sky Beast at the same time. At this time, even if he didn't want to fight, he had to fight. Because your home is here. If the Starry Sky Beast attacks, it will be a big problem. So you must strike first. Chapter 503. The Moon Spirit Civilization and the Starry Sky Behemoth are fighting. Of course, Jian Yao is not stupid. Based on his research on energy bodies and the knowledge he has mastered in that civilization during this period, it is very likely that the guiding spacecraft of that civilization is similar to the Starry Sky Beast. Ignore these things, and the probability of this is very high. If he does not have such ability, he will inevitably encounter many obstacles when sailing in the universe in this way. Only after he possesses this ability can he navigate the universe and scrupulously sail this way. For a spacecraft with such an ability, Jiang Yao didn't know what method to use to stop it. But unfortunately, he knew how to stop the small universe that was dragged behind him. This is also the reason why the battleship started to slow down when it flew to this position. Because of Jiang Yao's arrangement. As long as he dares to drag the small universe through, this piece of it will definitely be able to pass through. But its little universe might have to stay there forever. So he had to slow down. And after slowing down, he discovered the Starry Sky Beast. And at the same time, he also discovered the chasing battleship that was fighting the Starry Sky Beast. Until this moment, both sides understood that they had been plotted, and that they had never been beaten by that group. The swarm of insects, who didn't see it, had calculated. But the problem is how the insect swarm found them here, and found that they were dragging the small space battleship. The technological level of this battleship is very high. Unless your technology reaches the cosmic level, you will not be able to detect it even if it flies past you. But what they never expected now is that these bugs not only discovered them, but also made a very terrible plan for them. At this time, no one could figure out what kind of methods these bugs had mastered. Originally they thought they were spying and had figured out all the methods of the bug swarm. But now it seems that they may only have seen the tip of the ethnic iceberg. At the same time, this incident also refreshed their understanding of this ethnic group. Originally they thought this was a very weak ethnic group. But now they discovered that this ethnic group's routines are really deep. And this group has the ability to threaten them. Because this group has mastered the ability to track their warship. You must know that with the speed of their warship, the other party wants to track him and arrange such a plan in advance. The difficulty here is very great. After all, sailing in a straight line in the universe, and the speed has exceeded the speed of light. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to set up a trap in front of him. Because there is a saying that a slight difference can make 1,000 miles. On a cosmic scale, even if the position of the trap from the front door is deflected by a few tenths of a degree, the difference is very large. Under such circumstances, if you want to avoid deviations, you must accurately position your own market route in real time. And the landing point of your jump must also be the point you pass through. But there will be a certain amount of error in the jump. This means that if the insect swarm wants to accurately place the trap at this location, after taking the error into account, they need to crawl a certain distance by themselves. And this distance takes time. This also means that the insect swarm did not locate its exact location recently. The insect swarm should have known where it was very early. So it formulated such a plan for itself. Such a plan can be figured out with just one's toes. And it is absolutely impossible to arrange it overnight. But where did they go wrong? And how did the insect swarm accurately locate themselves? This is a question worth thinking about. And they must figure it out as soon as possible. Because the first generation of insect swarms knows this information. So today he can attract the giant beast in the starry sky. But he may not know what he will attract tomorrow. But at this time, they didn't have much thoughts about this. They had to deal with the starry sky behemoth in front of them. Through the data from the pursuit force, they knew that this starry sky behemoth was a starry sky behemoth that had reached the universe level. Of course, this starry sky behemoth was they also knew where the beast came from. After all, when the students released this thing, they were still monitoring every move in the past. But at that time, they discovered that the strength of this starry sky beast was only at the department level. From the galaxy level to the universe level, it seems that there is only one level difference on the surface. But in fact it is very difficult to reach a higher level. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic level starry behemoth is still a cosmic level beast even when it is weak. And it is absolutely impossible for it to fall below this level. So they didn't pay much attention to this starry sky beast at that time. Who would have thought that they had miscalculated? This starry sky beast was weird. When he was weak, his strength actually dropped to such a low level. But when he was at his peak, during this period, the strength has actually improved so exaggeratedly. At this time, both parties no longer have time to think so much. With the discovery of the small universe, the conflict between the two parties has become irreconcilable. A large number of combat robots swarmed out of the small universe. At the same time, countless battleships also flew out from inside. Obviously, this civilization wants to eliminate the starry sky beast here, facing such a large-scale combat formation. This starry sky beast naturally does not dare to be careless. So he immediately started to attack these combat units. Fortunately, when he fought with the players just now, its consumption was not very large. So now when facing this civilization, he did not feel much pressure. After a brief confrontation, he also had a clear understanding of the strength of this civilization. If compared according to strength, he believed that the strength of this civilization should be much lower than his. But the strength of this civilization lies in their combat robots. This kind of robot is very powerful. Although it is easy to destroy them, there are too many of them, and they can also cause effective damage to themselves. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when facing these robots. In addition to these combat robots, there were also many battleships as auxiliaries. This battle against the starry sky beasts was also fought very carefully. At the same time, what he did not know was that inside civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao was commanding the combat team to fight it, because this starry sky beast is very likely to threaten the safety of the entire civilization. Civilization also attaches great importance to it. In order to ensure victory in the battle, almost all the commanders of the entire civilization were dispatched, and each commander was assigned hundreds to thousands of combat robots. And at the same time, all the combat robot manufacturing factories in this small universe are also at full power. Basically, a large number of combat robots are manufactured every minute and then put on the battlefield. It is only at this moment that Jiang Yao deeply realizes this. The power of civilization. Combat robots with such powerful strength consume so little material and can be produced so fast. Just relying on these 2 points alone cannot tell how far this civilization's technology has reached. The speed at which they produce robots is not much different from the speed at which they produce worker bees themselves. Of course, with this steady stream of robots invested in Jiang Yao, if Jiang Yao doesn't feel like he can handle it well, this starry sky beast may fall here today. Just like this, Jiang Yao was thinking as he directed the 500 combat robots in his hands to launch an attack on the starry sky beast. At the same time, the starry sky beast seemed to have discovered the problem. Through these rounds of verification, he has basically determined that this universe-level civilization mainly follows the mechanical route. He is also very aware that the strength of the summoned civilization along this route is very exaggerated. First of all, their combat robots have low manufacturing costs and are very powerful, although the defense capabilities of these robots are several levels worse than those of battleships. This is not a big deal for a civilization that takes this route. Normally, a civilization of this level would store tens or even hundreds of thousands of small robot production lines in its own small universe. When necessary, they can produce a large number of robots at an extremely fast speed and put them into the battlefield to make up for the losses in the battle. After such a wave of operations, the entire battle concept changed. For other civilizations, maybe if you wipe out all their combat formations, then this civilization will have no ability to resist. But for this mechanical civilization, if you want it to have no ability to resist, then you only have to just use up all his resources. Because as long as he still has the resources to manufacture combat robots, it means that a large number of combat robots will be put on the battlefield every minute to make up for the losses in previous battles. And with this kind of civilization, if you can't destroy its combat robots as fast as it can build robots, then as time goes by, the damage you suffer will increase by tons. Because if such a situation occurs, then the number of robots you will face will be increasing. Thinking of this starry sky beast did not dare to be any more beautiful. Some of its scales began to open, and then countless small starry sky beasts appeared in Jiang Yao's field of vision. What is this? Seeing these things flying out of the sky beast's body like fleas, Jiang Yao was also a little confused. Just when he was confused, these creatures directly attacked them. Moreover, the attacks of these creatures are also very intensive. Although their attack power is much smaller than that of the starry sky beasts, they can still cause considerable damage to fighters. After seeing this scene, Jiang Yao naturally knew what its purpose was in releasing these creatures. The starry sky beast wants to quickly clear out the robots on its side to prevent the number of robots on its side from piling up. I'm quite surprised that you have such means. If you want to use this method to clean up these combat robots, then you are thinking too much. But Jiang Yao seemed to have thought of something again, and said in the Civilized Command channel, Civilized Intermediate Combat Command students applied to connect with senior commanders. It has been detected that the Civilized Intermediate Command student applied to connect to the senior commander's request. Intermediate Student 0 is requested to explain the purpose of the connection in detail. Based on the combat method of the Starry Sky Behemoth, it is inferred that this Starry Sky Behemoth is very likely to have a large-scale attack capability. Request to change the overall combat policy. Request content. Apply to expand the combat radius to 1 million kilometers. And request to increase the area around the civilization flagship. The number of defense units should be increased. And the civilization flagship should be kept as far away from the starry sky beasts as possible to ensure the safety of this small universe. We received a request from students and analyzed it with our brain. We built a model of the starry sky beast and analyzed the starry sky beast's attack methods. Connecting to the frontline battleship scanning data. The data is being accessed. The target starry sky behemoth has not been found to have the possibility of causing what you said. The reason is that the starry sky beast has a total of 13,400 transmitting organs, of which the maximum energy transmitter has a diameter of 20 meters. According to simulations, it can launch a full coverage attack radius of 50,000 kilometers. The current combat distance of the combat robot group is 10 meters. 10,000 kilometers. Judged safe. I am applying for a connection. Additional reason is that the Starry Sky Behemoth still sends out large numbers of small creatures even though it knows that the small creatures it releases cannot effectively reduce the number of combat robots. And according to the latest observation data, these small creatures are manufactured by the Starry Sky Behemoth. From the above, I speculate that the purpose of the Starry Sky Beast is to use these small creatures to attract our attention. And judging from the combat paths of the small creatures, these small creatures are suspected of deliberately luring the combat robots to distance themselves. In this way, Jiangyao began to communicate with AI again and again. Jiangyao knows that the giant star beast has a wide range of attack skills. Because when the Starry Sky Beast first came out, it had used it once when it fought with players. And that time, his insect nest was not there. So this person could not know the situation at that time. Although the skills used by that wave of Starry Sky Beasts did not cover all directions, the overall coverage area was not low. I do not rule out that the Starry Sky Beast has the ability to expand the range of this attack. Of course, as a cosmic level Starry Sky Beast, it itself should have this ability. The main reason why this civilization is so indifferent to this is because in their cognitive center, there are usually two attack modes of the Sky Behemoth. The first one is an intensive attack similar to the one now, way of the Starry Behemoth. There is also a Starry Sky Beast with strong single target skills and a large-scale group attack method. In this case, the Starry Sky Beast's attack mode is nothing more than these two. If you want to release a wide range of attacks, you need a large energy emission port. The Starry Behemoths in intensive attack mode have a lot of energy emission ports, but they are all small. It is also because of such a large number of small emission ports that they cannot grow large ones. So usually, Starry Behemoths with intensive attack mode do not have large-scale clearing skills. Of course, their intensive attack mode can also be regarded as large-scale clearing skills. But there are gaps in this clearing skill. Chapter 504 Guess. In fact, according to normal routine, there is no need for Jiangyao to do such a thing. For him, he continues to grow slowly in civilization. And one day, he will be able to reach a very high position. The main purpose of him being so eager to express himself now is to climb up. Jiangyao's original idea was to take things slowly and step by step, so that nothing could go wrong. The main reason why he temporarily changed his mind was because through the current battle, he was basically sure that he would fight against the Starry Sky Beast. It's basically a tie. It was completely different from their previous expectation that there was a Starry Sky monster hammer hanging here. Of course, the reason why they had such expectations was because Jiangyao made inferences based on his own understanding of this civilization. Now the facts have proved that he underestimated the Starry Sky Beast too much. And at the same time, he also overestimated the strength of this article. After the miscalculation, if the situation that Jiangyao imagined really happened, it would definitely be very uncomfortable for the insect swarm. First of all, after the two sides draw a tie, although this civilization will put the Starry Sky Beast on the must-kill list, it is absolutely impossible for them to start taking action in the near future. After seeing how powerful the Starry Sky Beast is, it is absolutely impossible to take the lead in this aspect without being completely sure. Similarly, there is a high probability that the Starry Sky Beast will have the same idea as here, which means that in the short term, whether it is the Starry Sky Beast or them, there is basically no possibility of another war. If the two sides don't start fighting, what should they do next? Needless to say, they will continue to focus on the insect swarm. And compared to before, only this civilization is chasing the insect nest. And now he has to join a Starry Sky Beast to chase the insect swarm. If this really happens, then his swarm will no longer be able to help him collect resources, which means that he has truly entered a state of stagnation. Compared with the reserve insect swarm in the insect nest, it cannot withstand long-term jumps, which means that if it is not handled well, it will probably be wiped out by the group, and then it will really get out of hand. So after thinking about all this, he immediately changed his original plan and wanted to attract the attention of the above in this way. He also wanted to use this method to cause the Starry Sky Beast to be severely damaged in this battle. Of course, it would be best to achieve both goals, but it doesn't matter if only one goal is achieved, because after such a wave of operations, the insect swarm at least has a chance to buffer. My Starry Sky Beast can really carry out a large-scale attack, and the people on my side did not listen to his suggestions, and then got tricked. Then as the proposer, I will definitely attract the attention of the above. As long as I can do it in the next battle, if you have a brilliant performance, Your path will undoubtedly go much faster in the future. Although the starry sky beasts may have chased the insect swarm during this period, their pursuit will not last too long. Because after climbing to that position, Jiangyao will find a way to start a war between the two civilizations. It is of course the best thing to say that the higher-ups followed his own advice. Because in this case, not only would the starry sky beast be severely damaged, but his own status would also rise due to this successful strategy. But now he needs a chance. That is, a chance to establish contact with the above. Although he was well aware of the probability, he still had to give it a try. After the call ended, Jiangyao continued to direct his battle, and the robot fought against the enemy. When commanding combat robots to fight against starry sky behemoths, you will have a deeper understanding of this kind of robot. First of all, the cost of this kind of robot is very low, but its functionality is very strong. He has strong attack power, and can also establish a connection with the small universe and transmit energy to it remotely through the small universe. However, he also has a disadvantage in doing so. That is, the small universe must be within a certain range of him. To put it simply, as long as you see this robot on the battlefield, it means that the small universe may be nearby. But the protection measures on the small universe are also very strong. The main task of the civilization flagship is to ensure the safety of this small universe. The spacecraft that is only a few hundred meters long and tows the small spacecraft is the civilization flagship of this civilization. Regarding this, Jiangyao was extremely surprised when he learned the news. After all, in his impression, the civilization was very huge. But he never expected that this civilization flagship would be so small. But this thing is small, but its strength is extremely terrifying. First of all, this civilized flagship has a very strong defense system. The defensive power of this defensive force field is very exaggerated, even more terrifying than the defense of the starry sky beast. In addition, the offensive power of this civilized flagship is very powerful. After all, the shield of the starry sky beast was broken by him. In addition, according to the figures Jiangyao learned, the quality of this civilized flagship has surpassed that of a neutron star. A simple understanding is that this civilization flagship is only a few hundred meters long, and its mass is many times greater than Blue Star. This also means that once the civilization's flagship lifts the gravitational shield, some low-level civilization's home stars will be torn apart by the mass of the flagship without him having to do anything. This civilization flagship also has the ability to capture planets and create star systems with itself as the core. Of course, with such quality, his armor defense is extremely exaggerated, and conventional attack methods are completely ineffective against him. And these are just some of the information that Jiangyao can get at present. Apart from this information, Jiangyao is sure that this civilized flagship has more capabilities, but he has no way of knowing it at his current level. All in all, Jiangyao's eyes were opened in this civilization. Many things that he had never heard of or thought about appeared in front of him one by one, giving him a deeper understanding of the advanced civilization of this universe. No! As the battle continued, Jiangyao basically gave up hope for his proposal. Suddenly, at this moment, he received a communication request. And when he received the communication request, his eyes lit up. Because the person communicating with him is the battle commander of this civilization. Hello, Zero. I am Para, the commander-in-chief of this battle. We just received your communication suggestions. Para paused and continued, in principle, these suggestions of yours are based on guesswork. It stands to reason that we will just ignore it. By combining the content of your suggestions with your behavior and civility, I feel it is necessary for me to have this conversation with you. First of all, I think you should be very clear. As a battlefield commander, you cannot use guesses or approximate words as your subjective judgment. Jiangyao also nodded after hearing what Para said. Commander Para, you are right. Since you know this, why do you use such words when making suggestions? Because as far as the current situation is concerned, all my inferences are based on a guess. So I cannot guarantee that my guess is correct. Of course, my guess is not groundless and has some basis. So under such circumstances, I made some modifications to my report vocabulary. Hearing this, Para nodded. Although I have guessed that most of what you will say next will be based on guesses, I still ask you to tell me your guesses. Hearing this, Jiangyao immediately expressed his thoughts without any ink. First of all, judging from the current battles, we can basically confirm that this is a starry sky behemoth with an intensive attack method. Because there is an essential difference between this starry sky behemoth and a single starry sky behemoth. It stands to reason that either speculation is not valid. But during the battle just now, I discovered that this giant starry sky beast suddenly began to spawn small monsters to clean up our machinery. And after I studied the attack routes of the small monsters, I found that these small monsters seem to be deliberately guiding our robot is as close as possible to the main body of the starry sky beast. The other party did it very secretly. But if you observe carefully, you will probably be able to find this. And there must be a reason why the other party did this. A behemoth of the same level as the target starry sky behemoth must have experienced a lot of wars. So it has no idea how our civilization attacks, and how our civilization develops. I think he understands very well that in such a situation, if he does not have the corresponding means, then he should choose to evacuate instead of continuing to fight with us here. Through this, I can infer that this starry sky beast may have other abilities. These abilities do not exclude the opponent from having a certain range of clearing capabilities. Although according to normal logic, the other party does not have a launch port that can support a wide range of clearing. The clearing method is not only possible with the use of a large range of launch ports. If the density of the dense starry behemoth's launch ports reaches a certain number, it will be able to achieve full coverage within a certain range. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, Para slowly said, although the hypothesis you mentioned is possible, it is obvious that based on our observation of the trend of this star, it does not meet your expectations. Said conditions. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded and did not deny it. But what I want to say is, if the other party really has this ability, will he let you discover it? Or what you discover is really all his abilities? If it is this starry sky behemoth, I must have a lot of chassis. And it has fought with me before. It is not ruled out that there are civilizations similar to ours among the civilizations I have fought. Under such circumstances, I can survive until now, which means I have corresponding measures. It's also because I have the corresponding targeting methods that I can survive until now. Although I don't know exactly how this starry sky beast does this, I believe it can definitely do it. This judgment is not groundless, because through the battle just now, I discovered a characteristic, and that is the process of producing those small behemoths from the starry sky behemoths. My observation did not reveal that the starry sky behemoth has the ability to produce small behemoths. Although the small behemoths come out of the production channels on its back. Are those really the production channels? Are those really not the starry sky behemoths? The production channels that we mistakenly thought they were? After hearing what Jiang Yao said, Para fell silent. Just when he was silent, Jiang Yao's voice came again. There is another point. I think everyone may have ignored it. Through my analysis of the information on the civilizations we have fought against in the past, or the special life forms of some other planets, I discovered one thing. That is, some organisms have the ability to divide themselves or reorganize themselves. As he spoke, Jiang Yao switched his perspective to a dead small giant beast. Are they really dead? Are they really produced by the giant beasts in the stars? Is there a possibility that they are split from the starry sky giant beast? At the same time, I have another question that has been bothering me for a long time. If these small behemoths are separated from the starry sky behemoths, it means that this set of starry sky behemoths may have the ability to split themselves and then reorganize themselves. And with this ability, he can split himself into countless small giant beasts to form an attack sphere. Can he achieve the effect I mentioned? At this time, Para was silent when he heard Jiang Yao say. Although there was not much basis for what he said, Para did not rule out the possibility. At this moment, Jiang Yao asked the last question. The shield of the starry sky beast can be generated multiple times. Of course, there are many starry sky beast shields that require a certain amount of time after they are broken. It takes time to be productive again. This kind of passport with an extremely long interval is usually a characteristic of some low-level starry sky beasts. And for a starry sky beast of this level, I am thinking that it can produce 2 to 3 or even more in a short period of time. Passport? I think the possibility is very high. The strength of his passport is obviously wrong. When we shattered his passport before, although we used a civilization flagship, even if our civilization flagship is very strong, I don't think it would be that difficult to break a shield of this level. Easy. At this time, after hearing what Jiang Yao said, Para looked at him deeply. Indeed, there was no basis for what Jiang Yao said, but he thought the possibility of it happening was very high. Just when he was hesitating whether to listen to Jiang Yao's suggestion, or to follow the direction mentioned by Jiesher, let such a person or the robot conduct a test. Suddenly the starry sky beast on the battlefield suddenly changed. I saw this starry sky behemoth suddenly split into countless small starry sky behemoths. The number of these small starry sky behemoths is very terrifying. As if this powerful starry sky behemoth is composed of these small behemoths. Both in appearance and inwardness, it has become such a small behemoth. The small giant beasts that were originally dead also came to life in an instant. And at the same time, they began to arrange themselves in a planned manner. It was obvious that they were pretending to be dead. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that Jiangyao discovered that their attacks will not cause harm to these small starry sky beasts. And the energy of their attacks will be absorbed by the small starry sky beasts, and then transformed. Become your own energy. When Parai saw the scene, his expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that he knew Jiangyao was right. Chapter 505. Both sides suffer losses. At this time, it was too late for him to order all robots to temporarily change their combat plans. In less than a second, the starry sky beasts completed splitting and arranging. I saw countless beams of light emitted from these small starry sky behemoths. Because after the split, the starry sky behemoths had more than 10 times the number of turrets as before. With this kind of blessing, full coverage is basically achieved. And because their attacks were dense and fast enough, the fighting robots had no time to dodge and were destroyed. In this way, nearly 80% of their robots were destroyed by this wave of operations by this starry sky beast. At this time, after all the starry sky behemoths were finished, these small behemoths began to reorganize again. In just 2 seconds, the small behemoths completed the reorganization. At that moment, a huge shield appeared, protecting the starry sky beast. No, its target is the civilization flagship. At this moment, Jiangyao, who saw the scene, shouted subconsciously. Although the starry sky beast had not moved yet, Jiangyao felt that the ultimate goal of this beast must be the civilized flagship. If nothing else happens, this giant starry beast will most likely want to devour this small universe. At the same time, after hearing what Jiangyao said, Para did not care about the authenticity of the matter. He immediately ordered all combat units to return to the vicinity of the civilization launch ship to provide them with protection. At the same time, the battleships in the small universe take action immediately and start flying towards the exit of the small universe. And at the same time, the various defensive force fields of the civilization flagship were immediately at full power. And at the next moment, a thick beam of light was seen spraying out from the mouth of this starry sky beast. This beam of light speed struck towards the civilization flagship with the power of destroying the world. The power of this blow far exceeded everyone's imagination. Because in their understanding, through the battle just now, they believed that it would take a lot of time for the starry sky beast to break the defense of the civilization's flagship. But they didn't expect that this beam of light could easily penetrate the defensive shield of the civilization's flagship. The next moment, this beam of light speed directly hit the civilized flagship, thanks to the high enough defense of their civilized flagship. If not for this blow, the flagship would most likely be scrapped. But even so, it would be destroyed at this time. The hit civilization flagship was not much better. One blow directly severely injured the civilized flagship. This is any defense method for a civilized flagship. And it is as fragile as paper in front of the starry sky beast. Fortunately, Jianyao's reminder was timely enough. So the civilization flagship that took the blow immediately dragged the small universe and began to escape. At the same time, countless battleships and robots in the small universe flew out and began to intercept the starry sky beasts rushing towards this side. But it was obvious that they had no ability to stop the starry sky beast. The next moment, the starry sky beast shot out another beam of light this time, aiming directly at the small universe. Then under everyone's incredible gaze, this blow directly penetrated the small universe. Immediately afterwards, all the planets where the beam passed were turned into ashes. At the same time, the small universe was severely damaged, and its energy began to become imbalanced. Then I saw countless repair battleships in the small universe, immediately flying towards the hit area to carry out emergency repairs on the small universe. Because if left alone, the small universe may collapse. After seeing this scene, the commander also knew that something was serious. So he gave the order to take the little universe away from here at all costs. Immediately following his order, the civilization flagship was directly disconnected from the small universe, and then flew towards the starry sky beast, trying to drag the starry sky beast. At the same time, another giant battleship in the small universe, Fei Chu, took over the task of the civilization flagship and began to drag the small universe to evacuate quickly. Although this warship is big enough compared to that small and pitiful civilization flagship, its strength is completely different from that one. The starry sky beast naturally saw through their intentions, so he shot wildly at the small universe. hoping to collapse the entire small universe. Once the small universe collapses, everything inside will return to the big universe. It can easily devour it. When the small universe collapses, all the energy inside will be swallowed up by him one by one. At this time, the commander naturally guessed his plan. So he directly ordered the giant battleship to block as many attacks as possible. Although this was a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the attack power of the Starry Sky Beast at this time was obviously countless times weaker than before. So the battleship was still seriously injured and managed to block a few blows. And while resisting the attack, it also kept distance from the Starry Sky Beast. At the same time, the seriously injured civilization flagship also began to attack the Starry Sky Beast. In this way, the two sides fought together. Because the attack power of this civilized ship was very terrifying, the Starry Sky Beast had to focus on him. In addition, there were countless battleships and small robots assisting. Making this, the Starry Sky Behemoth has no way to continue chasing and escapes from the small universe. Through this battle, Jiang Yao also saw that the few blows just now should have been released by the Starry Sky Beast using all its energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. And its later combat data also confirms Jiang Yao's point of view. Because the damage of the Starry Sky Beast at this time is obviously much lower than the previous attacks. After associating all the causes and consequences, Jiang Yao immediately guessed the current state of this Starry Sky Beast. I see, Jiang Yao said and looked at the commander. A Starry Sky Beast has several abilities. The first ability is that he can convert our attacks into his own energy. Just because our attacks are dimensional attacks, he will still suffer a certain amount of damage during the conversion process. The small behemoths it divides are like its cells. Some cells can absorb energy and store it. This is also the reason why after fighting us for so long, although the Starry Sky Beast has been releasing intensive attacks, its remaining energy can complete the surprise attack. It should be that not long after the battle started, when he discovered our approximate strength, he began to prepare this plan. However, considering our strength at the beginning, he was still more cautious. So it deliberately acted weak in the early stage. And later on it deliberately let us break its shield. On the surface it looks like his shield can't hold up. But actually he wants to use its ability to absorb enough energy to launch a surprise attack. Because he will be injured during the energy conversion process. So considering that there may be certain risks after a power blow, his strategy at the time was to clean up as many of our combat robots as possible. Reduce our strength. In this way, he was converting energy while preparing to clear us and attack us. And then when he was actually mature, he took action. At this time, after hearing Jiang Yao's analysis, Para also looked at him deeply. Through the data currently available online, the causes and consequences of the entire incident can be analyzed in such a short period of time. Para can be sure that if Jiang Yao grows up in the future, he will definitely become a very outstanding commander. It is even possible that the other party's command strength surpasses his own. Because he knew very well that in the final analysis, Jiang Yao was just a student who was still in a learning state. What he could do at this time was digest the knowledge about monsters. Usually, students at this stage are relatively rigid. It is only in the third stage, after being exposed to new knowledge, that their thinking begins to gradually diverge. And this is also the biggest flaw of their learning method. But this is also normal. After all, no method can perfectly solve all problems. Although their learning method has these flaws. These flaws will be gradually completed in the subsequent learning process. But in the current stage where there will be so many flaws in the future, he is actually able to analyze, figure out so many clues, and think of so many. This alone is enough to show that he is not simple. It is obvious that Jiang in front of him Haruka is a natural commander. Of course, Para, who thought of this, didn't say much, because he knew that it would be too hasty to make a decision for him through this matter. He would need a lot of time to observe it before he could make the final decision. Conclusion. But what is certain is that Jiang Yao has entered his sight at this time. Jiang Yao is naturally happy to see this result. After all, he has done so much. Isn't it just to wait for this result? At this time, looking at Paula Jiang Yao who had turned off the communication, he didn't say anything because he knew that his performance had exceeded Paula's expectations. At this time, Jiang Yao continued to focus on the battlefield. Because of the delay of many battleships and robots, they left here smoothly. The situation of the Starry Sky Beast was similar to what Jiang Yao thought. That wave of operations basically consumed all his energy. The most you can do now is to deal with the interception force. It is basically impossible to chase the small universe while staring at the interception force. As time went by, after the little universe had flown to a safe location, The troops fighting the Starry Sky Beast on the front line also withdrew. And this incident came to an end. After the matter was over, Jiang Yao was actually thinking about another question. That is, if he didn't give any hint to this civilization at that time. So is it possible that this civilization will be directly wiped out by the Starry Sky Beast? If he was eliminated by the Starry Sky Beast, it meant that he would have one less enemy. But he soon threw this idea out of his mind, because he believed that this civilization must have other life-saving trump cards. If he didn't remind him at that time, the civilization might have to use that trump card. Then after they use that trump card, the civilization would still be able to escape, and he would be able to escape. A great opportunity was lost. And to say the least, even if the Starry Sky Monster really sends this civilization away in the end, it will not mean much to him, because the resources possessed by this civilization are massive. If all these things are swallowed up, Jiang Yao can guarantee that the strength of the Starry Sky Beast can be improved to a higher level, without the obstruction of this civilization. The next target of the Starry Sky Beast is definitely himself. When the time comes for him to chase me, I want to dodge it. But it won't be as easy as this civilized warship chasing him. Maybe he will overturn when the time comes. Now because of this wave of operations, there is a high probability that the Starry Sky Beast will be remembered by this civilization. After all, the losses caused to them by the Starry Sky Beast this time are unimaginable. Even the civilization's flagship almost hung here. To put it simply, this wave of problems is getting bigger. But fortunately, this wave is not completely without benefits. Because at this time, whether it is the Starry Sky Beast or this civilization, they most likely do not have much energy and time to toss themselves. At this time, they are very likely to put their respective goals on each other. This also means that I am very likely to have valuable development time. Through the battle just now, Jiang Yao also roughly knows that without sneak attacks, the combat power of the Starry Sky Beast and this civilization are basically the same. This also means that once their two civilizations officially confront each other, the war will be short-lived. The semi-session will definitely not end. Even if the battle ends at the end, both sides will suffer losses, or they will be seriously injured and burped at the same time. For Jiang Yao, no matter which way it is, he will definitely be the one to take advantage of it in the end. Because Jiang Yao knows the location of this civilization. This means that when they start a war, he can lurk nearby with the insect swarm, and then rush out to pick up the leaks after they finish fighting. After thinking of this, Jiang Yao gradually had a bold idea in his mind. If the Starry Sky Beast and this civilization are swallowed up, I don't know how many levels my strength will be improved. And the most important thing is that this civilization not only has massive resources, but also has a lot of knowledge. If he took them all for his own use, wouldn't he be able to take off from where he was? Gu Jiang Yao also knows very well that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. If he wants to achieve this, he must first have enough strength. No matter how hard it is, he must at least wait until he fully masters the soul technology before he can operate it. Fortunately, the situation he imagined could not appear overnight. It would take a long time for the same situation. So this time was enough for him to get what he wanted to study. Just like this, he was wondering in his heart, and his Xiao Jiao was about to start making a new plan for himself. At the same time, the data of this battle was also sent back to the insect nest by Jiang Yao for the brainworms to study. For Jiang Yao, maybe his technology is not as developed as yours. But even if his technology is low, as long as he can find a way to defend against your attacks, he can use this method to close the gap between the two. Chapter 506, Hive Evolution Hatches Leviathan. After experiencing this battle at this time, Yuling civilization also entered a period of rest. All the warships previously sent to pursue Jiang Yao's insect nest were destroyed in the battle with the Starry Sky Beast, and they no longer had the energy to do so. It's time to take care of Jiang Yao's insect nest. It was only at this time that Jiang Yao realized the benefits of being a craftsman. He can learn the enemy's current situation immediately and make adjustments. After receiving the good news, he did not hesitate and immediately drove to the insect nest to collect all the previous resources. In these years, players have conquered many civilizations and collected a lot of resources to store in various parts of the universe. However, Jiang Yao's insect nest has been being chased by enemies, so he has no time to collect these things. And now it happens taking advantage of this opportunity. We will collect all the resources that can be collected. After having so many resources, Jiang Yao knew it was time for him to evolve the insect nest. Previously, in order to solve the surveillance problem of the Moon Spirit civilization, He chose to invest all resources into the evolution of the players. Because of this reason, his insect nest has not evolved. And now the resources collected by players over the years are enough for Jiang Yao to evolve the insect nest, and can also unlock the last known unit, Leviathan. This is the unit that Jiang Yao has been thinking about since its development. And because of the system, the Leviathan cultivated by the insect nest has the ability to evolve. And like the Thunder Beast, it can evolve without limit. At this time, with the investment of a large amount of resources, the evolution of the insect nest also began. When the insect nest is evolving, it is also when it is most vulnerable. In the past, he would not have dared to do this at all. But it is different now. Now, both the Starry Sky Beast and the Moon Spirit civilization are undergoing repairs after the war. There was no time to care about the Starry Sky Beast on his side in that battle, although it didn't seem to be hurt on the surface. In fact, he was still injured to a certain extent, and all its energy was lost in that battle, squandered clean. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to come out to become a demon in the short term. And apart from the fact that the Starry Sky Beast cannot become a demon in the short term, the situation on the Moon Spirit civilization side is even worse. According to Jiang Yao's estimation, the damage caused by the Starry Sky Beast to the small universe is absolutely impossible to be completely repaired within tens or hundreds of years. After all, repairing the small universe requires a huge amount of time and resources. So at this time Jiang Yao seized this opportunity and invested all his resources. With the investment of resources, planning has begun. This evolution of the insect nest is different from all previous evolutions, because not only does the resources of this evolution increase exponentially, but most importantly, the time is also very long. 5 whole years. Even Jiang Yao felt a little headache during this time span. The previous waves of evolution, even the longest ones, only took a few months to complete. But now this wave of evolution actually takes such a long time. Of course, Jiang Yao also knows the specific reason. Because there is an essential difference between Leviathan and other units in the insect swarm. First of all, Leviathan, as an absolutely powerful unit in the insect swarm, has a very complicated training method. In addition, this kind of Leviathan can evolve, so its cultivation is much more complicated and difficult than that of a normal Leviathan. In order to complete these conditions, it takes a long time even if there is a system. Of course, it will take a lot of time to remove the Leviathan nest itself. To put it simply, the strength of the evolved insect nest will be greatly improved this time. At the same time, Jiang Yao also redefined the insect nest. At this time, he reclassified the insect nest to level 1. And he calls this level a new level. And the reason why he divides it this way is because the insect nest will undergo a qualitative change after it reaches this stage of evolution. First of all, the function of the insect nest has been greatly improved. In the past, my own insect nest could only hatch a few troops at most. And at the same time, it had a certain ability to protect itself. However, after this evolution, the situation of the insect nest is completely different from before. First of all, the ability of the insect nest to hatch troops has been greatly improved. And secondly, the attack power and defense capabilities of the insect nest have also been greatly improved. This improvement is very exaggerated. Compared with the previous insect nest, the current insect nest has increased its attack power and defense power by more than 10 times. At the same time, after this evolution, the improvement of the insect nest will be even more exaggerated in the future. If the previous evolution is regarded as improving the hatching ability of the insect nest for troops, then the evolved insect nest from now on will not improve the hatching ability, but the attack power and defense power of the insect nest itself. After the evolution of the insect nest, the only direction it will take is to improve its attack and defense. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao made a good adjustment to the positioning of the insect nest. To put it simply, from now on, his insect nest will begin to change qualitatively. When the level of the insect nest reaches a high level, the combat power he can possess is also very terrifying. It even talks about the civilization of his insect nest and the Moon Spirit civilization in the future. It is not impossible for the flagship to compete. For this reason, Jiang Yao has made a new definition of the insect nest. From now on, his insect nest will no longer be a vase after its evolution. From now on, his insect nest will participate in the war as the flagship of the Zerg civilization. At the same time, the evolved insect nest also has this ability. Of course, the premise of all this is that his insect nest can evolve smoothly, and it is still difficult to achieve this. After all, apart from the 2 super civilizations, Jiangyao still has many enemies. Therefore, in order to avoid civilizations coming to act as monsters during the evolution of the insect nest, Jiangyao allows players to only move around the insect nest. Its main purpose is just to come back and protect the insect nest at any time when necessary. Fortunately, everything went very smoothly, because the universe is currently relatively harmonious. In the past few years of the insect nest evolution, Jiangyao has not encountered other civilizations coming to cause trouble. Of course, Jiangyao's own concealment work is one thing, and there are also certain reasons for the activities of the surrounding players. After all, as long as there is a civilization that dares to approach this new drama, the players will kill it without hesitation. Although if it is destroyed, it will expose the existence of the players. But with the strength shown by the players now, no civilization dared to come over and cause trouble for them. In this way, under the careful protection of the players and Jiangyao, the insect nest finally completed its upgrade. After the upgrade this time, the insect nest has actually returned to its original appearance, which is the tower shape of the most elementary insect nest. However, compared with the primary insect nest, the insect nest in front of us is smaller in size and appearance. The textures they give people are completely different. At the same time, this insect nest is also covered with dense insect turrets. There are also many places where force fields are launched. All in all, the insect nest at this time already has a very powerful combat effectiveness. At this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he looked at the giant insect nest with an altitude of nearly 1,000 kilometers and a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers. I am the only one who can build such a huge insect nest. Jiangyao suddenly thought of something and said, I don't know how the queen of the insects would feel when she saw this insect nest. In this way, Jiangyao sighed while beginning to understand the new functions of the insect nest. The first is the attack system. According to the data currently available, the current insect nest can compete with the Empire Civilization flagship. Compared to the Empire Civilization flagship, its firepower is even more intense. However, although it has the ability to compete with the Empire Civilization period, it is undeniable that according to the enemies I am currently targeting, the current strength of the insect nest is not nearly enough. But fortunately, the insect nest with this kind of combat capability has a certain ability to protect itself when facing other civilizations, especially when it encounters itself alone. If the other party's civilization is only an advanced civilization, the conventional fleet is very likely to be counterattacked by ourselves. To put it simply, the current insect nest can already compete with advanced civilizations, and the strength of the insect swarm has now entered the ranks of advanced civilizations like the Empire. This is undoubtedly good news for Jiangyao, who has been struggling in the universe for so many years. Although Jiangyao had the ability to compete with the Empire a long time ago, at that time he knew very well his true strength. The Empire is far from perfect. A very few super-level units and the overall entry are two different concepts. Just like the battleship in the hands of the Empire, its strength is far superior to that of the Empire. You can't just use it because the Empire has such a battleship. Call it a super civilization. For a super civilization, you not only need to have the technology to build this kind of warships, but you also need to have a certain number of warships of this level. And other basic science or other things must reach that point. You are the one who has truly stepped into that level. It does not mean that you think you have stepped into that field just because you hold one or two things of that level. In the past, Jiangyao's troops had reached the level of advanced civilization, but obviously its insect nest had not reached it. And the insect nest accounted for a large proportion of the insect swarm, so it had to wait until the insect nest had reached it now. At this level, only Jiangyao can be called a truly advanced civilization. Of course, in this evolution, in addition to Jiangyao's hive strength being greatly improved, there is also one more crucial point. This is also the Leviathan that Jiangyao has longed for. Leviathan is the ultimate weapon of the current insect swarm, and its attributes did not disappoint Jiangyao. Nearly 2 kilometers in length. This is the longest size of an unevolved bug in the swarm. Secondly, the initial attribute HP reaches 60 million, and the attack HP is as high as 1.2 million. It also has a defense power of 4 million and an energy reserve of 600,000. Of course, its price is not cheap. The initial or required for hatching reaches a full 6 billion, followed by energy-devouring crystals, which are as high as 300,000. Although players have obtained a lot of crystals from killing energy lifeforms before, these crystals have been almost consumed when evolving the insect nest and subsequent evolution of player units. And now all of Jiangyao's crystals combined can only hatch one Leviathan. But even so, Jiangyao still chose to hatch. In previous activities, Jiangyao distributed Leviathan fragments in advance, and they were collected by the Potato Union in various ways. Since Leviathan has not yet opened, although Potato and the others have collected enough fragments, so far there is still no way to redeem it. Now with the hatching of the first Leviathan completed, Potato and the others chose to redeem it without hesitation. Of course, this Leviathan Jiangyao had prepared for them from the beginning. After all, he has distributed a total of 120 Leviathan fragments in all activities, which means that no matter how players play, they can only get one now. Naturally, when Potato exchanged Leviathan, it attracted a lot of attention from players. Holy crap! It's been so long that the strongest weapon of this insect swarm is finally released. At this time, the players couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the Leviathan floating quietly in space. After getting Leviathan, Potato immediately began to study the general situation of this unit. And after a period of research, Potato finally figured out the situation of Leviathan. Brothers, let me tell you about Leviathan's situation. Today's military type is different from all other military types. The newly hatched Leviathan is a cub type. It takes a certain amount of time to grow into an adult type. However, his growth cycle is very short. You only need to give him enough resources. He can grow directly from a cub to an adult in just 1 or 2 months. And the adult Leviathan is even longer. Achieve 200 kilometers. At the same time, its basic attributes will also double from a cub to an adult. This means that Leviathan's initial attribute blood volume is actually 120 million. At this time, everyone who heard this number couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn! This is too perverted." It means that the basic attributes of adult Levitai are 20 million higher than those of the 5th stage Thunder Beast. This thing can be used as the ultimate weapon of the Zerg, even if it does not have the ability to evolve. This attribute has a strong combat effectiveness in the current universe. Yes, the basic model can have such attributes. If someone like Xinyu and others evolves to the 10th level, wouldn't these attributes be as good as the sky? Stage 10? I'm afraid you're not overthinking it. The resources required to evolve this thing are huge. And even if the evolution scroll is rewarded, I don't think anyone would be willing to use it in the previous stages. So this means that they need to find ways to raise money for the first few stages. But you must also know very well that even for several stages, the funds required to raise money are massive. Even with their don't even think about raising enough financial resources in the short term. It's useless to gather enough now. Levi and other evolutions haven't been released yet, so they can seize the time and slowly prepare the funds needed for early stage development. I estimate that the first evolution of this Tingshian thing will cost a total of 7 billion. This hacking cost is simply outrageous. Chapter 507 Leviathan's Growth Path. Just like this, with the appearance of the first Leviathan among the swarm, the entire player group focused on it. Of course, the biggest reason why Leviathan has attracted so much attention is the recent battles. Compared with the past when players were able to resist those powerful civilizations, the civilizations that players encountered recently made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Of course, it's normal to feel like this. After all, the gap between the two civilizations is really huge. Not to mention the Moon Spirit civilization. The strength of the Starry Sky Beast alone has exceeded the players' expectations. Especially the one where they fought the Starry Sky Beast head-on. Although the players had confident expectations before the war started, they knew that their side was definitely no match for the Starry Sky Beast. And they also knew that their losses in this battle would be heavy. Although there are such expectations, it is acceptable to the players. After all, they are also very aware of the situation of the Starry Sky Beasts. But what they never expected was that the gap between the two was so big. It's just ridiculously big. The feeling of a first-level trumpet facing a 100-level boss makes players feel desperate. First of all, the players can say that the pre-war preparations before the war, the gathering of troops, etc., are clearly arranged in advance. But even if you are so well prepared, what will be the result? As a result, the final battle result made the players feel uncomfortable. This was too uncomfortable. They were almost completely wiped out. But what about the Starry Sky Beasts? No shit. They couldn't even break through the defense of the Starry Sky Beast. And the Starry Sky Beast beat them up. And then the Starry Sky Beast almost sent the Moon Spirit civilization away. You must know that Yuling civilization is a cosmic-level civilization. Well-deserved one of the top civilizations in this universe. Even if the Starry Sky Behemoth is at the same level as them. Even if the Starry Sky Behemoth suddenly launches a sneak attack, it can cause such great damage to the Moon Spirit civilization. This shows what it means. This shows that when the players fought against the Starry Sky Beast, not only did they not break through the Starry Sky Beast's defense, they even did not wear off the opponent's consumption much. This result makes players feel very desperate. Yes, they are desperate. Players can accept it if they can't break the defense, but you have to cause some damage to it. It's like consuming half of its energy or something. The result was that not only could it not break the defense, but it didn't even consume much. Such a result is unacceptable to players. Of course, although the players couldn't accept such a situation, Jiang Yao had already guessed it. After all, having stayed in Yuling civilization for such a long time, he knew very well what a big difference in civilization level meant. If there is such a gap in the early stage, it may be possible to reverse the situation. But in the later stage, such a gap becomes more difficult to make up. Take the insect swarm and the Starry Sky Beast on my side as an example. First of all, being a big level apart means that they have completely different defense and offense methods. And these methods will be directly related to whether you can cause effective damage to it. So Jiang Yao guessed this gap from the beginning. It is definitely impossible to break through the defense on his side. And as a giant beast, the energy reserve of the Starry Sky Beast is very exaggerated. It is basically impossible to consume how much energy it consumes in such a short battle. Jiang Yao knows this. But unfortunately the players don't know it. At this time, their attention was attracted by the outcome of that battle. At the same time, that battle was also the least suspenseful battle in which the players failed to develop into the universe. It is also for this reason that players have focused their attention on Leviathan. Players want to find ways to fight against the Starry Beast from Leviathan. Of course, Leviathan's evolution method did not disappoint them, because they really found a way to fight against the Starry Beast from Leviathan. Of course, this still requires investment. Leviathan only needs to evolve to the third stage to have such strength. The Leviathan that is evolved to the third stage will have new attack methods and defense methods. And such attack methods and defense methods are naturally dimensional defense and dimensional attack. After learning the news, the players were overjoyed. Although they know that Leviathan's investment is exaggerated and that it is very difficult to obtain, compared to the 10th stage Ultralisk, it is obvious that Leviathan's third stage is easier. Of course, their ability to have such an idea mainly depends on Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao often used tasks to issue evolution coupons to players. So this third stage seems very far away. But players know that they only need to complete 1 or 2 tasks to reach it. But what they don't know is that this thing looks simple on the surface, but is actually very difficult. The reason is also very simple. You must know that Jiang Yao keeps putting money into it when it comes to issuing evolution coupons. This also means that if the reserves in Jiang Yao's hand are less than that level, then it will definitely not be able to distribute them. But Jiang Yao knows this, but the players don't. Which is the most embarrassing thing. At this time, they are still dreaming about when an epic mission will be released so that they can enjoy a few evolution scrolls. Regarding this idea, Jiang Yao could only say that it was extremely difficult. Because once it is distributed, it means that the players will have a certain number in their hands, which is his base. Secondly, he also has to consider the Leviathan of Potato and his guild. After all, once it is distributed, if nothing else goes wrong, Potato and the others may have to spend money to evolve Leviathan to the second or even third stage, and then use the evolution rolls to maximize the utilization of their evolution rolls. For Jiang Yao, this is a terrible thing, because this also means that I have to make up for the evolution resources of Leviathan in the 4th and 5th stages on the premise of ensuring the resources needed by other players to evolve. After such a wave, Jiang Yao's resources are definitely not enough. And compared to the insect nest in his hands before, it consumes a lot of resources. In the past, the upgrade of the insect nest was just to improve the production capacity of small insects, and also to give the insect nest a little ability to protect itself. But it is different now. Upgrading the insect nest now is to improve the combat effectiveness of the insect nest itself, which will be directly related to one's own life. So the priority of the insect nest has also been mentioned at the front. So Jiang Yao now knows very well that if he wants to evolve on a large scale, the demand for his own resources will be very high. But only he himself knows about this. But this time it's on the player's side. The star system at this location is similar to the situation on Blue Star, with planets constantly orbiting the star. In the habitable zone of this star system, there is also intelligent life. At the same time, this intelligent life has evolved to the stage of just entering the universe. They have launched a large number of satellites on the planet where they live. Many of these satellites are used for war. This civilization consists of more than 20 countries, large and small. and frictions often occur between these countries. Of course, this kind of situation is not uncommon among civilizations in the universe. Many civilizations were initially composed of various countries, and then after one battle after another, they finally completed unification. And then the civilization entered a stage of rapid development. However, unlike other civilizations, this civilization has been targeted by players. Of course, players have focused on this civilization, in addition to the fact that it has the task of destroying civilization. Another thing is that this civilization is full of ores. The most outrageous thing is that the people of this civilization have evolved for a long time, and have become immune to the special radiation of ores. So they can survive on this planet full of ores. Of course, being immune to the radiation of the ore means that they can enjoy the benefits brought by the ore. There is a huge amount of energy in the ore that they can use. And now they have initially mastered the method of utilizing ore energy, which means that they have a very large advantage in personnel compared to other civilizations. In the process of development of many civilizations, they have to consider a key issue. That is, the issue of personnel. This issue has been throughout the development of civilization until its end. At the same time, countless wars are fought over this thing. But this civilization does not have such troubles, because 80% of the entire planet is composed of ores. Players feel very different about such a planet. Players who have been fighting in space all year round know very well what this means. This means that the technological development level of this civilization must be faster than other civilizations in the same period of time, because they can completely ignore the research of many energy technologies. As for controllability and fusion, this technology must be solved for any civilization that lacks personnel. But usually it takes too long to solve this problem, especially for civilizations. If there is no energy for the explosion of technology, it may take them thousands of years to master this technology. Of course, this is the least lucky civilization. Some civilizations with better luck have some or reserves in their star systems. When they discover these ores, their research routes and development routes change. You can collect ores and use ore energy. Moreover, the energy provided by one unit of ore may not matter to players, but it is different for some low-level civilizations. After all, the higher the technological level of civilization develops, the higher the demand for energy. Players' bugs have very high demand for energy through evolution again and again. But that is not the case for those low-level civilizations. Their demand for ore is far less than that of other people. This means that players may only be able to use a piece of ore for a few seconds, but they may be able to use it for several days, or even a few seconds, months. Because of these ores, they can devote more energy and time to other aspects in the direction of development. This is their advantage. But because of the special nature of the ore, they have also become a civilization at the forefront. Because once a civilization like theirs is discovered by other civilizations, those civilizations will definitely attack them without hesitation. Because the planet under their feet is so attractive. Of course, the fact was just as they imagined. At this time, Potato drove Leviathan to the Red Planet. The situation on this planet is similar to that on Blue Star. There are various plants here, but because of the ore, most of these plants are red. And the most important thing is because they have been nourished by the ore for a long time. Therefore, the energy contained in these plants or animals is not low. This planet was discovered by a member of the Potato Union, so the ownership of this planet belongs to Potato. Originally, he planned to organize a group of people to raise the planet and collect resources. But now because of Leviathan, he decided to contribute this planet to Leviathan. In this way, he controlled Leviathan to slowly approach the planet. As he approached, the monitoring satellites on the planet also discovered this behemoth. However, it was useless to discover it, because this level of civilization did not have the ability to fight in space. So they could only watch Leviathan getting closer and closer to them. However, it was obvious that this civilization was not a fool. After they saw Leviathan getting closer and closer to them, they realized that the situation was not good. So they began to organize troops on the ground and waited until Leviathan came down to attack it. They don't know the strength of Leviathan, but they believe that with the weapons they currently have, it is still possible to destroy this giant beast. Fortunately, this civilization is different from other civilizations. His civilization has some powerful weapons and may be very complacent. But this civilization is different. They are very cautious. Judging from the current speed of the giant beast, if nothing unexpected happens, he should arrive at Tianwei Island in one day. So what we need to do now is to mobilize all our troops to go to Tianwei Island, because this is also our first time to contact alien creatures. And judging from its behavior, we can basically be sure that it comes with malicious intentions. So for the continuation of our civilization, we must eliminate it. Civilization has developed so far, and it has only barely mastered simple aerospace technology. However, this creature can travel in space with its powerful body. This is enough to show its power. So this time all our countries must put aside their prejudices and unite to deal with the outside world. Although I don't know the strength of this creature, I know very well that with our current technology and the cooperation of all our countries, it is not impossible to kill him. And for us, if we succeed in killing him, if they are killed, our technology will reach another level. Because of the study of this alien creature, I think it should be possible for us to master long-distance space navigation technology. Chapter 508: The Terrifying Giant Beast. At this time, the leaders of this civilization were gathering together to discuss this matter. For them, this biological invasion is a crisis. But it is also an opportunity. Although they do not know the strength of the alien civilization, they believe that they can still destroy this alien creature with their weapons. There is no reason. They have mass destruction in their hands. Once the weapon explodes, no known material in the center of the explosion can withstand it. They are confident that they can defeat alien creatures. At the same time, in addition to these weapons with the power to destroy the world, they also have a large number of conventional weapons, such as falling machine guns and other weapons that can kill easily and naturally. And the most important thing is that because they fight wars all year round, every country has sufficient weapons reserves. For them, this battle basically has no suspense. With the weapons we currently have, we are fully capable of destroying this planet more than 5 times. With weapons of this size, we can still do it if we want to kill a giant beast that is only a few hundred meters away. If it doesn't work, we will launch all the weapons to bombard this giant beast. I believe we can destroy the planet 5 times. The attack was placed on a point of only 200 to 300 square meters. I was thinking that no point could support such a bombing. Indeed, if we are really allowed to use these weapons, I am afraid that this giant beast will be blown up to pieces. So for this giant beast, I personally recommend giving priority to seriously injuring it and then studying it. Because creatures of this level are a very good research material. They are definitely better alive than dead. It has research value. Yes, what we need to consider now is how to seriously injure him instead of killing him. After all, we don't know the physical strength of the giant beast this time. If we accidentally kill him, it will be a disaster for us. Loss. If that's the case, I suggest it could be cut using nanowires. The commander then added, our country's nanotechnology has developed to a very high level. Now we can create nanowires that are 1,000th the thickness of a human hair. And we can let the plane drag these nanowires to cut that giant beast. We only need to control the flight routes of the 2 aircraft. And then we can selectively cut certain parts of the behemoth. This method is very feasible. So we can disable the giant beast without killing it. If that's the case, then we can prepare in advance. In addition, we also need to discuss how we should distribute it after shooting down this giant beast. Allocation should be based on the different contributions of each country. Those who contribute more should allocate more, and those who contribute less should allocate less. Obviously, this proposal cannot be recognized by everyone. After all, each country is very clear about the strength of the other party. Under such circumstances, distributing it in this way means that this piece of cake has been divided from the beginning. There are many strong people, but the weak ones cannot give much. However, the difference in strength between them is not as high as in some civilizations. The difference in strength between them is actually very small. It is also for this reason that every country's speech has a certain weight. At this time, when they were discussing this matter in full swing, one of them thought of a plan. I can understand your thoughts, but please listen to what I have to say. First of all, regarding the distribution plan, no matter what kind of distribution plan we adopt, it will not be absolutely fair to everyone. After cutting it at the same time, everyone gets a part. This will not be a decisive help for us to study it. Each country gets different parts, which means that even if we study it thoroughly, we can only understand it. Part. So I suggest that we can work together to build a laboratory to study giant beasts in a certain location. And then each of our countries can send a certain number of scientists to study it. And the final research results will be exclusive to each of us. And we have to make a decision. That is, no country has the right to decide whether other countries can join the research. That is, once our plan is opened, every country can participate, regardless of the laboratory space, gender, and personnel in each country. We need to set a quota. Each country has a fixed number of quotas each year and allocate them in this form. I think it is important for everyone. It's fair. After hearing this person's suggestion, everyone began to communicate in a low voice. After some discussion, they also believe that, as of now, this method is the most feasible. But unfortunately, what they never know is that if their discussions were really heard by the players, they would definitely laugh out loud, because of their various combat plans and various combat weapons. Players don't care at all. The so-called Nano may not even be able to cut through the SHL of a worker bee, let alone Leviathan. But it is a pity that they do not know the strength of Leviathan. Although their civilization is not arrogant. Although their civilization is very cautious. And their civilization can put aside their grudges and cooperate together at critical times. However, their technological level is only at this level. And their understanding of matter is also at a very rudimentary stage. At this stage of their understanding, they simply cannot imagine what kind of existence the Zerg or the starry behemoths are. And this is the limitation of their thinking. These limitations require a lot of time to make up for. And it takes a lot of time before they can understand the general situation. Only then can we understand what different understandings of matter mean, and how ridiculous their ideas are. But unfortunately, they don't know this now. Not only do they not know this now, but they are also very busy, because the giant beast only had 1 day to get here, which meant that they only had 1 day to prepare. So they took action immediately. In an instant, the eyes of the whole world were gathered here, and countless fighters and warships were seen arriving at the designated area as quickly as possible. Various countries have also aimed their missiles at this place. At the same time, countless reporters also came here, because these reporters know very well that now this place has become the most concerned place in the world. At the same time, this will also be the place where this civilization first captured alien creatures, which is very meaningful. This will be recorded in history. Just like this, amidst the expectations of the entire civilization, only a small black spot appeared in the sky, and the small one was not visible at all. And when this black spot appeared, everyone naturally knew which space creature was coming. In fact, these people also know very well that they will witness a historic moment next. In fact, at this distance, they can release their large-scale missiles at Leviathan. If that kind of weapon is used at this distance, it will not affect the people below. But it is a pity that they will not use it. Not only did they not know how to use that weapon, but they also tried to choose less powerful missiles for subsequent attacks because they were worried that if they accidentally blew up the giant beast, the gain would outweigh the loss. At this time, as the distance got closer and closer, people finally saw clearly what Leviathan looked like. This is a huge fish-like creature with a gray body. But compared to the creatures they knew, they could roam freely in the sky. And through observation, they found that this huge creature had neither propellers nor wings. But even so, it could still fly in the sky. So many people also had various speculations about this creature. Many people think that it is because the mass of this creature is actually very small, which also makes others float in the sky. Some people think that this creature has mastered the technology of reaction force, so it can float in the sky. But for this kind of creature, guess it's obvious that all people can't do it, because in their understanding, this kind of technology is simply not something that living things can master. Although the two sides had a very fierce quarrel over this matter. For them, their quarrel was only temporary, because after replenishing the supply of this creature and dissecting it, all the answers would be revealed. In this way, as Leviathan got closer and closer to them, the arguments on the internet gradually became smaller. At this time, everyone held their breath and stared at everything in front of them. Then, under everyone's gaze, 2 anti-gravity fighters were seen taking off, maintaining a constant distance. At this time, they were going to cut up this giant beast. In this way, under the gaze of the enemy, they flew towards the giant beast. When they got close to the giant beast, everyone couldn't help but sweat in their hands, because they didn't know which giant beast was at this distance. Will the beast attack them? In this way, under the nervous gaze of everyone, the fighter plane got closer and closer to the giant beast. As the distance continued to get closer, everyone became more and more nervous. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. This giant beast did not recognize them at all. The plane and the giant beast they were dragging could not see it. Drag the nanowire. In this way, in everyone's expectation, nano was the sharpest part, flying towards a certain part of the giant beast. At the same time, the 2 planes suddenly accelerated. At that moment, the nanowire drag between them came into contact with the giant beast. It seemed as if something was torn apart behind the 2 planes. And then the planes lost control. It turned out that after they suddenly accelerated just now, The accelerated nanowires collided with the giant beast. After the collision, because the hardness of the surface of the giant beast was too high, it was not cut open. At the same time, this wave of under the action of the force, the two devices used to drag the nanotime were forcibly pulled out of the aircraft, because they could not withstand such a strong pulling force. After seeing this scene, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. They were very clear about the power of nanowire. And now nano actually can't cut through the skin of this giant beast. What does this mean? This shows that the strength of the skin of this giant beast may be far beyond their imagination. After realizing that the situation was not good, the commanders immediately ordered to launch missiles at the giant beast. As the order was issued, countless missiles were seen flying towards the giant beast, dragging long trails. Then, with deafening explosions, the direction of the giant beast was shrouded in smoke and flames. They did not stay behind during this launch, because even nanometers could not cut through it. This was enough to show how hard the behemoth's skin was. Under such circumstances, it was still possible to use some powerful heads. But what made them despair was that as the missile exploded, the giant beast was not affected at all. When the smoke dissipated, they saw the giant beast that was still falling, and everyone panicked. Obviously, they seemed to have underestimated the strength of this giant beast. Then they realized that the situation was not good, and they immediately ordered all the combat units prepared on the ground to attack the giant beast. Countless SHLs exploded around the giant beast, and many exploded on the giant beast's body. Immediately following this series of explosions, the giant beast continued to lower its height, as if it was not affected by anything. When everyone saw the performance of the giant beast, they realized a terrible problem. That is, they had far underestimated the strength of the giant beast. It was obvious that the giant beast in front of them had exceeded their imagination. But at this moment, when they were frantically attacking the giant beast finally moved. It can be seen that the giant beast slowly opened its bloody mouth. And then a thick light swept across and split the earth in an instant. Then a series of explosions sounded, and a huge ravine appeared where the light swept. The distance between the two sides of this gully reaches hundreds of kilometers. All the warships that were previously in the ravine also disappeared in this blow. At the same time, when everyone saw the scene, their eyes widened subconsciously, because everything in front of them was beyond their understanding. At the same time, tens of thousands of fighter planes were seen flying towards the giant beast in the distance. The fighter planes immediately launched countless missiles and swept towards the giant beast. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on both sides of the giant beast's body, and then countless small beams of light shot towards both sides of the giant beast. All warships touched by the laser were instantly hit by the powerful laser. Energy is vaporized. With just 2 strikes, all combat units of this civilization were almost completely wiped out. The behemoth's first strike wiped out most of the ground combat units and maritime combat units, while its second strike easily wiped out all air combat units. It only took the giant beast less than 2 seconds to accomplish such a feat. What this group of people don't know is that if Tudwa hadn't considered that he couldn't destroy the planet, so he tried his best to suppress the power of his attacks, these 2 blows would have been enough to send the planet away. Chapter 509: Devouring the Planet. Of course, in addition to the deliberate suppression on the potato side, the planet itself is also very strong. So this wave of potatoes did not cause much damage to the surface of the planet. Although the damage caused by potatoes at this time was enough to shock this civilization. For potatoes, such damage is not much different from nothing. At this time, because of potatoes' operation, the entire civilization was stunned. It was obvious that they did not expect that the giant beast had such terrifying destructive power this time. Looking at this ravine, the width alone has reached 100 kilometers, and the length has even exceeded 1,000 kilometers, as well as the air combat team that was easily wiped out by the potato just now. Everyone felt that the scene at this time was like a dream. He even said that he would not even dare to think so in his dreams. You must know that this is the vast majority of the armed forces of their civilization. These armed forces were so vulnerable in front of this giant beast. They all woke up from the shock when they saw the seawater pouring into the huge ravine. When they woke up from the shock, an inexplicable sense of fear suddenly surged into their hearts. This was the fear of unknown power. At this time, the top leaders of this civilization were also shocked by Potato's operation. Obviously, they did not expect that this giant beast had such strength. At this time, they also felt ridiculous about their previous behavior. Yes, their previous behavior was really ridiculous. They were still thinking about not hurting this giant beast. and they were still thinking about how to capture it alive. Even when their plane was close to the giant beast, they once thought that this giant beast might not have intelligence. But now it seems that they were wrong. It is not that this giant beast has no intelligence, but this giant beast doesn't care at all. That's right. He doesn't care at all. As far as he is concerned, the so-called heaven-destroying attack is like a child playing house in the eyes of the giant beast, and it will not cause any harm to him. And the performance of the giant beast at this time also proved everything. What on earth is this? At this time, a commander couldn't help but murmured as he looked at the giant beast. It was obvious that his heart was filled with fear. The destructive power of a giant beast was beyond his knowledge. In previous wars with other countries, he felt a sense of powerlessness that he had never experienced before. Weapons of destruction. Launch weapons of destruction. At this time, several commanders who woke up immediately shouted loudly. As these sounds were transmitted, the other commanders suddenly woke up. Perhaps in previous wars, they had to go through everyone's discussion before making a decision when using such weapons. But now they don't care so much, because they knew very well that with the terrifying destructive power of this giant beast, it would be a disaster for the entire civilization if it left there. So they wanted to eliminate the giant beast before it left. At the same time, this so-called destructive weapon is also their last resort. If this weapon cannot cause harm to the giant beast, then their civilization will really be over. As a result, under everyone's gaze, countless missiles were seen flying out of the silo, and then dragging their long tails towards the direction of the giant beast. This time they didn't know how many destructive weapons they fired, but what they knew was that they launched all the destructive weapons they could use without hesitation. Then, the next moment, the first destructive weapon arrived. A dazzling light appeared in the explosion area. As the light became more and more dazzling, a huge explosion sounded, and at the same time, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Then an invisible shock wave began, centered on the explosion point, spreading to all directions. The shock wave set off a huge tsunami on the sea surface, and the big trees on the small island not far away had already been blown away by the terrifying shock wave. It was just the scene after the explosion of the first destructive weapon, followed by the second and third ones. After them, more destruction-level weapons followed. This time, the continuous explosions of destructive-level weapons alone lasted for more than an hour. At this time, everything around the explosions of destructive-level weapons no longer existed, and the small islands that were still nearby did not know where they were. It was all flattened by the aftermath of the destruction-level weapon explosion. You died? You should be dead from such an explosion. With this level of destructive power, it is absolutely impossible for any living thing to survive. At this time, the mushroom cloud of the explosion had not dissipated. All the commanders were staring at that area and communicating in low voices. They seemed to be comforting themselves and stating a fact. In this way, under the witness of countless people, as the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, their pupils shrank slightly. At this time, they saw a very incredible scene. That is, the giant beast was still standing there exactly as it was when he arrived, without any trace of being injured by the explosion on its body. At this time, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. And at the same time, a terrible idea gradually emerged in their hearts. That is the end of their own civilization. Because even the most powerful weapons in their own civilization cannot cause harm to this giant beast. So what else can they do to resist this giant beast? No one can give an accurate answer to this question, because the giant beast in front of them has exceeded their knowledge. The physical knowledge and physical laws that Data possesses cannot have any effect on this behemoth. Because according to their theory, so many destructive weapons explode at the same time, and the high temperature or other things generated are enough to destroy their cognition. Everything in. But the giant beast in front of him was not affected in any way. At this time, Tuba was much calmer than them. In fact, Tuba could easily dodge the weapons they launched. But he felt there was no need, because he doesn't care at all about all the means of this civilization. However, through the brief traffic just now, he also discovered the strangeness of this civilization. First of all, this civilization is still a nuclear civilization. The nuclear bombs they launched were completely different from the nuclear bombs they knew, because the nuclear bombs they launched were countless times more powerful than the nuclear bombs they knew, and even caused the total damage of their previous attack. The amount of damage can be done by some battleships that have just entered the intermediate civilization in the universe. Although this damage is too insignificant for him, Folk Custom has to admit that as a low-level civilization, being able to possess such a powerful weapon is already considered a great thing. Therefore, this low-level civilization deserves his praise. But it is only praise. At this time, as the attack of this civilization is over, Potato Animal will next baptize this civilization and let this civilization experience the power of Leviathan. At this time, as the giant beast began to move, the hearts of everyone in the entire civilization seemed to be tugged. At the same time, many people who woke up immediately began to flee. They wanted to find shelter. They wanted to escape. This time the crisis. But unfortunately, what they don't know is that any of their actions are in vain for the potato. Of course, Potato's next movements actually made them a little puzzled. Because Potato flew over the city, passed over the plateau, and came to the foot of a large mountain. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw Tutuo's strange behavior. While they were still there, they saw a beam of light shooting out of Tutuo's mouth. The next moment, this high island entered the mountains outside. It was instantly moved flat. At the same time, many red ores appeared at the foot of the mountain. Or vein. It is obvious that this civilized man is not unfamiliar with these things at all. Then, under everyone's gaze, Potato opened its bloody mouth and began to crazily devour the ore in the vein. And based on this, it began to devour it downwards. Obviously, this vein is connected to ores deeper underground. At this moment, everyone in the civilization understood the reason why this giant beast appeared here. Obviously, his purpose is not to destroy this civilization. His purpose is just for the ore of this planet. And everyone who got this answer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't destroy civilization. What if he gave him some ore to swallow? In this way, as the time for the devouring of potatoes began, day by day passed. And the potatoes that plunged into the interior of the planet during these days never came out again. He is like a ruthless harvesting machine, eating away at this planet bit by bit. And while he is devouring it, his size is also slowly growing. The Leviathan hatched through system enhancement is essentially different from the original Leviathan in the insect swarm. The biggest difference among them is size. The Leviathan hatched through system enhancement reaches the adult stage, and its size is much smaller than the Leviathan hatched by the insect swarm. The civilized people on your planet don't need to worry. An adult Leviathan can explode the planet, because the giant Leviathan hatched by the insect swarm is larger, even as big as a planet. However, what the system hatched was only over 200 kilometers long. The gap between the two is very terrifying. But although the levitate hatched by the system is only more than 200 kilometers away, its mass is far greater than that of a planet. It is also because of this quality that he has very terrifying defense power. Of course, for these people in this civilization, they don't know that they are secretly glad that they can survive at this time. Likewise, many people cried with joy because of this incident. However, this idea was only temporary. As time went by, they received bad news about a week later. A piece of news that was enough to keep them awake all night was that Levita had been swallowed deep into the Earth's crust. Now he is going deeper and moving forward. After this news, everyone panicked, because this planet is exaggeratedly said to be composed of ores. There is a large amount of ores buried inside this planet, and even the core of the Earth is made of high-density minerals. Mineral composition. The Leviathan in front of him is constantly devouring ore. At this time, he is like a bottomless pit. Generally, no matter how long or how much he swallows, he cannot fill it up. Scientists have deduced Leviathan's overall weight based on its size. However, from the time it devoured it until now, it has eaten things that are hundreds or even thousands of times its own weight. But even if it eats so much, it still continues to devour more. This is a very scary thing, because no one knows where his upper limit is. Many people have even had the absurd idea that he might eat the entire planet. At the same time, they also discovered that any laws they had mastered were not practical for this giant beast. Just take the most basic biological laws. Although there are many big eaters in nature who can eat food that is twice or even twice their own weight, eating hundreds or even thousands of times their own weight is simply a fantasy. And what they didn't understand the most was that even after eating so much, the giant beast didn't grow much. It is completely inconsistent with their common sense. And the most important thing is that they did not find any excrement in the photos sent back by the detector sent out. Which means that these things were really collected by this animal. The giant beast tore it off. But where should it be stored after eating so much? This is a question on everyone's mind. In this way, for a month, this giant beast kept devouring it. And everyone's misunderstanding about the behavior of this giant beast gradually turned into panic. First of all, this giant beast has grown to a length of more than 100 kilometers. Compared with the 200 meters when it first arrived. This giant beast has grown more than 500 times in just 1 month. It's a very exaggerated number. It grows hundreds of times in 1 month. So if you give him a year, what kind of system can he grow into? And the most important thing is that his devouring has not stopped. This is the most terrifying thing. Because if he never stops, then one day his planet will be swallowed by him. And they estimate that this time will not be too long. Because the swallowing ability of this giant beast is very exaggerated. So exaggerated that they all felt scared. At the same time, the giant beasts continued to devour. And also brought various disasters. Earthquakes are common. And large-scale collapses have occurred in many places. And the culprit who caused all of this is still devouring it as if everything outside has nothing to do with him. It was not until this moment that everyone in the civilization understood that just because the giant beast ignored them, it did not mean that they had escaped disaster. Because with the devouring of the giant beasts, one day this planet will be consumed. And without the planet, death will be waiting for them. When they think of the civilized people here, they immediately realize the seriousness of the matter. They know that although they are no match for this giant beast, they must find a way to kill this giant beast. Chapter 510. What does destroying you have to do with you? But killing this giant beast is not easy. At present, when he is only a few hundred meters away, he is helpless with it. Now this giant beast has reached hundreds of kilometers. Under such circumstances, his strength must have improved a lot. Is there any way to eliminate it? No one has an accurate answer to this question. But they know that they must take action. Otherwise the fate of destruction awaits them. So many civilized scientists gathered together and began to discuss how to eliminate the giant beasts. Shu's detector was sent deep underground. And he began to observe the giant beast at close range, trying to find a way to eliminate it by studying the materials on the giant beast. This is the fantasy of civilization in its infancy. They often imagine that some lives that are approaching perfection have weaknesses. They thought that after analyzing the materials on the behemoth, they would develop something that could interact with these materials and launch it onto the behemoth's body. The entire behemoth would be destroyed by this material. Then the crisis of their civilization will be lifted. This is a scene in many movies. And it is also a scene that everyone in this civilization is looking forward to. But unfortunately, it only exists in the imagination. Culture is a process of constantly improving its own flaws. When a creature evolves into a perfect life form, theoretically it will have no flaws. The kind of scene these people dream about will only appear in some low-level creatures that are not fully evolved. It is absolutely impossible for such perfectly evolved creatures, like the Zerg, to have such a problem. Hundreds of millions of years of evolution have passed, and any shortcomings in it will be made up for during this time. If it were really so easy to find flaws, then hundreds of millions of years would have been wasted. This is absolutely impossible. For this civilization, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is not whether they can finally develop the corresponding substances. But now they cannot even take the first step. Because there was a big problem when they analyzed the material on the surface of this giant beast. That is, after scanning, they found that there was no material on the surface of a giant beast. They were stunned when they got a result. How can this be? This was simply not in line with common sense. Later, after a period of speculation, they got the answer, which was that all the substances on the giant beast could not be analyzed by their current technological level. So the final scan result was that there was no substance. Because these substances, it was beyond their understanding, beyond their imagination. At this time, even the most promising plan failed, which meant that they had only the last plan left, which was to use all the weapons of civilization to fight against the giant beasts. And they did so. In this way, a large number of vehicles were transported to the entrance of the cave, and then set off vigorously towards the inside. At this time, everyone knew that they would never return if they went in this time. But for the sake of civilization, they had no hesitation. They came to the space where the giant beast was, and saw the giant beast being bundled up. They were also frightened by the sight in front of them. But without much hesitation, they immediately launched the most violent attack on the giant beast. However, in the face of these attacks, this giant beast remained unmoved and continued to devour the ores in the planet. They didn't know how long this battle lasted. What they knew was that they had exhausted all the equipment of the civilization. They suffered heavy losses in this battle. And their losses were not due to the giant beast's counterattack, but to the landslides that occurred during the devouring process. These landslides buried most of the combat tools, and only a few survivors crawled back. Ground. Everyone who saw this scene collapsed. They knew that if this continued, their planet would be doomed. At this time, A scientist in the civilization stood up. At this time, he was already a little crazy, because he had seen through everything. We are bugs. At this time, as he slowly spoke, everyone's eyes were on him. Everyone was a little puzzled when they saw this scientific figure with a slightly crazy look in his eyes during the live broadcast. They didn't know why the scientist's attitude suddenly said such words. But they knew that since the other party said such words, it meant that he might have understood what this giant beast was doing. Just like that, while everyone was waiting, the scientist told the truth. We can understand this giant beast as a civilization. An alien civilization. In fact, we have made a mistake all along. This mistake is that we regarded it as a beast. All our strategies against it are to treat it as a beast. But we have never thought that different civilizations and different lives in the universe have different forms of presentation. Different civilizations in the universe have all kinds of strange expressions. And in our perception, other alien civilizations should look similar to ours. But this monster tells us that what we think is wrong. Our civilization has given birth to different creatures. Their looks are all kinds of strange. And their expression methods are different. The giant beast in front of him is not a giant beast. He may be a certain civilization in the outside world. Having said this, the old scientist's eyes flashed with confusion. At first, I was also thinking about why this giant beast would do such a strange thing. It turned a deaf ear to our attacks. Because of his actions, many people mistakenly thought that this giant beast only had the instinct to devour. But it is obviously not the case. In his eyes, we are just bugs. Just as you walk on the road, you never care about how many bugs you step on and kill. And you never care about the sharp thorns raised by the caterpillars on the roadside to sting you. For the caterpillar, his move is a very lethal move in his mind. But what he doesn't know is that its attack may not even be able to pierce your shoes. You don't even know there's a caterpillar on the side of the road, and it does what it does. And we are just such bugs in his eyes. The powerful weapons we think are nothing in his eyes. He doesn't even bother to pay attention to us because we can't cause him any harm. This is an intelligent body. It doesn't just have the instinct to devour, as we think, but it doesn't care. Speechless is the greatest contempt. Ignoring us is the greatest insult to us. That's how it treats us. We are just bugs. In its eyes, we are just insignificant bugs. We are just a group of bugs that it has no interest in at all. At this time, as the old scientist's words fell, everyone fell into silence. At this time, they were deeply shocked by these words. Combined with what the giant beast had done before, they knew that what the old scientist said was most likely true. From the beginning to the end, the other party never looked at them. From the beginning to the end, I was as insignificant as a bug in the eyes of the other party. And the other party didn't bother to deal with me at all. Destroying you has nothing to do with you. At this moment, when everyone was almost in despair, such a voice suddenly came out in their minds. When they heard this sound, everyone was stunned for a moment. They thought something was wrong with them. Even the old scientist. However, when this sentence appeared in the barrage in their live broadcast room, everyone realized the situation. Not only because everyone heard this sentence, but also the entire civilization heard it. And those who were able to do all this, no need to think about it. They already know who it is. Obviously, this sentence undoubtedly proved that the old scientist's speculation was correct. The other party was indeed an intelligence, and civilization was in existence that they could not understand. The main reason why the other party is willing to choose to talk to them now is because the old scientist has seen through the essence of the matter, and it just rewarded the scientist. When the old scientist heard this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he laughed crazily, very wildly. We deserve it. We deserve all this, ha ha ha. At this time, everyone looked a little crazy, and everyone was stunned. It was obvious that they didn't know why the old scientist was acting like this suddenly. Survival is never taken for granted. Our civilization is made up of countless coincidences. And now the coincidences are over. We have always taken the survival of civilization as a matter of course. But in the dark forest of the universe, survival has never been like this. Having said this, the almost crazy old scientist continued. I proposed the dark forest law a long time ago. And I have also told you that according to our current level of technological development, we are fully capable of building large immigrant warships. And the ultimate purpose of building these warships is to when other alien civilizations invade, we have a chance to escape. But when I put forward this opinion, I was met with cynicism by you. You rejected my plan without hesitation. But now, everything now proves that my theory is correct. In this universe, every civilization is a hunter with a gun. They immerse themselves in the forest and dare not make a sound. Because there are countless hunters with guns in this forest. And they will destroy everything they see. And the reason why they do it is simple. The mutual suspicion among civilizations can be eliminated through our communication. But it's different when you put this matter on a cosmic scale. The two civilizations are separated by several light years, or even tens of thousands of light years. In such a long time span. I discovered that you also discovered me. I don't know. Are you good or bad? Although I am naturally kind. I will think about what if you are an evil civilization. What if you are deliberately trying to destroy us? And you are the same as me. You and I have the same idea. We suspect each other. We predict each other's predictions. And this chain of suspicion will never end. So the only thing I can do at this time is to shoot and eliminate you. Only in this way can I avoid possible dangers. At this point, the old scientist's eyes suddenly froze. And then he looked at everyone and slowly said that sentence. What does destroying you have to do with you? Yes. Destroying you is just the instinct of survival in the universe. It really has nothing to do with you. After saying this, the old scientist fell onto the seat behind him, as if his strength had been drained. When hearing his words at this time, everyone in the civilization felt as if their hearts were hit by a heavy hammer. At this time, their evaluation of this universe is that it is dark. So dark. However, now this darkness has come to their heads. After the clear giant beasts were able to communicate, they began to try to communicate with the gathering in various ways. But unfortunately, the giant beasts ignored them. The behavior of the giant beast at this time also confirmed another sentence of the old scientist. Silence is the greatest contempt. At this time, the entire civilization is regretful. If they had followed the advice of brain scientists decades ago, they might have 1 or 2 immigrant ships in their hands now. This means that if they encounter today's crisis, some of them can escape here. But unfortunately, there are no ifs for anything. When they were denying the brain scientists' ideas, they were laughing at the old scientists' ideas. And they even felt that the old scientists' heart was too dark. They never thought that this day would come. In these years of development, they have put more effort into infrastructure and technologies that can generate high value. However, they have not spent too much on technologies that are under construction with high investment and low return. This also means that they don't even have a decent spaceship now. After learning the truth of the whole matter, everyone in this civilization became aware of the reality. That is, all they can do now is to wait quietly for the destruction of civilization. As time goes by, the giant beast grows bigger and bigger. Now it has grown to more than 200 kilometers. And most of the planet has been swallowed up. At this time, the planet is slowly moving towards the star. Fly away. Because the devouring of the giant beasts has done too much damage to this planet. And the giant beasts will emit powerful healing from time to time as they grow, causing the speed of this planet to gradually slow down. Now its speed is no longer enough to keep it away from the star. Now he is being pulled by the gravity of the star. Slowly approaching. Although this process takes a long time, everyone in the civilization knows that they are finished. Because the weather is getting hotter day by day. At this time, the regular temperature of the entire civilization is already nearly double the highest recorded temperature. And this number will continue to increase as time goes by. Before long, the temperature of this planet will no longer be suitable for survival. And all animals and plants will be destroyed in this change in temperature. This is the universe. A huge dark forest. Destruction and rebirth are happening every day. This is a normal thing. It was this civilization that heard the giant beast speak for the second time. This time it was time for their demise. Chapter 511 Interference with Moon Spirit Civilization. For this wave of potatoes. He admitted that he finally relented. So he told them the truth at the end. Let them die clearly. At the same time, this is all the potato can do for them. And at this time, the potato that has completed devouring has also entered an adult state. After flying out of the planet at this time, Tudo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the planet slowly falling towards the star. This planet has long been torn apart at this time. Because without the blessing of Eemly from the Earth's core, it cannot support its huge size. And in this torn apart planet, what Potato saw was a transmitter flying towards the outer reaches of the star system at an extremely fast speed. What he knew about this transmitter was that it was a detector launched at the last moment of his life by a scientist who had seen through the nature of the universe. And Tudo also knows what's inside this detector. And what's inside records everything about this civilization. The development history of this civilization. Its evolution. And its final destruction. This was the only thing this civilization could do in its final moments. So Potato didn't stop it. Potato allowed them to successfully launch their own tombstone. The tombstone of civilization. The tombstone of this civilization will continue to move in one direction in the dark universe. Maybe it will collide with an asteroid in the middle. Or maybe it will be forced by a certain civilization. And another civilization will pass through it. A tombstone. Knowing its existence. Although this matter seemed trivial to Tudo, he understood that this was the only thing this civilization could do. Because in this case, they at least left their own traces in this universe. When civilization is about to collapse, many questions will become philosophical. Because all hatred and wars are meaningless. Those who survive will think about what they can do. What they can do for civilization. So at this time, the tombstone undoubtedly the best choice. But, Tudwa couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. A detector sent in this way can only store 100,000 internal data at most. If you carve all the information of civilization on stone, it can be stored for hundreds of millions of years. Of course, Potato didn't remind them of this in the end, because their atmosphere was already well done at that time. Saying this by yourself at that time really ruined the atmosphere. At this time, the potato that devoured this civilization returned to the insect nest. For them now, destroying a civilization is a very trivial matter. Of course, destroying a civilization is also a very cruel thing. However, in order to resist the enemies that may come at any time, they can only do this repeatedly. One thing. Through Potato's operation, I finally understood that this Leviathan is simply a gold-eating beast. The resource reserves of this planet are at least calculated in terms of 1 billion or even tens of billions. However, such reserves can only raise Leviathan to adulthood. The most important thing is that planets with this mass and high ore content are just an exception. If we collect resources through the galaxy under normal circumstances, I estimate that we will at least have some asteroid belts with acceptable content. Hollow out several of them to raise a Leviathan. The cost of exchanging Leviathan itself is not exaggerated enough. Who would want to raise it would still need so much cost. It costs money to grow a large one. And it also costs a lot to purify later. If you add up all these things, I guess only wealthy guilds like Potato and the others can afford to raise them. Don't even think about salted fish guilds like ours. And I heard from Tudo that Levitt doesn't do anything and just leaves it alone every day. The energy consumption in a day is already as high as hundreds of thousands. This is too exaggerated. The gold-swallowing beast is indeed worthy of its name. The most critical thing at the moment is that if Leviathan wants to truly exert its full strength, it will have to wait until at least the third stage. This means that if the task of sending evolution scrolls never comes, Leviathan wants to bring considerable benefits. Basically unrealistic. It's really scary. Now that I think about it, Xianyu's Thunder Beast is more reliable. At least it only needs tens of thousands of points every day. In this way, the players were discussing and sorting out the latest news. Because during this period, they also found many valuable galaxies waiting to be mined. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the group of Starry Sky Beasts. Although there was no trace of this Starry Sky Beast since the last battle, the players were still looking for his location in the blue universe. In the end, the main purpose is to find out his general situation. To be able to monitor him, players can at least know in advance when he will take action. Compared to being suddenly attacked without knowing it, our family still prefers to fight a prepared battle. But it's different from their side. On Jiang Yao's side. Because his performance in the previous world of Starry Sky Beasts was too outstanding. He was given an exceptional third chance to pass on knowledge. This knowledge inheritance is obvious. And it is also his last regular knowledge inheritance in this civilization. There are two types of knowledge inheritance in this civilization. The first type is conventional, while the second type is special. Conventional intellectual property rights develop according to your career path. As long as you have some talents, you can basically accept the inheritance of basic related knowledge 3 times. After the third knowledge inheritance contact, it means that you have entered a relatively high position in civilization. After reaching this position, if you want to continue to climb up, then you need to achieve better results in this field. After you make achievements, you will have the opportunity to receive a special inheritance. And only a small number of people are eligible to receive this special inheritance. At the same time, when you obtain this qualification, it means that you will definitely have a place in the high positions of this civilization in the future. You only need to master this knowledge before you can enter the core departments of the civilization. It is obvious that Jiang Yao is getting closer to this step at this time. Although this matter seems simple on the surface. In fact, if you want to take the final step, it is not that difficult at all. Jiang Yao, who returned home at this time, began to think about this issue. Although he has just obtained the qualification for the third inheritance, And he should celebrate it this time. It is obvious that he has no intention to think about this now. Because at this time, all his energy and time are focused on the next thing. Although on the surface it seemed that he was only one step away from reaching his goal, he knew very well that this step had stopped many people. You have to successfully obtain that special knowledge. Inheritance J. Jiangyao knows very well that he must make achievements. And in this direction of his development, the only way to make achievements is war. But now civilization has entered a period of shrinkage in this state. It is basically impossible for a war to break out in the short term. There's no difficulty. I can create difficulty for them. The current situation of the entire civilization is not very good. At this time, players can come over and attack them. Anyway, we can accurately locate their location. It just so happens that I can use this advantage to catch them off guard. At this critical moment, I can jump out and show off again. In this case, my growth rate will definitely be much faster. Thinking of this, Jiangyao also had to think about another very critical issue. That is, sending bugs like this can easily reveal information about Lao Lu in the civilization. If you are found out because of this incident, then the gain will outweigh the loss. At this time, Jiang Rumor was very confused about the current situation, because he had to admit that it was too difficult to climb up in a short time if he wanted to. If it were to let nature take its course, he would naturally not be happy, because it would take at least tens to hundreds of years to let nature take its course and slowly get to that position. And how could he have so much time now? Now he has only one choice, and that is to cause trouble, although his behavior is very risky. In order to find a way to crack this civilization and the starry sky beast as soon as possible, he has to take this risk. He didn't do much research until now. He immediately issued a new mission to the players, and the content of the mission was to harass this civilization. It is definitely impossible for you to defeat this civilization. So now all he can do is harass and disrupt the judgment of this civilization through constant harassment. The method of harassment is also very simple. It is absolutely impossible to fight head-on, because the players are not stupid. They know that if this civilization encounters a head-on confrontation, it will definitely be sent away. Brothers, I'm thinking about the situation of that civilization. I don't need to say more. After all, everyone must know it well. And the leader just issued a new mission, which is for us to find trouble with that civilization. Although the strength gap between us is huge, please don't forget that this mission does not require us to explain to the other party that we only just harassed the other party. After hearing what the player said, everyone was curious and asked about the specific operation process. After this player's explanation, everyone was shocked by his unbridled fighting method, because compared to other methods of doing this player's method is completely different. If you say it is to harass him, it is just to harass him. Harassment. Therefore, players will definitely not do this kind of thing directly. And the method of harassment is also very special. That is, wandering around your home. If you dare to send a fleet over, I will run away. Anyway, my goal is to make you sick, but I will never fight you. However, the players also know the outcome of this fight, so they will not be bored and torture them. In this way, as the players operated, the Moon Spirit civilization began to feel uncomfortable. Now they are not in good condition, and the players are a bunch of bugs wandering around in front of you, which makes them extremely uncomfortable. Although they sent a fleet to chase these bugs, it is obvious that these bugs are slippery, so the pursuit efficiency is very low. Although they don't know what these bugs want to do, they still have some vague guesses about their civilized behavior. The result of their guess was not surprising to Jiangyao. Jiangyao is not surprised that they can guess this. After all, for a civilization of this level, it would be really strange if it couldn't guess its own Xiao Jiujiu. But what's the use of guessing it? You must know that Jiangyao's calculation from the beginning to the end was not to play dirty tricks with you. The meaning expressed is very clear. I know I can't beat you, but I can locate your precise location, so I can harass you at any time. If I have nothing to do, I'll take a walk around your house. If I have nothing to do, I'll lean toward you where I'll see you again. When you see me coming, are you panicked? Although you know that my strength is not as good as yours. Even if I suddenly launch a sneak attack, it will not have much impact on you. But because Jiangyao attracted the starry sky beast before, they have a new level of understanding of this old sixth race, cognition. So when they saw a large number of bugs wandering around on his side, even though they knew the opponent's tactics, and this might be the case, they still had to send troops to pursue them, because they don't know if one day another big guy from these bugs will come. So in order to avoid this happening, They can only clean up more of these bugs. Although they know that the original intention of these bugs is to disgust them. But they must take it seriously. Because God knows if you want someone to neglect you, they will give you another powerful Starry Sky Beast. If the Starry Sky Beasts attracted by the bugs have the same combat power as last time, then they are really doomed. So they didn't dare to neglect this matter. At this time, they were subjected to various discomforts. It is no exaggeration to say that they consider monitoring the Jiangyao insect swarm to be the most failed strategy in their civilization. Because during the surveillance process, there were various operations carried out by Jiangyao secretly. In the end, they discovered that not only had they invested a lot of time and money in this wave of surveillance, but they also failed to obtain any valuable information in the end. Not only did they not get any valuable information, they were even disgusted by the bugs. Not long ago, a wave of trouble diverted them to the east and left them semi-crippled. And now this group of bugs came to harass them while the iron was hot. For this reason, if you say that they are helpless, they are indeed a little helpless. But there was nothing they could do about Jiangyao's plan. In fact, Jiangyao was a little surprised that his operation could achieve such an effect. But for him, the better the effect, the better it would be for him. In this way, as time passes day by day, this civilization has been in a state of high tension during this period of time. They were all afraid that the next time the Zerg came out, there would be a big tail following behind them. If it really happened, they would be the unlucky ones. Chapter 512 Jiangyao's Speculation. After all, the current situation of their civilization can no longer withstand such torture. This time, they had to admit that they had been bitten by bugs. They never imagined that an insect that was very weak in their eyes could actually cause them so much harm. This made them feel very helpless. It is also for this reason that there is only one thing that the entire civilization has to do now. And that is to find out what the bugs left behind on their bodies. Because they can be sure that the other party can find them with a high probability that the other party has a method in their hands that they don't know about. And this method is the same as the way they monitor the bugs. And they can't detect it. At least at this stage they can't find it. All in all, this is not a good sign for them. Knowing that the swarm has actually mastered such technology. If you say that the bugs are a civilization of the same level as them, then it would be acceptable for the bugs to master such technology. But the bugs are several levels lower than them. What does it mean that such a civilization can actually master things that they cannot understand? It means that the development potential of this civilization is very terrifying. This is undoubtedly not good news for them. At the same time, they also know very well that once such a race develops, it will be a disaster for them. After all, people can master such things at their current level. So no one can tell what weapons they will be able to master when they grow to their own level. But what they know is that no matter what the situation is, they must find a way to find out what the bugs left on them as soon as possible. This is what they have to do now. Because now their civilization can no longer withstand the torment. If the bugs attract advanced civilization or starry sky beasts, it will be very troublesome for them. But it's not easy to find what the bugs left behind on their bodies. They had no clue about this matter at all. This is where things get tricky for them. First of all, the investigation technology mastered by their civilization includes not only 3 dimensions, but also 4 dimensions. Of course, 2 dimensions are also involved. So far, no abnormalities have been found in the 3 dimensions they have mastered. This is enough to show that the things in their hands must have nothing to do with these dimensions. But if it has nothing to do with these dimensions, then where did the bugs leave their things? Could it be a higher dimension? They rejected this idea as soon as they thought of it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because the current overall dimension of the universe is 3-dimensional. It is already very difficult to use 4-dimensional technology in 3-dimensional space. It is basically impossible to use 5 dimensions. Because there are very few 4-dimensional fragments in the current universe. And 5-dimensional things have long been gone. If you want to use the technology of this dimension under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible unless the technological level of the insect swarm far exceeds theirs. But if the technological level of the insect swarm far exceeds their own, then a problem arises. The one being hunted now is definitely not the insect swarm, but themselves. So after ruling out this possibility, they had no clue. I have no clue at all. Because they feel like this thing is like a mystery. Which makes them feel very tricky. But just when they were unable to do anything about the matter, things miraculously turned around. In the hall at this time, all the executives looked at Jiangyao in front of them. Very good. You gave us a big surprise in the previous Battle 0. Which made us think you were a very talented commander. So we later gave you the command of several more battles. And you have not let us down in these battles. As he said this, one of the executives looked at Jiang Yao. We all see your efforts and your excellence. So from today on, the command of the 15th Fleet will be handed over to you. At this moment, Jiang Yao, looking at the people in front of him and hearing their words, knew that he had finally reached this point. My continuous efforts have finally paid off. This is a very happy thing for him. Finally, after struggling in this civilization for so long, I finally entered the core area. Now I finally become the commander of the fleet. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the information they uploaded about the 15th Fleet. And when he saw the fleet information, he couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, he didn't have much hope for this fleet at all. In his own feeling, he thought that this newly established fleet was probably for him to practice. But when he saw the configuration of this fleet, he understand? I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. This fleet is equipped with a total of 5,000 warships. This number may not sound like a lot, especially for a super civilization like this that collects 5,000 conventional combat warships. Indeed, this is not a large number. But don't forget that the development route of this civilization is mainly mechanical technology. In other words, their regular combat units are those combat robots. And their number of warships is actually relatively small compared to other civilizations. Of course, Jiang Yao can also understand this. After all, people can easily release thousands or even tens of thousands of combat robots. Compared with your battleships, these robots are only more powerful than your battleships. Under such circumstances, they have what was the reason for building so many battleships. Although civilization has been hit hard this time, all the production lines in the civilization have been activated. Not only are they frantically producing warships, but they are also producing robots. The so-called theoretically speaking, the number of warships will increase significantly. But even so, as of now, the war will not end for a long time. And the warships they produce may not even make up for the losses in the last battle. Together, under such circumstances, they can still allocate 5,000 warships to themselves, which is enough to illustrate the problem. You must know that there is an unwritten way to judge the strength of a commander in this article. And that is how many warships the fleet you command has. After all, there are not many under construction in this civilization. The more assigned to you, it means the more they value you. And this unwritten rule has become the consensus of all commanders. Although 5,000 battleships are easily attainable for many commanders, it is different for a new commander to be able to give so much. This alone is enough to show that the people above him value him. Obviously his previous performance had made these people interested in him. And then these people asked him to command a few battles. Through these battles, he once again proved his strength. All in all, Jiang Yao can now be sure that the other party has regarded him as a commander with great potential. And as long as he does not act like a monster, he will definitely be trained by them in the future according to the route of the commander-in-chief. Of course, apart from Jiang Yao's own experience, he is much more tactful than others. After all, before time travel, he had been in the workplace at least, and he had a good grasp of the world. Although there is no such thing as worldliness in this civilization, and many geniuses in this civilization are relatively arrogant. But Jiang Yao is different. He uses his worldly feelings and sophistication on many people, which also makes him very popular. As for the so-called arrogance, he doesn't have it at all. After all, he read so much online literature before time travel, and he knows very well that he shouldn't be struck by lightning if he pretends to be cool. Therefore, he never pretended to be cool. Even when he faced people with lower positions than himself, he always greeted them with a smile. Everyone who has followed him has a very high evaluation of him. All in all, he must be very good at dealing with people and sophistication. Of course, he will be rewarded after doing so. And in this civilization, if you want to be promoted, in addition to your own performance, you will also need to understand your situation through people you have worked with reasonably, whether it is your character or other things. But because of Jiang Yao's approachability, the evaluations given by these people were surprisingly consistent. The reason why Jiang Yao was promoted so quickly was not only due to his own reasons, but also their help was indispensable. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was watching the executives present, decided to throw another bomb, which was to tell them how the insect swarm tracked them. Yes, he wanted to reveal this important information at this time. And his main purpose of revealing this information was also for the future layout. First of all, if the theory he stated is believed by this group of people, it means that his importance in the eyes of these people will increase to another level. Of course, This is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that his subsequent layout for this civilization will also revolve around this one thing. In fact, according to normal logic, this matter should wait for him to go some distance up and be able to participate in some important meetings. And at important meetings, if he mentions this matter, the effect will be the best. Okay. But it's a pity that he will never do this. Although it can make him show off and make many people look at him with admiration and think this person is awesome. In fact, he knows very well that there are too many hidden dangers in doing so. First of all, the first point is about the situation of the insect swarm. Over the years of his development, he knows less about the situation of the insect swarm. What he knows more about is that the insect swarm is their enemy. As for some internal situations, including some situations of the battle, he knew very little about. When I attended a meeting like this, I suddenly said that I had arrived at a swarm of insects and how I found them. This in itself is questionable. And when someone happens to ask this question, you just have the answer. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You must know that for this civilization, coincidence does not exist. And any coincidence can be known through calculation. You say that 1 or 2 such coincidences are okay. But if there are too many, there will definitely be problems. And there will definitely be many such coincidences in his subsequent layout. This means that there will be many coincidences in the future. It would be strange if it didn't overturn. It was also for this reason that he decided to tell this matter now. If he was asked before, it would be a bit far-fetched to say that he had been thinking about this issue. But what if you haven't asked yourself to say this? If you say this thing by yourself at this time, then you are not strong. Because by saying this thing by yourself, it can only prove that you care about civilization. And you are always thinking about the problems that civilization encounters. And how to solve them. Nothing more. Compared with many people who put this problem on the table and then jump out to install it themselves. Although this method cannot allow them to install it by themselves, it can play a very important strategic role. And this is exactly what he needs. After all, he doesn't have the hobby of showing off. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao opened his mouth and said, Master Archons, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Oh! At this time, everyone was a little surprised when they heard Jiang Yao's words. What do you want to discuss with us? Actually, the content of this discussion is a guess. Hearing his words at this time, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. If others said this was speculation, then they would definitely be furious. But Jiang Yao was different. Because Jiang Yao had made a guess when facing the giant beast in the starry sky. Although his guess did not help civilization in the end, it was undeniable that his guesses were correct. If they had listened to Jiang Yao's guess at that time, they might have been able to avoid some of the losses. So they still wanted to listen to the wild guesses of the little guy in front of them. Actually, what I want to talk about this time is about how the insect swarm tracked us. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, everyone couldn't help but become energetic. It was obvious that this matter was very important to them. Said it was attractive. After all, they have been having a headache about this matter for a while. At the same time, they drew up a lot of measures. In the end, they found that the credibility was not high. And many of the plans were absolutely impossible with the technology currently possessed by the insect swarm. Implemented, they also felt extremely troubled by this matter. But at this time, Jiang Yao took the initiative to mention this matter to them, which made them feel a little surprised. 0. As far as I know, you don't have much information about this race. In this case, what is the basis for your guess? Jiang Yao was shocked when he heard this. It's because I know very little about this race. So I can only guess. If I know more about this civilization, then I won't be able to make any guesses, whether it's a starry sky beast or a swarm of insects. Precisely because I know very little about them, I will judge and guess based on my own subjective logic. If I know more about them, then my guesses will be affected by this information in many places. Influence. But there is no possibility of guessing. Because when the information you have reaches a certain level, I think it is more appropriate to use inference or judgment. At this time, when they heard Jiang Yao's words, several people's eyes couldn't help but light up. It was obvious that Jiang Yao's unconstrained thinking really surprised them. Chapter 513 Discovering the Cosmic Portal. Of course, their idea was beautiful. But the reality was cruel. When Jiang Yao told them these things, in addition to allowing himself to gain status faster, he also had a bigger plan. That is to completely eliminate this civilization. Although it is basically impossible to achieve this based on his current strength. But what he lacks now is time. His idea is very simple. Stay in this civilization for hundreds of years. Wait until he reaches a high position, and then start implementing his own routine. First of all, he must ensure that in these years, the group's mastery of soul technology has entered a new stage, and that it can use soul technology to cause damage to the battleships of this civilization. Only in this way can he have the ability to compete with this civilization. At the same time, if he wants to completely eliminate this person, he also needs to borrow the power of the Starry Sky Beast. Because only if the Starry Sky Beast attacks this civilization will he have a chance. Another point is the most critical, and that is to find a way to send away all the civilization flagships of their civilization. In this civilization, there are a total of 3 civilization flagships, 2 of which are on standby, ready to replace the small civilization flagship. And that small civilization flagship is also their strongest civilization flagship. The first thing he has to do is to find a way to destroy these 2 civilization flagships, and then find a way to let the Starry Sky Beast send the smaller one away too. Because as long as these 3 civilization flagships are lost, there are no ships to pull the small universe. This means that they will become living targets. After becoming a living target, it would be too easy to eliminate them. At that time, the Starry Sky Beast could do it alone. And all he had to do was wait until both sides were injured to come out and hit them. He is also very aware of the strength of the Starry Sky Beasts. So it is a question worth thinking about to ensure that after the Starry Sky Beasts destroy the civilization's flagship, they still have the energy to clean up their remaining troops. Although he has no idea how to do this for the time being, he lacks nothing but time. He can slowly think about the routine over hundreds of years. At the same time, while Jiang Yao was still fighting with them here, he was over there with the players. At this time, the players appear above a dark blue planet. And what's different from the past is that this time all the players came here in full force. This planet is not made of ores, like the one Potato went to before. It is even said that this planet has no ores at all. The reason why players appear here is not for resources, but for a strange thing that suddenly appears on the planet. A portal. A huge portal that is tens of thousands of kilometers long. The players all looked at each other in confusion at this huge portal composed of strange blue light. It was obvious that this was the first time they had seen this scene in front of them. And what surprised them was that this portal did not have any energy fluctuations. You must know that this door is essentially composed of energy, but it did not have any energy fluctuations. This alone made the players very strange. It is even said that people discovered this portal purely because of luck. Because this door cannot be sensed and can only be discovered with the naked eye. Players usually search for resources by scanning. So logically speaking, there is a high probability that this portal will not be discovered. But sometimes things just happen. A certain player plans to park the eyeworm here and then logs off. When he comes here, but I found something like this. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he still tried to sneak in and take a look. But when he entered, he was dumbfounded. Because there was actually another universe outside the portal. The door to the universe. Jiang Yao is no stranger to this piece of information from players. Even very familiar. Because there is such a portal in the inherited memory of the Zerg. They also came to this universe through this portal. Although he didn't know the principle behind the emergence of this portal, he also didn't know what it meant after its appearance. But at this time Jiang Yao knew this was an opportunity. Yes, this is an opportunity. A chance to escape. Jiang Yao's idea for this portal is very simple. That is to travel through him to another universe. For Jiang Yao, he is not the kind of stubborn person. He knows that the current enemy is extremely powerful. In such a situation, it would be really stupid for him to act like a little idiot and choose to fight hard. In the past, he chose to resist out of necessity, because at that stage he had no way to escape. But now that there is a way for him to escape, will he still stay here? It was obvious that there was absolutely no way he could stay here. After all, after traveling to another universe, he is equivalent to starting from scratch. No civilization in this universe knows him, which means that he is absolutely safe in this universe. As long as you are careful, he can grow slowly until he reaches a terrifying height. In addition, he now has a high reserve of troops and technology. With so many conditions, he is not worried that he will not be able to get along in this new universe. Thinking of this, he quickly summoned Star Ring and War Fortress together and asked them to travel through these 3 books to read something embarrassing that happened to him. War Fortress is okay. Although the portal is much smaller than War Fortress. It behaves like a portal. But this only represents its actual travel range, which is about half the size of the solar system. The range War Fortress can be easily penetrated. But when it comes to the Star Ring, it is uncomfortable. Because this thing is too big to pass through. So Jiangyao has no choice but to put the star ring in this galaxy to act as a portal. The ring was protected. At the same time, he is still here, preparing a sufficient Zerg army. And this wave he basically spent all his resources on creating a group of high-level units. After doing all this, in order to ensure that the insect nest would not be discovered when it passed by, he sent several batches of insects to harass the detectors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangyao controlled the insect nest and led the players directly through the portal. After Jiangyao finished all this, he discovered that although the influence of various dimensions immediately became invalid after passing through the portal, the soul technology could still be used. That is to say, he is now in the new universe, and can still monitor the situation here. And this also makes Jiangyao more determined to go all the way in this soul technology. There is no way. This technology is too unbelievable. You know, even dimensional technology is no longer applicable. But this technology is still applicable. In fact, when he left, he had already made plans to give up on acting here. And he thought giving up was it's very straightforward. Because after he enters that universe, the next thing will be easier to handle. Because from now on, he has nothing to do with the universe here. In this way, Jiangyao led the insects to this new universe. After arriving in this universe, they will find that the situation here is basically the same as the previous universe. This is also a three-dimensional universe. It seems that the laws of the Dark Forest also apply here. After understanding the general situation of the universe, Jiangyao immediately made a judgment. Normally the nascent universe is 10-dimensional. This is a beautiful world that humans cannot imagine. In this world, the limit of the light beam is infinite, and it may only take a few seconds to go from one end of the universe to the other. No one knows what kind of pastoral universe this is. But with the emergence of civilization, war began. At present, as the war intensifies, the overall dimension of the universe is constantly being reduced. In order to completely eliminate the enemy during the war, these advanced civilizations continue to use dimensionality reduction weapons, step by step reducing the original dimension of the entire universe to the current level, 3 dimensions. As time goes by and the war continues, this dimension will continue to decrease until it drops to the final dimension, and then the universe begins to restart. Of course, in the process of dimensionality descending, creatures living in different dimensions or creatures born in different dimensions have different cognitive concepts. Just like in the three-dimensional universe, the speed of light beams is 300,000 kilometers per second, which is unchangeable. But for two-dimensional creatures, this is nonsense, because in their understanding, the wonderful speed of light of 16 kilometers is the iron law. Although in the dimension of the universe falls, all civilizations in this dimension have the same cognition. But if they are civilizations that have actively transformed from higher dimensions, the knowledge they have is completely different from the knowledge of these civilizations. And they can use this knowledge that civilizations don't know to develop stronger technology and more targeted weapons. And this is the innate advantage of high-risk civilizations. So when Jiangyao discovered that this was only a three-dimensional universe, he was slightly disappointed, because he could not master some high-dimensional knowledge in this universe. At this moment, just when Jiangyao was a little disappointed with the universe, he suddenly received a full-frequency light wave. After translating, Jiangyao generally understood the content of this message. If it had been in the past, whether it was Jiangyao or the players, they would have been very excited when they received this piece of information, because this means that they have civilization and can harvest. But now after they receive this message, they can't help but look at each other. It is obvious that this is the first time they have encountered the situation, because the content of this message is coordinates 23566, 36,645, 7,554, 21. Content: the Space Science and Technology Exchange Museum has been opened. The opening period is 10 million universe hours. Open object: the second stage of scientific and technological civilization. Affiliated force: Apocalypse Industry. Seeing this confusing piece of information at this time, Jiangyao also felt that his brain was a little exhausted. Trapped? Was his first thought. Of course, he could have such an idea for a simple reason. You must know that the universe is a dark forest. This law is applicable to any universe. If you want to say that people in this universe attach great importance to peace, and the entire universe is in a state of great reunion, then the dimensions of this universe absolutely cannot only be three-dimensional. And this universe is a three-dimensional universe, which is enough to show that it also follows this law. Universe. But following this rule, you deliberately released your own coordinates. What does this mean? It means that your place will become a target of public criticism. If you do this, you either don't understand anything or you do it on purpose. The technology you have mastered by transmitting this piece of information cannot tell that you are an advanced civilization. But as an advanced civilization actually does such a thing, then it is obvious that you are fishing. When Jian Yao thought of this, although he didn't know whether his speculation was correct, he felt that he still needed to go to the coordinate point to take a look. Of course, he would definitely not go there by himself. His first thought was to let the players go first. Go over to explore the bottom. And don't send too many players to explore the bottom this time. Just send a few players there. And just ask them to bring the eyeworms there. Even if this thing is discovered, there will be no more than a dozen reconnaissance units. It didn't have much impact on him. Thinking of this, Jian Yao immediately issued this mission, and selected a few smart players to control the 4-stage eyeworms and kill them towards the target. Although for Jian Yao, according to his own strength, no matter which universe he is in, at least he will not be a weak chicken. So when encountering such a situation, he can kill it directly and destroy that civilization. But after thinking about it, he decided to be more cautious. After all, he was new here, so he wanted to figure out the general situation first. In this way, the salted fish emperor penguins took over this task. Because the distance was relatively far, Xianyu and the others first asked the thunder beast to jump to a place about a few light years away from the target point. Then after the thunder beast left, they immediately started the jump and flew towards the target point. Past, of course, just in case, they stopped about $3 from the target point. After hearing this, several people began to scan the target point. There are quite a lot of people over there. To be precise, there are quite a lot of warships over there. Judging from the scan results, there are at least 1 million warships stationed there to collect. No less than 1 million ships. No wonder they have such confidence. Indeed, with this number of battleships, if it worked for the super civilization in the universe, ordinary civilization might really be unable to deal with them. At this point, the Emperor Penguin's expression suddenly changed. No! Not only do they have battleships, they also have this aura, Emperor Penguin said with a shocked look on his face. Starry Sky Beast. They still have the Starry Sky Behemoth there. If the two sides are not fighting, then it can only mean one problem. And that is that they control the Starry Sky Behemoth. But when they heard what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone's expressions had changed. It was obvious that they were shocked by what the Emperor Penguin said. Starry Sky Beast. How is this possible? Oh my god. Is that thing like the Starry Sky Beast controllable? Chapter 514, The Magical Universe. You must know that this is a giant beast in the starry sky. Not some so-called cat or dog. Not to mention this giant beast. Do you have the ability to control it? Even if you control it, what's the use? Can you guarantee that it will never betray you? If he betrays you, it will be a disaster for you. At the same time, Xianyu and the others also started a live broadcast here. So all the players knew about it. And when they knew about it, they were also shocked. Because they never expected that this civilization could actually do such a thing. And at the same time, they became more curious about the situation of this civilization. So under the urging of everyone, a few people continued to move towards that coordinate. Just in case, several people were invisible. And when they arrived at the coordinate area, everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. Because what comes into view is a huge space city. The size of this space city exceeds everyone's imagination. According to the preliminary estimates of the players, this space city is at least as big as 5 or 6 solar systems. What is this concept? Not to mention anything else. Just building this giant space city requires a huge amount of resources. With such an amount of resources, players estimate that even the super civilizations in the previous universe would not be able to come up with it. And the most important thing is that the players also discovered a feature. That is, countless large and small civilizations are gathered there. And the reason why players can tell that they are different civilizations is mainly because they found that the battleship styles of these civilizations are completely different. And there are even some space races. He also appeared there openly. What's going on? Holy shit. What the H.L. is this universe? After seeing this scene, all the players were stunned. That's right. The scene in front of them has exceeded their understanding. They must know that there can be no such harmony and beauty between civilizations. After all, different civilizations have different ideas. They have different races and different concepts. How can they come together under such circumstances? The difference between civilizations is just like humans and food. For some civilizations, you may be food in their eyes, But in this universe, they can live in harmony. Everyone who saw this scene didn't know what to say for a moment. Holy crap. Is this scientific? Hack me. This is too nonsense. Yes. What exactly is going on? Can all civilizations in this universe coexist harmoniously? Brothers, do you think there is a possibility that these civilizations that seem to be coexisting harmoniously on the surface are actually absorbed by a certain super civilization? Because this is the only way to explain why so many different civilizations can live in harmony. A player in the live broadcast room who thought of something guessed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was rebutted by other players. Brother, your guess is unfounded. If this is the case, then there is absolutely no need for this super civilization to send coordinate broadcasts to the entire universe. Yes, if he only incorporates some civilizations and sends such broadcasts to the entire universe, then he will still be attacked by other civilizations. So I suspect that this universe is most likely a universe where all civilizations live together in harmony. Okay everyone. You are just guessing. Those old fritters are just over there. Let them show themselves and walk over. And see the reaction from the other side. Isn't it okay? Just like that. Under the urging of everyone, Xianyu and the others immediately moved towards the huge space city. As they got closer and closer to the space city, the mood of several people became more and more nervous. At this time, they were all guessing in their hearts whether the space city would suddenly open fire on them, or send a warship to intercept them. But there the speculation was obviously unnecessary, because knowing that they entered the space city, they did not encounter any danger. Guang encountered no danger, and even a passing starry sky beast even said hello to them. And the operation of this starry sky beast confused the players. They had encountered the starry sky beast so many times. There was no time when the giant starry sky beast they encountered was not vicious and tried every means to devour them. However, in this universe, the giant starry sky beast they encountered actually greeted them. What kind of devilish situation is this? Mad. I feel like my 3 views are about to be refreshed. The players walking around the space city at this time were also stunned by the sight before them. Just when they were still sighing, they saw a spaceship flying towards them. When they saw this spaceship, the players immediately became vigilant, because the technology of this spaceship was definitely no better than that of the Yuling civilization. Difference. Have we been discovered? Did they find out that we are not the civilization they incorporated? So they came to trouble us? At this time, seeing the spaceship getting closer and closer, all the players had this idea in mind. This time they guessed wrong, because this is a spacecraft similar to a tour guide. Its purpose is to take the civilization that enters the space city for the first time to understand the situation of the space city. Hello everyone. I am the navigation ship No. 2413 of Tianqi Industry. My main task is to lead the civilization that comes to the space city for the first time to understand the situation of the space city. May I ask what the name of each civilization is? After hearing his question, several people looked at each other, but a Jiang Yao signal. They still told the navigation ship the name of their civilization. Hello respected Zerg civilization. Welcome to the space city. As he spoke, the navigation ship took the players to fly in a certain direction, introducing the situation of the space city as it flew. First of all, the full name of a space city is Tianlong United Mining Space City. It is a super space city led by Tianlong civilization and jointly built by 3,400 civilizations. At the same time, it is also the only gathering point for all civilizations in the universe after the end of the Cosmic War. Here you can trade with other civilizations. And when they heard the navigation ship's words, several people were a little surprised. Deal? Yes. The development process of each civilization is different. Some civilizations focus on the research of biotechnology, while some civilizations pay more attention to the research of evolutionary technology. During the development process, they may want to try other research routes, but starting from scratch would be too time-consuming and energy-consuming. So at this time, you can consider paying a certain amount of remuneration to purchase the research results of other civilizations. The currency of the transaction is Bora ore. As he spoke, a piece of ore appeared in the navigation ship. The players who saw these ores couldn't help but look at each other. They were very familiar with this stuff. Although the names in this universe were different, the things were the same. What about the transaction method? After determining the currency of the transaction at this time, the players curiously asked about the transaction method. Buyers need to bring a sufficient amount of ore to the space city and deposit it into the space city's bank account. During the buying and selling process, the bank account will automatically deduct the corresponding amount of ore. And we will also charge a 10% handling fee. At this time, after hearing the introduction, the players all nodded to express their understanding. Although the handling fee was reasonable, it was understandable. After all, Space City protects your transactions and provides you with transaction channels and customer intelligence. It is normal for others to charge higher fees. At the same time, players also learned that there are corresponding rewards in Space City. For example, it is very difficult for you to develop certain technologies that have relatively few researchers, or even technologies that are only being researched by your civilization. However, you can't buy related technology trees in Space City. So at this time, you can issue bounty tasks and let some super civilizations study these topics and give you their research results. However, such tasks usually require a lot of money. It is not something that ordinary civilizations can afford. But these are some super civilizations that provide a way for civilizations who want to study this kind of technology. If you want to study this thing, your research progress will definitely be much faster than yours. And you can do it very quickly. Make achievement. However, because there are too many uncertainties in this reward method, there is another rule in the stars. That is, no matter what the result of the research is, at least 50% of the reward must be paid. This is equivalent to a guaranteed reward, which means that no matter whether you succeed or not, this reward must be paid. But considering that there will be some civilization, it is possible to defraud the reward in this way. Therefore, all his research progress must be announced to Star City. Even if your research fails in the end, through the information you publish, Star City will think that you are serious about your research. But it is really too difficult, and you have not succeeded. Then he will pay you these rewards. If you are cheating, then sorry. The 50% of the rewards will be gone, and you may be blacklisted. All in all, everything here is similar to the trading methods that players know. Simply put, this is a reasonable and legal space trading port. Of course, neither the player nor Jiang Yao can make a conclusion based on the current understanding of this place. It cannot be ruled out that this place is just a disguise. So Jiang Yao and the others decided to give it a try to see what it is. Such situation. So, at Jiang Yao's suggestion, the players also opened an account of their own, and then took part of the ore from the insect nest and deposited it into it, giving them part of the starting capital. After they have the initial capital, they will first be asked to purchase some materials. This information was mainly about the development history of this universe, including the development history of Xinjiang and other civilizations. He wanted to understand this universe as quickly as possible through this method. At the same time, he also purchased a technology from a certain civilization. Although this is a low-level technology, it doesn't matter because they need to verify the authenticity of this matter. In this way, after paying a certain amount of remuneration, the players successfully obtained this technology. But as soon as they got the technology, Jiang Yao started to think about it. The transaction went so smoothly this time. It is most likely because the amount of my transaction was small. If the amount of my transaction was not large enough, would Xingchen, who was still so smooth, take advantage of others? In fact, Jiang Yao is not sure about this, so he decided to give it a try. Of course, you can't blame him for being cautious. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for coming here from the dark universe. He is naturally very wary of these things. At this time, Jiang Yao's order was received, and a lot of locusts were transported, flying in the direction of the stars with large quantities of ore. At the same time, players are also choosing the technology to buy with Jiang Yao, because this is a large-scale ore transaction. Jiang Yao and the others are still more cautious. They made two preparations. The first preparation was that if they encountered an enemy and wanted to take advantage of them, they would choose to escape as soon as possible. So this time Jiang Yao asked Xinyu and others to drive the Thunder Beast. In the past, whenever there was a problem, the Thunder Beast would be teleported immediately, so that the ore could be saved, considering that if it succeeds, they can't just choose a technology. After all, with such a large investment, it would be too nonsense to just choose a technology. So they concentrate on selecting technologies. If our calculations are correct, the total amount of ore we traded this time is 200 million units of ore, which means we can get 200 million points. So we have some options for technology at this price point. In this way, players were discussing and looking at these technologies. This wave, because there are too many technologies and too many types. Jiang Yao summoned players to help choose, and most of the technologies in these price ranges are disdainful to them. Of course, It's not that these technologies are not strong, but that these technologies are not helpful to them. Therefore, the players continue to translate. And when they turn to a certain technology, everyone is shocked. The four-dimensional detector technology tree contains the basic theory of four-dimensional technology and is prized at 200 million points. When they saw this technology, no one could believe their eyes. What the HL? Four-dimensional technology only requires 200 million points? Seriously? At this time, all players felt that this was most likely a scam. You must know that mastering four-dimensional technology means that you can enter the ranks of super civilizations in the universe. Under such circumstances, such exaggerated technology actually points to such a small face and says this. Who would believe it? And it also says that it also comes with the basic theory of thinking technology, which means that as long as you buy this thing, the door to the fourth dimension will be open to you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can technology of this level be worth so little money? It's fake. I guess this is a space city where gangsters eat gangsters. Chief, get ready to run. After hearing what the player said at this time, Jiang Yao also felt that the authenticity of this matter really needs to be discussed. Because this kind of technology is sold for such a small amount. Isn't this nonsense? But in the end, he decided to give it a try and chose trading. The whole transaction process was so smooth that he could hardly imagine it. After the transaction was completed, he really got the relevant information smoothly and let the brainworm go through deductions and confirm that the authenticity was 100%. Chapter 515 The History of this Universe. After getting this technology, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded. At this time, he felt as if he was dreaming. You must know that in the original universe, this technology had broken the minds of all the major civilizations. All the major civilizations tried their best to get something that they had spent so much money on. I got it with just a few drops of ore. Who would believe this? And after the transaction was completed, they left Star City in a swaggering manner. This was just like a fake. Of course, Jiang Yao also thought of the possibility that they had been secretly targeted, and they would definitely kill them somewhere. So Jiang Yao chose to let those players hide somewhere first to check the situation. In this way, a whole time has passed. 8 years. In 8 years, the other party has never come to the door. And in these 8 years, they have basically understood the dimensional technology, and also created a dimensional detector. Through the dimensional detector, they can basically confirm that there is nothing where the players are hiding. In other words, that time, this civilization directly and truly let the players go. To be precise, it's not about letting go, but as customers, they have the right to leave. They really treat you as a customer. Jiang Yao also felt a little incredible about such a result. But although he felt incredible about this matter, he knew that if everything in this universe was true and not fabricated, although some of it was fabricated, this universe, the scene of harmonious coexistence, is real. So wouldn't I be able to take off on the spot? The reason why he can have such an idea is because many things in this universe are particular about normal transactions between you and me. Which means that he can buy many weapons that he can't even think of. After waiting here, he set his sights on the door to the universe not far away. Let me tell you, if this universe were to be like this, you would probably die without knowing how. At this point, Jiang Yao immediately asked the insect swarm to build a giant building around the gate of the universe. And this building must have a very powerful attack power. And its purpose was to protect the gate of the universe. At the same time, he also began to ask players to search for resources throughout the universe and collect resources to evolve the insect nest. Only when the insect nest evolves to a certain size can the door to the universe be included. Only such a door to the universe is safe enough. As for the player, he was sent out to understand the situation of this universe in detail. Because he knew very well that only by understanding this universe thoroughly could he survive here better. By understanding the brief history of this universe, Jiang Yao also had a general understanding of this universe. First of all, this universe is the same as they thought before. The universe was also in constant war at the beginning. And as time went by, all these civilizations gradually discovered that if this continued, the universe might drop to one dimension, and then eventually return to a point. Then the universe will restart. In fact, this matter is not a secret in the universe. However, compared to the universe where Jiang Yao was before, this universe treats this matter completely differently. After we considered this, we felt that we could not continue like this. Because if the universe restarted, everyone including them would disappear. Nothing can be taken away. They also have several plans to restart the universe. The first plan is to study consciousness technology. For people in this universe, soul technology is called consciousness technology. If this technology has achieved certain achievements, then they will have a solution when the universe restarts. When the universe restarts, these soul bodies can follow the Big Bang and enter the new universe. And with the same operation, they can reincarnate indefinitely. But there is a big hidden danger in such a plan. That is, even if they are soul bodies, although they have mastered a lot of technology, they will start from scratch in the new universe. And the most important thing is that although this plan was successful in the end, after entering the new universe, their situation will actually not be much better than it is now. Because most of the theories they studied are low-dimensional. In other words, in the 10th dimension, they simply cannot use what they have now. Everything must be started from scratch. At least they should have the same development process as the life forms born from thinking. But they are only 1 or 2,000 years ahead of others at most. If you encounter some civilizations with relatively high potential, it is easy to even be ahead of 1 or 2,000 years, made up for by potential. Such a result is unacceptable to them. Because once they fall behind, they may die in the war when the war in the new universe begins. After all, if your technological level is not much higher than that of other civilizations, you will be in a state of crushing them. In a cosmic war, no one can survive. Therefore, they considered too many risks in this plan. So they finally gave up this plan. Of course, there is another more critical point in giving up this plan. And that is that the research on soul technology is too slow. According to their progress, they estimate that even if the universe restarts, they may not be able to achieve high achievements in this technology. Although this plan seems very simple, the actual research to that point is not like what Jiang Yao is doing now. Although Jiang Yao's soul technology is now considered to have achieved some achievements, but he is very clear about his actual situation. That is, everything about his soul technology now relies on instruments. If the instrument is broken, his soul must return immediately. The soul technology needed when the universe returns is to allow the soul to survive in an independent space for a long time and to withstand the devastating damage of the Big Bang. Only soul technology that meets these conditions can be used. So it is not difficult at all to achieve this, because the nature of the soul is very fragile. The energy generated by the Big Bang can easily disperse the soul. Under such circumstances, souls still need to wait for a long time until the Big Bang is over. And only after a planet suitable for survival appears can they begin to develop. The whole process is very long. If this technology were not researched to the extreme, then there would be no need to think about this path at all. Without this path, there is another path. And the other paths are more extreme. That is, when your technology develops to a very terrifying level, you wipe out all civilizations in the universe, leaving only one civilization in the entire universe. This can be avoided. But this is basically impossible. Because if you launch a war of this level, it is estimated that by the time you finish fighting, the universe will almost be reduced to one dimension. Although your two options have a certain degree of feasibility, their overall feasibility is not high. Naturally, after exploring these two options, there is only the last option. This plan is to let all civilizations stop wars and establish a cosmic community. In this way, the universe will be prevented from being reduced in dimension. And through Jiang Yao's understanding, he has discovered that the so-called Dark Forest laws are just the laws of the universe observed by some low-level civilizations. But for high-level civilizations, this set of laws has long been no longer applicable. Although advanced civilizations know that the real laws of the universe are not this, they also understand that just because they know it, it does not mean that other civilizations know it. So they must find a way to let others know and cease the war. It is very difficult to do this. Fortunately, the technological level of their civilization is high enough. And under such circumstances, they have also attracted many allies to cooperate, although they had a very difficult time in the early stage. Fortunately, as time goes by, many civilizations are gradually willing to join the ranks. After all, if there really is a way to avoid the fate of destruction for both parties, then there are still many civilizations willing to try it. Of course, there are also many stubborn civilizations that appear along the way. The way to deal with these civilizations is naturally very simple. Just eliminate them directly. Since you like the laws of the Dark Forest, then we will eliminate them according to the laws of the Dark Forest. In this way, after more than 1 billion years of hard work, finally most of the remaining civilizations in the universe that have the ability to set foot in the universe have joined this alliance. And the dark universe has come to an end in this world. When Jiang Yao saw this, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Because although there was no logical problem with the whole process, there were a lot of doubts in it. First of all, what puzzles Jiang Yao the most is that even if they have such an idea, even if they successfully win allies, the question is, why can other civilizations believe their words? Could it be that you are telling the universe that let's cooperate? Let's not fight. Let's talk about peace. Then which civilization struggling in the dark forest just ran away? Obviously this is absolutely impossible. But later information roughly describes their operating procedures. It all depends on one thing. And that is overclocking broadcast. Compared with quantum communication technology, overfrequency broadcasting is more efficient and has a wider radiation area. This is a super-light communication technology. This is also a technology that only super civilizations can master. And those super civilizations use this technology to continuously broadcast what they want to convey to the entire universe, including the establishment of new cities and the joining of civilizations, as well as the destruction of civilizations that adhere to the laws of the dark forest. They update these things from time to time and send them to the whole universe. In this way, many civilizations know that now there is an opportunity for everyone to live in harmony. It is placed in front of you. If you are not willing to cherish it, then those who like darkness civilization, we do not recommend giving them a ride. This is a typical big stick. A sweet date. Naturally, there are many dark civilizations under this wave of operations. They still don't believe that, they still insist on their own ideas. But at this time, something else appears. That is, there are many dark civilizations. One who joined this alliance was attacked by individual dark forest civilizations. At this time, the role of the coalition is revealed. The civilization that was attacked immediately issued a task to the coalition and asked other high-level civilizations to help. And they paid a certain amount of compensation. Immediately after this wave of operations, the civilizations in the dark forest were naturally almost dead. After all, in order to increase their credibility in the early stage, the alliance directly sent all the civilization flagships there. Imagine that you may not even have developed a super light spacecraft. Your speed may not even reach the speed of light. Under such circumstances, facing the civilization flagship of a super civilization, they don't need too many operations. They can send you away with just one shot. This incident was also spread throughout the universe through overclocking broadcasts, which caused many civilizations that had always believed in the dark forest to be shaken. In this way, as more and more civilizations joined, the darkness of the universe was gradually cleared. Of course, there are still many civilizations in this universe, and this alliance is very wary. For the consortium, it doesn't really matter what attitude they have, because the rule of the consortium is that you pay to hire people to go through the normal transaction process. So as long as you don't offend the civilization in the consortium, they don't spend money. Go hire senior people and we'll beat you up. Then you'll basically have nothing to worry about. At that time, in order to avoid the situation where the civilizations in the alliance would kill each other, all the civilizations that joined the alliance had records in the alliance. If there was a conflict between the civilizations of the alliance, they could find a solution on the alliance side. Method. If there is no solution within the consortium, then there is another way for the consortium to deal with it, which is to prevent other civilizations other than these two civilizations from participating. And during this period, other civilizations are prohibited from selling weapons to these two civilizations. In other words, the entire consortium also has a complete plan for how the various civilizations in the consortium should get along with each other. Of course, after so much research, Jiang Yao also concluded that there is a key point for harmonious coexistence in the universe. Simply put, most low-level civilizations in the universe first observe the Dark Forest Law, because the prerequisite for the emergence of the Dark Forest Law is an unbreakable chain of suspicion between each other. The main reason for forming a chain of suspicion is that there is no way for effective communication between the two civilizations. They will predict each other's predictions, thus forming a chain of suspicion. But if they can communicate effectively, the results will undoubtedly be much better. Just like you and your neighbor are on the same page. Both of them closed the door. You didn't know his situation, and he didn't know your situation. However, one day when you two went to work at the same time, you opened the door and bumped into each other. Then you said hello to each other, and maybe the communication started. So as long as real-time communication technology is mastered, the suspicion between two civilizations can easily be destroyed. However, low-level civilizations obviously do not have such technology. After all, the distance between civilizations is too far. Distance communication is very inefficient and risky. So all they can do at this time is hide themselves. After allowing them to grow into advanced civilizations, they have seen through the chain of suspicion in the universe. But this is no longer useful. because the laws of the Dark Forest have been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Chapter 516: The Layout of the New Universe. Even if you have seen through it at this stage, there is a high probability that you will not change it, because you don't know whether you are willing to change other articles that have seen through it. The risk of you appearing rashly is too great. So at this stage you are still in a state of insecurity. The state of the chain of suspicion. Just like the Empire. Because of the chain of suspicion, he could have directly formed a coalition. But in the end, he chose to conquer them by annihilating civilization. After saying this, Jiang Yao's expression became clear. Because after understanding these things, he also understood the nature of the universe. In the end, the Dark Forest law in the universe is just a cosmic phenomenon observed by low-level civilizations. But because they observed it during the period of low-level civilizations, this concept has grown with them and become deeply ingrained. But this chain of suspicion is not impossible to destroy. The way to destroy it is very simple. That is to spread information to the entire universe and tell them the true situation. Then let them know through your actual actions that civilizations can actually live in harmony. Civilizations that are willing to cooperate will naturally be warmly welcomed. For those civilizations that are unwilling to cooperate and are still causing trouble, we will naturally eliminate them directly. Although their ultimate goal is peace. Any peace is based on force. Without the deterrence of force, peace will be short-lived. Therefore, they must use other means to deal with some civilizations. This is probably how the whole thing happened. In the final analysis, the current situation of a universe ultimately depends on the decision-making of the powerful civilization of this universe. In the end, the situation of the universe will depend on whether the powerful civilization in this universe is willing to speak out. If the super civilization of this universe is willing to speak out and take action, then a harmonious universe may still be established. It was obvious that the universe I was in before had a super civilization that was not willing to happen. So the laws of the Dark Forest still prevailed in that universe. Of course, their behavior can be understood briefly. After all, the person's mouth is his own, and it is his business whether the person is willing to talk about it or not. Overclocking broadcast technology. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was also full of yearning for this technology. Although this is not a so-called attack technology, it is the key technology to end the Dark Forest. Without this technology, your communication efficiency will be very low and your communication range will be very small. In this case, think it is basically unrealistic to break through the fog of the Dark Forest. Only by mastering this technology can you have the qualifications to speak out in the universe. Just after digesting these things, both Jiang Yao and the players had various emotions about this. If such a thing had happened before, they wouldn't have dared to think about it. But it's different now. At this time, after understanding the general situation of the universe, Jiang Yao called all the players together to start a meeting. This time, all the players are participating, because next they will start to make plans in this universe. Dear Zerg warriors, after passing through the gate of the universe, we came to a strange universe. This universe is a paradise for low-level civilization, and a holy land for high-level civilization. In this universe, various civilizations cooperate with each other and make progress together. This means that there are many advanced civilizations in the universe. Although our strength is considered to be outstanding in the previous universe, in this universe, we have the most it can only be regarded as a mid-level level. With a technological level like ours, it is probably easy to be beaten by other civilizations in this universe. But fortunately, this is a harmonious universe, so we don't need to worry about such a thing happening. Similarly, apart from these, there is another very important thing. That is, we can use the advantages of this universe to vigorously develop our technology. But everyone should not forget that the currency traded in this universe is ore. So we have to prioritize finding ways to obtain ore. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. But you must be well aware of the current situation. In a harmonious universe like this, each civilization has its own territory. And if we rashly go within the territory of other civilizations, it is self-evident what it means. And in this universe, just like the previous universes, ores are distributed everywhere. Every newly acquired ore is not much to take with you. And every civilization has its own territorial scope. Under such circumstances, it is very likely that the mineral vein point we have worked so hard to find may be someone else's mining area. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao continued, I think everyone should understand what I mean when I say this. Most of the ores in this universe are organized objects. And it is really difficult for us to find unowned objects. But if we want to obtain the resources or technology we need in this universe, then we need a lot of ores. And everyone should know where these ores come from. That's right. It's the universe we were in before. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, the players suddenly became excited. They thought that after they left the previous universe, Jiang Yao had no intention of going back. But now that they heard what Jiang Yao said, their worries disappeared instantly. There is naturally a reason why they are so nostalgic about the universe. After all, they suffered such a big loss in that universe. And the civilizations that made you suffer are still alive and kicking. Under such circumstances, they naturally want revenge. But technology cannot keep up with others. But now that they have come to this universe, they have finally found the technology to improve it. So naturally they cannot let go of the opportunity. But after Ascension, if you don't return to the previous universe, wouldn't the matter of revenge be nonsense? Now when Jiang Yao said this, the players instantly understood what he meant. Jiang Yao's idea is very simple. That is, where they will conduct their activities later. Collect enough technology for these two universes in this universe. Go to the other universe to fight. Seize more resources. And then use these resources again plunge into this universe. After all, ore is a very precious resource in this universe. First of all, the ore content in this universe is much less than their previous universe. Under such circumstances, many ores still have owners, which naturally makes the prices of these ores rise. This is why when they purchased four-dimensional technology, they only needed a small amount of ore to buy it. It's not that the technology is sold cheaply, but that the ores in this universe are too valuable. So a very simple conversion unit is used. 1 unit of ore in this universe may be equal to the purchasing power of at least hundreds or thousands of units of ore in their previous universe. Of course, this still depends on the unique development method of this universe. After all, in the previous universe, they only needed to distribute 100 point ore to 2 people, each of whom got 50. So they had a lot of ore in their hands. But in this universe, because everyone lives in harmony, 100 units of ore may be distributed to 10 to 20 people at the same time. In this case, how much ore can each person have? I also thought of this. So Jiang Yao's future route was naturally clear. First of all, what we need to do now is to arrange for some people to live in the new city to learn business knowledge. Of course, I will also give you part of the starting capital to let you invest or do business. Since this universe is a harmonious universe, then doing business in this universe must be a very easy road to travel. Of course, apart from doing business, what I need you to do is to find ways to make friends with some high-level civilizations, whether they are star beasts or other high-level civilizations. In short, try to maintain a good relationship with them. And when necessary, you can ask for their help or buy their technology. At the same time, our strategy for the old universe is very simple. Find ways to plunder as many ores as possible. Although we have traces of those civilizations on us, once we set foot in that universe, we will inevitably be discovered by them. But it's not difficult for us now. Jiang Yao added here. Everyone must know the general situation now. Next, let me talk about the arrangements. First, she and you potato, and you husbands will take the lead in establishing a Zerg commercial complex in the new city. As for what business this consortium will do in the future, you need to understand the market in a short period of time, and then start operating it. Jiang Yao then added. And the main force in our hands was marked by that starry sky beast. So now that you have completed some of our registration procedures, you will immediately issue a reward mission to clean up this mark. As for the four-dimensional traces, there is no need to worry. After all, the insect nest has always been in this universe, so we are not afraid of being discovered by them. At the same time, with the four-dimensional technology, we will be able to remove the traces ourselves in a short time. In this way, the future development plan will be arranged in an orderly manner. After all this is done, the players have dispersed, and many players have begun to gather together to discuss the next plan. Brothers, I think this business alliance will definitely be very difficult to establish in the early stage. So we need to do some more stable business in the early stage. A more stable business? I thought about it, and I think we can be in the transportation industry. Although there are many large-scale transportation items in this universe, the transportation efficiency of these transport ships is definitely not as high as ours. I have only evolved it here. You must know that our king insect only needs to evolve one wave, and its load capacity will immediately increase several times. I don't need to say more. We only need to evolve to the 5th stage, and then we can satisfy the needs of this universe. Transportation needs. Because I investigated the transportation capabilities of some large transport items in this universe. Normally, the total length of a large transport ship should be about 5 kilometers. And the king insect we have evolved to the 5th stage is 8 kilometers long. At the same time, the king insects in the 5th stage have also mastered the ability to jump, which means that our transportation speed is higher than theirs, and our transportation volume is larger than theirs. And when they heard what this player said, everyone naturally knew what he was thinking. Old Tai, I know what you want to express. But have you ever thought about this kind of business consortium? Every industry has its own cake. If we rashly enter these industries, we will not only rob their cake, but also using this method of lowering prices can easily attract attacks from other companies. If the prices are the same and we transport more than them, it means that we are lowering prices in disguise and want to attract customers in this way. What do you think some old transportation companies will do after they know our situation? What will they do? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but ponder. Obviously, this is indeed a big problem, because in such a situation, although people cannot attack you directly, they have many ways to deal with you. They can even join forces and declare to the outside world that as long as there is cooperation with the Zerg, then they will don't cooperate with them. In this way, people are forced to choose one from two. Although there is no problem in choosing one from two, the Zerg has an advantage. So more people should choose the Zerg. But this is not actually the case. Although the Zerg are cheap, their size is here. And some old transportation companies have a lot of transport ships. Their transportation volume is very large. And some small single Zerg can eat it. But some big orders, or even bold conflicts with many civilizations, can eat it? Obviously you can't eat it. If you can't eat it, and the partner cooperates with you, other big companies will not take his order. Then the loss will be very big for him. So after taking this into consideration, if nothing else happens, these people will definitely choose those big companies directly instead of cooperating with the cheaper insect swarm. If that's the case, things will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Xianyu frowned. But soon the Emperor Penguins came up with a solution. Brothers, I estimate that many industries in Xinjiang already have their own small circles. Under such circumstances, it is definitely very risky for us to enter hastily. So after thinking about it, I think we can develop in many ways. Each one in terms of size. We don't want to be too big. For example, we declare to the outside world that we are a farming company. So we have some transport ships in hand. In our spare time, we can take delivery orders. And occasionally take one or a few orders. For companies that specialize in transportation. Once they know this, they won't care too much. Because you are too small. And they don't like you at all. But if we are involved in more industries, and we operate in this way in each industry, the cumulative effect will gradually increase. And as time goes by and we become familiar with some surrounding companies, if we slightly expand our size, they will turn a blind eye. And when we have strong strength, we can choose to expand to many places. At that time, they will not be able to compete with us. Chapter 517 Clearing the Traces. After some discussion like this, the players also had a preliminary model for their future plans. Of course, they are also very clear about their plans, which are most likely to be relatively superficial. But they can slowly improve them in the future depending on the specific situation. After agreeing on the plan, the players arrived in Star City and started to register some procedures, starting with the area where the players were located. What makes the players feel lucky is that the area they are in is currently a barren land with few resources. Therefore, registration was very smooth in the past. It took more than a month after they completed all the general procedures. After completing these procedures, the next thing will be easy to operate. First of all, players register a company. If you want to register a company in Star City, you also need many conditions. The first point is to register the company. The starting capital cannot be less than 100 million. Moreover, these funds have to be transferred to Star City. They will not be returned in this way unless you dissolve the company in the future. The first point is to ensure your credibility. After all, if you have money here and you dare to waste it, you will probably be or come back. At the same time, it is also to ensure that companies on the market will not spring up like mushrooms after a rain. After all, if there are no restrictions, as long as a civilization wants to build such a thing, it will be okay. So they set such a threshold. And this threshold also allowed the number of companies in Star City to be controlled. After all, in this universe, although many civilizations can get this amount of ore, it will most likely break their muscles and bones after taking it out. So generally few people are willing to spend this money if they don't particularly want to do business. Because in addition to opening a company to do business in Star City, you can also open some large and small shops for business. There is an area inside the new city that is a dedicated commercial street. Rent a shop here, and you can open a shop. Although you only need to pay a part of the rent to open a shop here. And you need to pay a certain handling fee after the transaction is completed. But the rent is not cheap. So if you want to open a store here, you'd better sell something of relatively high value. Otherwise you might not even be able to earn back the rent. In another area of the commercial street, there are rows of towering buildings. For anyone who successfully registers a company, Star City will rent a building for free as an office space for the company. After the players finalize the building, the next step is to decorate it. Because the decoration of the building reflects the strength of the company to a certain extent. In this place, the appearance is often very important. Just like that, half a year has passed by the time the players got everything done. And after they finished everything, they started to publish bounty tasks. At this time, we were in another area of Star City. Because there are different civilizations and different seeds in the universe, their body sizes vary greatly. Therefore, it can be divided into various trading areas, including specialized trading areas for monsters and trading areas for ordinary large and small civilizations. At this time in the behemoth trading area, looking at all kinds of terrifying behemoths. Some are independently evolved races, and some are starry behemoths. In short, all kinds of behemoths are gathered here. At this time, a giant starry beast that was about the same size as Blue Star and looked like a snapping turtle was having a friendly exchange with another giant robot around it. Tylon, how many times have I told you? Not one cent of 100,000 scales can be lost. After hearing what the giant turtle said, the robot named Tai Long said, Kue, for the sake of old customers, can it be cheaper? After all, I have bought a lot of scales from you. As he said this, the robot named Tai Long looked at the scales on the back of the giant turtle in front of him from time to time. No, I gave you less last time. This time I can't give you anything less. Kue then added, it takes at least 90,000 units of ore to restore each piece of my scales. It's already very cheap for me to sell you 100,000 units. You can pull it off. Have you forgotten that you spilled the beans last time and revealed the cost of your business card? It takes 20,000 units of ore to restore your scales. I was joking that time. Can this joke be taken seriously? Anyway, you can buy it with 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Mechanical Tai Long hesitated for a while and then said, 90,000. I will buy more this time. Hearing this, Kue looked at it in surprise. How much did you buy this time? 20 slices. After hearing this number, Kue hesitated for a while and then nodded. This time I just saw that you bought a lot. And because you are a regular customer. Otherwise I wouldn't give you a discount. As he spoke, 20 scales flew out from Kue's back and fell into the hands of the robot Tai Lung. But Tai Lung, I'm warning you. Don't talk nonsense about this price. I sell it to other customers for 200,000 apiece. Don't worry. I understand the rules. In this way, a starry sky beast and a giant robot completed the transaction happily. After the transaction was over, Kue glanced at his account and said, Hey, after working for so long, I only earned 20 million units of ore. Although these ores are astronomical to some low-level civilizations. For me, they are not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. After saying this, Kue thought for a while, and then saw it bring up the task interface. I don't know if the Edge world has issued any war missions recently, Kue said and began to check on the task bar. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Why did the border world suddenly cease war recently? They made me run out of food this day. While complaining about him, she searched for tasks that she could do. Of course, as a star beast, she was also very picky about tasks. He simply skipped some tasks with relatively low rewards. For him, under normal circumstances, war tasks cost at least 1 million. The starting reward and additional rewards can only be obtained by killing the enemy. Only this kind of mission can attract him. After all, he has a huge appetite, and his daily consumption is very large. In addition, the consumption of fighting is also very large, so he needs to constantly obtain resources. Just when he was on his birthday mission, a mission suddenly caught his attention. What's this? Some of our tribe members were left with traces by an unknown starry sky beast. We can't tell what these traces are, but because of these traces, no matter where we go, any starry sky beast can find us. Kue couldn't help but frown when he saw the description of the mission. Leave traces? Undetectable traces? It should be tracking the traces left by the star-like giant beast. Judging from the situation of this civilization, it should belong to the fourth order civilization. If the fourth level civilization cannot detect it, then it means that the starry sky beast that left its mark is at least the 7th level. Kuei was a little confused when he thought of this. There must be no starry sky beasts here who dare to do such a thing. This means that the ones who left their mark should be the starry sky beasts in the Edge world. The 7th level tracking type starry sky behemoth. Thinking of this, Kuei pondered for a while. If it's a 7th level starry sky beast, it's better not to memorize it. Because as an 8th level starry sky beast, it's easy for me to clear the traces left by the 7th level. But if the opponent is the 8th level, and the same level as me, then I want to clean up the traces. Thinking of this, Kuei began to make calculations. At least 1 million units of or energy will be consumed. Let's take a look at the reward first. If the other party's reward is enough, then it's not impossible to do it. At this point, he casually clicked on the mission reward. In fact, he didn't have high hopes for this task at all. After all, clearing traces was not necessary for many civilizations. Even if traces are left, they can hide in Star City. But in Star City, even if the other party knows that you are here, he will not dare to come. So there is absolutely no need to spend such unjust money to clear the traces. So usually, even if a civilization issues such a task, the reward is usually not too high. But when he saw the reward for this task, he was dumbfounded. How much more? 50 million? When he saw this, he was stunned. Really or not? Could it be that I'm dazzled? Thinking of this, after confirming it several times, he was basically sure that the reward given by the other party was this amount. Where did this rich man come from? Kuei said, somewhat incredulous. 50 million is a lot of money for him. At the same time, he is also very clear about the reward of this amount and what such a simple task means. It is completely free. As long as any powerful starry sky beast sees this task, he will definitely accept it without hesitation. Thinking of this, how dare he dare to complain? So he immediately paid the deposit and took over the task. After stealing the task, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, he immediately contacted the person who issued the task. After some communication, the two parties also agreed on a meeting place. At this time, the players were very excited after learning that a civilization had taken over the mission and expressed that he had the ability to solve this problem. Brothers, the biggest problem that has been plaguing us has finally been solved. Old veterans have to say that this universe is so exciting. As long as you have money, you can do anything. Yes, only 50 million can solve all our hidden dangers. We will make a lot of money this time. Go. Guys, I can't wait. In this way, a group of high-level soldiers flew towards the agreed place. When they arrived here, they saw a giant starry sky beast in the distance that had been waiting there for a long time. Damn it! Old guys, look over there. The players in front of them have noticed the starry sky beast. And when they feel the aura exuded by the starry sky beast, they can't help but stiffen. Damn it. He shouldn't be the one to take over the mission. Right? I guess it's almost the same. Damn. Old Iron Gate. I'm a little worried now. Will he send us away directly if we go there? Probably not. After all, this is a new city. If he dares to take action, he may be besieged to death. In this way, the players approached this huge starry sky beast with uneasy thoughts. When the starry sky beast saw it, the players who came over were also stunned. Sure enough, it is the 4th stage of civilization. The race is, said the starry sky beast Kuei, and took a look at the information. Zerg? Have not heard. But it's quite unusual for a civilization of this level to have so much money. Without thinking too much, the two parties determined the identity of the other party after a short exchange. And after confirming the identity of the other party, Kuei immediately began to operate. It's the traces left by an 8th level starry sky beast. After confirming the crocodile's condition, Kuei didn't hesitate. The next moment, he saw a strange energy emanating from his body. After a while, the players only felt that something disappeared from their bodies. If they felt it correctly, it should be that the things left by the starry sky beast on their bodies were removed. Bosses, you are ready. As he spoke, Kuei did not forget to add, by the way, bosses, remember to give me a favorable rating for completing the task. At this time, the players all nodded numbly when they heard Kuei's words. In fact, players felt that what they had just experienced was like a dream. They must know that in front of them was a fierce starry sky beast. In the past, when they met the giant starry sky beast, the opponent would often blast their skills in their faces without saying a word. But now, this giant starry sky beast was actually kind-hearted and approached them for praise. This wave of operations also stunned the players. It has to be said that the current players are still more or less uncomfortable with the current situation. But they still give it honest praise. After all, this starry sky beast is not easy to mess with at first glance. If you offend someone, you will feel uncomfortable when they have to wear small shoes for you. At this time, the situation of Star Behemoth, which has received good reviews, is not much better than that of the players. Because players posted anonymously, the starry sky behemoths do not know their true identities. And the identities of the players will be displayed when evaluating. And when the starry sky beast saw the name of the Real Zerg Federation on his taskbar, he was stunned. Especially the company logo behind the name. Company? Are they from the company? Thinking of this, Kue immediately began to think about the self-introductions of the two parties just now. They said they are Zerg. And the name of the company is also Zerg. Is it possible? Thinking of this, the starry sky beast could not help but widen its eyes and look at the group of Zerg in front of it. They formed a company? The fourth stage of civilization established a company. To set up a company in Star City, you need to pay a large amount of maintenance fees every year. And you have to deposit 100 million in advance. This adds up to a lot of consumption every year. If the other party is a high-level civilization, this is normal. But they are only a world civilization. How can they have so much funds? When I came here, Starry Sky Beast thought there was only one possibility. And that was that the other party had a mine. The mine here refers to the mineral vein galaxy. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for a civilization of their level to have so many resources. Thinking of this, the giant Starry Sky Beast Kue became excited. Chapter 518, Do you want to hire me? You must know that the other party has mines, and is still a low-level civilization. What does that mean? It means that you can make a lot of money. Because they are a low-level civilization. No matter how they play, their cognition is here. From the fact that they gave us sky-high 50 million yuan for such a crappy task. It is not difficult to see that they have no concept of money at all. Doesn't this mean? He was excited at the thought. I can definitely take advantage of the cognitive gap between the two parties to trick them. Although Star City has express regulations not to deliberately deceive other civilizations. As the saying goes, dead beasts are alive. If both parties are consensual, then it is a different matter. And when I'm tricking them, I just need to intentionally avoid some key words and that's it. In this case, even if they find out that I cheated them in the future, they won't be able to do anything to me. After all, this yin and yang commission is my strength. Thinking of this, the Starry Sky Beast glanced at the players with ill intentions. Bosses, how come you were left with so many marks on your body by other Starry Sky Beasts? Having said this, Kue looked at the curious eyes of the players, and quickly explained, You may not know the situation of the Starry Sky Beast. I will briefly explain to you bosses that the Starry Sky Beast leaves behind other creatures. The mark will consume its own energy. So usually, even if they want to leave a mark, the other party will only leave 1 or 2 on you at most. Instead of leaving thousands of them on you at once like today. After all, leaving so many marks is a big drain on any Starry Sky Beast. If you hadn't offended him to death, he probably wouldn't have done this. Seeing this, the players also looked at each other in disbelief. Thinking back to when the Starry Sky Beast was out of trouble. They went to arrange for the Starry Sky Beast. Our previous operation should have offended it. I think it should be considered in addition to the fact that he needs to devour us. At this time, Kue, who saw the players talking in low voices, naturally knew that he had guessed correctly. So he struck while the iron was hot and said, I say bosses. Although I can help you clear the marks. If you are unlucky next time and get hit by him, we've suffered heavy losses. And maybe he'll still have his mark on you. So you spend money to clean up the marks. This is treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Otherwise, boss, you hire me, and I will help you kill that star. Don't worry. My hiring price is absolutely reasonable. As long as it's 100 billion. I promise to beat it until it kneels down and calls you daddy. At this time, the players were dumbfounded when they heard what Kue said. Can you still play like this? After hearing this, Kue quickly said, of course. Bosses, you don't know something. We, the Star Beasts, usually take on some war-related tasks. After all, we are born with very strong war talents. Of course, in addition to war missions, we will occasionally take on some personal grudge missions. As long as you are willing to pay, and the other party does not belong to the Star City forces, then I can take action. After hearing this, the players couldn't help but look at each other. They had to admit that they were moved by the proposal of this giant beast in the starry sky. They had to know that if they faced off against that one that could kill 1,000 swords, their losses would be more than just migration. If they really fought regardless of the loss, the players would probably, not to mention 100 billion. Even 2 to 300 billion may not be able to take down that starry sky beast. But although they were very excited, the players also knew that this was definitely impossible. After all, that starry sky beast is in another universe. If they want this starry sky beast to solve it, it means that their door to the universe will definitely be exposed. And the door to the universe is their biggest secret. So even though they want to employment, but the actual situation does not allow it. Thank you for your kindness. It's better not to use it for the time being. We want to solve this matter ourselves. After hearing this, Kuei didn't understand what they were thinking. Bosses, listen to me. I know your desire to kill your enemies, but you should also know very well that you are just a 4th order civilization. And the other party is at least it's an 8th level starry sky beast. The gap between you is really too big. If you really match up, you can only show it to him. After hearing this, the players still shook their heads. Seeing the resolute attitude of the players, Kuei shook his teeth and said, Bosses, I'll beat it to death. And when the time comes, you can just kill the enemy with a last-ditch attack. Do you think that's okay? It's better not to use it for now. We will contact you if we need it in the future. Kuei, who was still unwilling to give up after hearing this, gritted his teeth and said, in this case, I think I have a good relationship with a few of you. If you give me 10 billion, I will beat him to death and let you do the finishing touches. Look at this, can it be done? At this time, the players' eyes changed when they heard the words of the starry sky beast. 10 billion? Is your price so outrageous? It's not about the price. It's your fate. In this way, the two parties communicated for a while. And finally the starry sky beast found that the players were unwilling to join in. So he had no choice but to compromise. After leaving the contact information of both parties, the players also left here under the reluctant gaze of the starry sky beast. In fact, for the starry sky beast Kuei, the current players are like mobile treasury. Although this time the plan failed, he was not discouraged. After all, everything will come to an end. Although the players are temporarily unwilling to cooperate, there are many reasons for this. First of all, this is my first transaction with them. It's normal for both parties to be wary. Thinking of this, the starry sky beast continued to ponder. Secondly, although they have money and their awareness is here, they are still in the 4th stage of civilization. So the other party is not a fool. So if you want to successfully make money from them, you have to take a long-term approach. The first thing that can be determined is that they have a powerful starry sky beast enemy. I think they must be more anxious than me about you. After all, no matter how rich they are, the strength of this enemy lies here. If you have money, you have to spend it with life. So there is a high probability that this starry sky beast will be the target they want to kill in the near future. However, in their minds, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that I am not familiar with them, and they must have great confidence in me when I suddenly make such a request. If this is the case, I just need to communicate with them more in the future. This will reduce as much distrust as possible on both sides. The second thing is that if the second situation happens, that is, if they want to be their first enemy, this matter will be troublesome, because it is difficult for a civilization like theirs to develop the strength to fight against that starry sky beast as soon as possible, even if they have enough money in their hands to continue to purchase technology. If they want to improve themselves as quickly as possible in this way, they still need a lot. After all, for them, no matter which technology tree they choose, no matter how much they buy, they also have to understand the principle of counting. And studying the principle is a very troublesome thing. And if you upgrade the technology tree by directly purchasing technology, it means that the future development potential of your civilization will be very low. Because through continuous improvement through your own research and direct purchase, the biggest difference between the two is that if you directly purchase it, your civilization itself creativity will be suppressed. No. In the future you can only develop by purchasing technology. It is basically impossible to do research by yourself. Although for some first-level civilizations, this is not a good way. After all, even if they themselves research can't figure out the reason. But it's different for wealthy low-level civilizations like them. Such people pay more attention to their potential for future development. The starry sky beast waiting here couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew very well that he couldn't handle this civilization on his own. Because he understands very well that no matter how rich this civilization is, It is only temporary. As time goes by, more and more people will know about this civilization. And they will also target this civilization like him. This also means that this civilization will purchase weapons or technology from various civilizations in the future. And then the funds of this civilization will be divided. How much can be distributed to it in the end? For him, he is basically certain that some of it may be in his hands. But the quantity will definitely be very small. Not even comparable to other civilizations that later cooperated with this civilization. Because it is a starry sky beast. Except for the 0 lines on its back, which can be sold for a little money. Its main source of income is combat. And the current civilization does not need its combat power. As for the scales on its back, if it has not researched some special defense technology, or the creation of some powerful battleships, are basically useless. No! I can't just let go of such a fat civilization. I have to drain other civilizations of their oil and water before they know about them. Seeing the starry sky beast here, I finally made a decision. Although I really don't want to divide this piece of cake. This is the only way it can be done now. It is much more cost-effective to share at least 50% of the cake than to get only 1% or 2% of the cake in the future. Here he immediately contacted his friends. It was the mechanical civilization that he had traded with before. At this time, we are on the side of the mechanical civilization Tai Long. I saw a huge giant robot in the projection. And beside him were countless small robots that were transforming themselves. I saw these robots taking the scales of the starry sky beast that it had just purchased and assembling them on the giant robot. Yes. According to this progress, it will only take 200 years at most for me to be fully equipped with that old bastard's scales. As he spoke, Tai Lung's dull voice came again. Sure enough, a mechanical civilization like ours has inherent advantages. All resources can be invested in me, the leader, unconditionally. But Tai Lung couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Although the scales of the starry sky beast are highly active, as time goes by, this activity will gradually decrease. Although I have mastered the method of maintaining the activity of the starry sky beast. As the number of business cards increases, daily maintenance is also a big expense. Now I basically let all civilized robots work in the same way as intelligent humans. In this way, although it can reduce our daily consumption, it is not a long-term solution. Because even the robots I design now are relatively energy-saving. But even so, these robots consume a lot every day. It takes at least 2 days to recover energy through self-regeneration before it can be used for 1 day. Thinking of this, Tai Long couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he is also very helpless about the current situation. Although their personnel technology has been very developed, these robots lock and burn a large number of personnel every day. After all, the intelligence of the robots in his hands and other intelligent creatures are basically, they all have emotional systems. In addition to this system, there are also various systems. Even if they are in energy-saving mode, the consumption every day is still huge. Of course, it can allow the robot to shut down these systems. But this is absolutely impossible for him, because his current location is relatively close to the edge world. In these areas, he must ensure that his robot is smart enough. After shutting down these systems, he didn't need to worry about energy though. But if this is the case, these robots will probably become blind or stupid. And the enemy civilization will easily be able to bypass their perception. This is very dangerous for him. Therefore, the robots under him must ensure full status. And because he considers that a war may break out at any time, he has invested all the resources in himself and some sitting robots. Research robots like these and ordinary working robots can only recover slowly by your own energy recovery device. Hey, fortunately, the energy route I chose was the hybrid energy route. Although the combat power of this kind of combat robot is mediocre compared to the other kind, it is still barely enough. As for mechanical civilization, which has reached a later stage of development, there are 3 options for energy. Among them, the most resource-saving route is the ordinary energy route. The robots developed by this route mainly use reusable personnel, such as the most basic stellar energy, dark matter energy, etc. Some very common energy sources in the universe. The cost of using this kind of robot is the lowest. Basically, you don't need to worry about energy. You need to worry more about daily maintenance. And the materials required for maintenance are not too difficult to obtain compared to other things. Although this kind of energy robot can greatly reduce the cost of use, it also has a fatal flaw. That is, its combat capability is very poor. Because the efficiency of this energy robot is not high for some powerful robots. There is no way to use power weapons. Perhaps this amount of energy is very considerable for some low-level civilizations. But at his level, any civilization can drain all the energy of a low-level civilization with just one weapon launch. Chapter 519 Blackmail. It is also because of this terrifying consumption that this kind of robot can only use some weapons with low energy consumption. And the power of such weapons is naturally very small. This means that the combat capability of the mechanical civilization along this route is very weak. Even among its peers, it is beaten down. The other one is hybrid energy like the one he chose now. This kind of robot can use conventional energy. Robot weapons can usually be used with both energy sources, which also makes the consumption of or energy much less than in the other mode. Of course, the last mode is a robot with pure or energy. Compared with this type of robot, the second type of mixed energy is many times more powerful, because the energy content of ore is very high. The robot carrying the ore can use various methods unscrupulously, a powerful weapon of destruction. But this kind of energy route is very luxurious for the civilization of this universe, especially for mechanical civilization. Compared with other civilizations, mechanical civilization consumes energy all the time in order to maintain its own operation. The robot that stores or energy is fundamentally different from the other two types in many aspects due to its design structure, etc. So it cannot use basic energy, which also makes it consume or at ordinary times. And this meaningless expenditure on or is a huge expense for any civilization. The same problem faced by Tai Lung is also the current situation faced by all civilizations in this universe. Compared with other universes, the resource distribution in this universe is relatively even, and the number of civilizations that are externally destroyed is relatively much smaller. Under such circumstances, each civilization must reach a certain amount of resources. This also makes the current number of civilizations in the universe relatively large, but the number of resources in each civilization's hands is relatively small. After all, the total amount of resources in the universe is constant. The fewer people who share it, the more you can get. And in this universe, no one can distinguish them much. But fortunately, there are very few wars in this universe, so the consumption of resources is not that much. At present, the biggest enemy facing this alliance is the group of people in the Edge world. The situation of that group of people is basically the same as the situation here. They belong to another alliance. There are a total of 4 alliances in this universe, showing a 4-legged state. There are no laws or rules in wars with other universes. All coalitions in this universe have reached a tacit consensus that they will not use dimensionality reduction weapons, because only in this way can the speed of the universe's demise be reduced. And basically all advanced civilizations in the universe know that these 4 alliances will eventually decide which one is better. In the end, the entire universe will be swallowed up by a coalition. But no one knows whose path is the final destination. The battle between coalitions is at the junction of several coalitions. And this place is also called for the Edge world. For everyone in this universe, peace in the true sense will not come until the day when the coalition decides the winner. Before that, all you have to do is try your best to keep your civilization going. However, due to the special circumstances of this universe, many civilizations are almost in a state of scarcity of resources, as is Tyrone's situation. In this case, they will use their resources in more useful ways. After all, whether it is maintaining combat robots or conducting research on other technologies, a large amount of energy is required. Conventional personnel can no longer satisfy them. And because ore energy has many characteristics that conventional energy cannot replace, therefore, the already small amount of ore is reduced even faster. At this time, Talon looked at the energy relays in the civilization and fell into thinking. This energy repeater can be understood as a battery that can accept energy collected hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Tai Lung has established galaxy-level energy collection devices in 12 star systems within a radius of 200 light-years from itself. The energy collected by these devices will be continuously transmitted to this energy relay. Not only that, he has also placed no less than 100 million dark matter collection devices in the surrounding universe, which are also connected to this energy relay. The energy generated by such massive energy collection equipment and such efficient elements is very terrifying. But these abilities can only allow Tai Lung's civilization to barely maintain operation. And there are often a large number of robots, because there are no personnel. Standby self slowly restores energy. Hey, 12 star systems. Tai Lung couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when he said this. This number of star systems is completely insufficient. Although there are at least 30 more valuable places to build stellar energy collectors in this range. These stars all have owners. I talked to those people before. And the price they offered was really too high. Although the price is relatively high, it is not an option for me to continue in this situation. Otherwise, I might as well discuss with them to see if we can get it a little cheaper. At this moment when he was extremely confused, he suddenly received a communication request. Kue, why did that old bastard suddenly contact me? After making these promises, he accepted the request. Old guy, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? I told you first that I already have all the scales you traded on me. It's not okay to go back on my word now. After hearing what Tai Long said, Kue naturally knew that he had mistakenly thought that the price of the scales was too low, and then came to argue with him. Look what you said. Isn't it just a few scales? I really don't care about this small sum of 108,000. As he said this, he saw the starry sky beast showing his account balance. What are you doing? Tai Lung was a little confused when he saw the starry sky beast's behavior, but he was shocked when he saw the old turtle's account balance. 70 million? Let me go. Why are there so many? Old turtle, you must have sold your bastard heart. Tai Lung thought for a while, and then said, no. I sold that thing, and you were gone long ago. I remember when I was trading with you before. I also asked for your account balance. And you only had more than 20 million. How come you have more than 70 million in just such a short time? As he spoke, Kue did not forget to add, the more than 20 million yuan is because you have been lucky and picked up some valuable things over the years. Otherwise, you would be as poor as me now. Huh? You are a shabby young man. Your Lord Turtle is on par with you. Your Lord Turtle has never been poor, Kue said with various embarrassments in his tone. I said, Old Turtle, you didn't contact me suddenly just to show me how rich you are now. After hearing this, Kue also regained his emotions and started talking about business. I'll tell you this. You and I are lucky this time. If I didn't think you were my friend, I wouldn't be looking for you for such a good thing. What good thing? Tai Lung was a little confused. Do you know where I got my money? Tai Lung shook his head at this. It's exactly what you said. When I was trading with you, I only had 20 million in hand. But after you left, I suddenly got a few tasks. This task was ridiculously simple, but the reward was sufficient. That's 50 million. At this time, Tai Lung couldn't help but become energetic after hearing what the starry sky beast said. Is there such a good thing? Isn't that true? I was also puzzled at the time. I once wondered if the price was wrongly marked by the civilization that issued the mission. But in the end, they really gave it to me if they thought I would get it done. Through that transaction, I also gained a certain understanding of that civilization. Let me tell you, I didn't know that the civilization that could offer such a sky-high reward was actually a 4th-stage civilization. Not only did they offer such a sky-high reward, they also just established a company in the new city. Tai Lung immediately became interested after hearing this. Holy shit. There is still such a civilization these days. The 4th-stage civilization has so much wealth. Tai Lung immediately thought of something when he said this. Opportunity. Old Turtle, the 4 stages of civilization cognition are here. We can definitely use our cognitive gap to trick them. Upon hearing this, the starry sky beast said quickly, that's what I think too. I'll come find you now. Because the situation of this civilization is a bit special. One of their enemies is also a starry sky beast. And his level is about the same as mine. You're worried that you won't be able to beat me. Kue immediately became unhappy after hearing this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If you don't say that the starry sky beast is just a reconnaissance by a starry sky beast, even if it is a combat by a starry sky beast, what can he do? How? There are really few starry sky beasts of the same level that are stronger than me. Then you came to me because... The thing is like this. After I first learned the news, I discussed with them whether they should hire me to make the starry sky beast. But who would have thought that they would not be happy? I think there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first is that they want to take revenge. The second is that they feel that the price I offer is too high. So I cut the price for them. In the end, they still disagreed. So after ruling out the first possibility, the only remaining possibility was the second. How could Tai Lung not understand what this old turtle was thinking at this point? I see. I'm just saying that you, old turtle, thought of me for such a good thing. But you won't be able to do it yourself after a long time. So you want my help? Otherwise? Do you think I would be so kind as to share such a big piece of cake with you? Okay. Then tell me about your plan. Where I can help. And how will the final profit distribution be distributed? After hearing this, Kue entered the whole body and became serious. In this way, If this civilization really wants to deal with the starry sky beast on its own, then we must let it have such strength in a short period of time. You must also be very aware of how powerful the starry sky beasts are. If they were allowed to develop to that stage on their own, it would be a long time ago, and they are still in the process of development. They will definitely get to know many other civilizations. When the other civilizations come to share a piece of the pie, you must also know how much we can get. So what we have to do is to let them have this ability as soon as possible. If you want a 4th level civilization to suddenly have the strength to fight against 8th level starry behemoths, and let them develop slowly, technology will definitely not work. He pointed out that there is only one way other than developing technology, and that is to sell weapons to them. Hearing this, Tai Lung also understood what he meant. You want me to make a batch of powerful combat robots and sell them to them? That's no problem. With my technology, if the opponent doesn't care about the consumption of ore, I can definitely create a combat robot that can crush the 8th level starry sky beast. Huh? What are you talking about? It's not that I look down on you for crushing the 8th level starry sky behemoth. It's not that I look down on you. It's already a big deal that you can fight against the 8th level starry sky behemoth. You still want to crush it. Hey, you're probably thinking about shit. Humph. You're just thinking nonsense. Don't you know that the biggest advantage of our mechanical civilization is that we can detonate troops quickly enough? 10 million robots can't defeat you. Let me control 100 million. If 100 million robots can't defeat me, 1 billion units, let's see if you can handle it. Just brag as much as you want. Do you have so much material? Kuei paused here and then continued. Okay, let's stop talking and talk about business first. The robot gave them a plan, but it is not the highest priority plan. I don't know the specific situation of this civilization now. I plan to explore it with them later. Let's see if their funds are sufficient. If their funds are far more abundant than we think, we must find another way to earn their money. How to make money? Kuei was a little curious about this. Don't worry. I've already thought of a plan. If they have sufficient funds, we can get a neutron battle star and sell it to them. You must also know how powerful this thing is in combat. Not to mention crushing the 8th level starry sky beast. But at least it can be a tie. Kuei then added, and the price of this thing is very high. Although the price difference before and after the formation of such a high-value thing cannot exceed 10%. Don't forget how there are tricks. The regulations of the new city refer to a normal neutron battle star. But can the neutron battle star we built be normal? Then you add a little of the mechanical core of your mechanical civilization to it, and I will pick out some scales for it. Get it up. Isn't this a special neutron battle star? As for this kind of special high-value item that comes with many new functions, Xinjiang has no explicit price regulations. To put it simply, as long as it is within a reasonable range, we can order as much as we want. Hearing this, Tai Lung couldn't help but feel a little worried. Would it make them think the value is too high if we do this? Then, they would go and ask other civilizations, and finally learn the true price of the neutron battle star, and stop cooperating with us. You don't need to worry about this at all. What we told him is that the neutron battle star we made has many extra functions compared to the normal neutron battle star, and the overall defense is much higher than that of ordinary neutron battle stars. What we build is an elite level neutron battle star, a special neutron battle star. The price is definitely different. Chapter 520 Distribution of Benefits. And we can also make it clear to him that the average neutron battle star is at most a tie with the starry sky beast at the early stage of 8th level. And the one we made is not even at the early 8th level. Even if we can do it at the late 8th level arm wrestling with him. Although the cost gap between the two is not big. We know this, but they don't. Tai Lung couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. Having said that, I think this matter can really be considered. But, I said, old bastard, we have to first determine how strong the other party's funds are. If the other party's funds are strong enough, we will do this. If the other party's funds are not that deep, we will still buy robots for them according to the previous plan. Kuei also nodded after hearing this. Come down and let's discuss the distribution of benefits. Kuei thought for a while and said, in this way, when the cost is calculated, we will divide the money earned 30/70ths, and we will divide 70/30ths between us. Tai Lung was naturally unhappy when he heard this. I'm afraid you're thinking too much, Wu Gui. In the final analysis, it's me who is in charge of this matter, not to mention anything else. Let's take the technology of the neutron battle star. No one sells this thing in Xinjiang. I am the only one in the entire consortium who has mastered this technology. Besides, let's not talk about battle stars. Let's talk about robot technology. This thing is also something that only I have mastered. Although there are other civilizations in the Alliance that can create robots with similar technological levels to mine. But their robots are far inferior to mine in terms of offensive capabilities. That is to say, if you cooperate with others, the final effect will definitely not be as good as mine. And in the whole thing, whether it is technology or anything, I am the one who is controlling you. You do nothing and want to get 70% of it. I'm afraid you're not dreaming. Kuei couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. Ah, if you want to nag like this, I'm being polite. There are 3 mechanical civilizations in the entire Alliance. 2 of them are not considered rich. But they should be considered to have no worries about food and drink. And among these 3 mechanical civilizations, why are you the only one who is poor and picks your feet? Don't you have some AC in your heart? I won't go too far. Let's just take the 2 so-called advantages you mentioned. First up is the neutron battle star. This thing is indeed a good thing. But you should be very clear about how much it costs. As for why you are the only one who has mastered this technology, it's because this technology is slightly more expensive and you can't sell it at all. The price is too cheap. And you are not happy with it. It is also for this reason that this thing rots in your own hands. Let's talk about your finished little broken ball. If I remember correctly, it has been tens of millions of years. You only sold one in total. And it was sold at a reduced price. It cost 30 billion, and you sold it for 35 billion. I won't tell you that I have worked hard for so long. The cost of manufacturing this robot alone is at least 8 billion. But in the end, I lost 3 billion when it was sold. To put it simply, your thing is that civilizations that can afford it don't like it. They have more cost-effective options, while civilizations that can't afford it may like it. But they can't afford it. At this point, Kuei continued, having talked about you little Pachio, let's talk about your robot. Indeed, as you said, the robot that saves you currently has the highest attack power in the Alliance. And its defense is also not weak. Overall, it can be called the strongest robot in the Alliance. But why don't you talk about your shortcomings? For a robot of the same grade, your power is twice as powerful as other robots. But the resource consumption of the robot is 10 times that of the other 2. 100% increase in power, and 1000% increase in resource consumption is equivalent to saying that if I buy robots from other civilizations, I can control 10 of them with the same resources. The power increase of 10 units is 1000%. But yours only loses 800%. Let me tell you, these 2 things of yours are useless to put it bluntly, and have no competitiveness at all. In recent years, there have only been a few bad guys who have been able to place 2 orders with you. But basically, these people have only cooperated with you once. Besides, if you hadn't been able to fight a dozen times on the fringe battlefield and make some money through the fringe battlefield, I guess you would have been in trouble a long time ago. At this time, Tailong was also furious after hearing what Kuei said. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was his current situation in the Alliance. This is also something that he finds very troubling. Although in terms of pure technology, he does surpass other mechanical civilizations. But the problem lies in this. His consumption far exceeds those mechanical civilizations. And the magnitude of the exceedance is not even a little bit. Which is why he is scattered. And the orders he receives can only be cooperated with him once at most. Because after cooperating once, the other party will know that there are other mechanical civilizations besides him. And then the 2 sides compared the advantages and disadvantages and immediately made a judgment. And then he never did it again. Regarding this matter, he often yelled the typical bad currency to drive out the good currency. But he still knew in his heart that the other party's energy utilization technology was much higher than his. But he also admired these old people. When I was a low-level civilization, I saw this through. So they put all their energy and time into energy research, which also made them have no competitive advantage at all after they were promoted to advanced civilization. Of course, you can also learn their energy technology and build robots similar to theirs. But these 2 companies sold their energy technology to Star City. This also means that if you want to use their energy technology, Star City must take an extra part of the commission for each robot. This will lead to the fact that the profits of the 2 companies, with the same price of robots, are very thin. They sell it because they sold the technology to Star City. So they have the privilege to use this technology without paying extra. So after selling the robot, after deducting the normal transaction fees and costs, they can make more or less profit for you. Although it is not much. This thing is generally sold in volume. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. So they make a lot of money. But it's different here. If you use their technology, You will need to pay an additional technology usage fee in addition to the normal fees. Once you pay this fee and set the same price as them, you will definitely lose money. If you rank higher than him, then the other party will obviously not be able to buy you. So he calls this group of people Lao Lu. This group of people has a monopoly on this road. Clearly. At this time, while he was still thinking wildly, Kuei's voice came over. So what is your situation now? I think my brother should know it well. When I tell you this matter, I also think that you are my old friend. So I thought of letting you take a bite of the cake. Don't push me into a hurry. Yes, you have pushed me too hard, and I will no longer cooperate with you. When Tai Lung heard this, he felt angry in his heart. 4 points. This is my bottom line. Make a deal. In this way, the two parties finally reached a cooperation. This is also Tai Lung's tragedy. Because in the whole thing, apart from playing a matchmaking role, that old tortoise did all the rest of the dirty work. But even so, in the end, he could only get a share of a mere 40%. But the big head was taken away by that old bastard. But he soon calmed down. If this civilization is really as rich as what the old bastard said, then level 4 would be enough for me to drink a cup of it. Now it depends on how the old bastard's investigation goes. Tai Lung still waited for the news from Kuei with uneasiness in his heart. And this time on the player's side. Communication request? Xianyu said, looking at a turtle head with some confusion. Could it be it? Xianyu said, and connected the communication. The next moment, the shadow of a giant starry beast appeared in front of him. Kuei? Xianyu said, a little confused. At this time, he didn't know why the starry sky beast suddenly contacted him. But the words of the starry sky beast made him understand the purpose of contacting him. You're right. There is indeed a starry sky beast targeting us now. And he wants to kill us. But there's nothing to worry about. At least they can't find us now. And according to our current development speed, we won't have to wait long before we have the ability to compete with it. After hearing this, Kuei thought to himself, Bosses, I agree with your idea. Killing your enemies by your own means is indeed what a strong man should do. It's bosses. Have you ever thought that you are currently only in the 4th stage? It's not that difficult to become a stage 8 civilization and have the ability to compete with the core functional giants. And your civilization has developed to this point. Have you discovered a problem? That is, it is very difficult for you to improve. In the past, your development speed was very fast. So fast that you felt incredible. But after reaching the 4th stage, you want to continue to move up. But you find that you have worked hard for a long time without any improvement. Hearing this, Xianyu nodded subconsciously. Indeed, this is the case with the current insect swarm, due to the time difference. At least hundreds of years have passed since they were in the previous universe. Before them, it only took a few years to develop to a very high level. But after hundreds of years, they still did not improve much. That's right. Because now you belong to the boundary civilization in the universe. Boundary civilization? Xianyu was a little confused about this. I wonder if you have ever heard of the theory of cosmic consciousness. Hearing this, Xianyu shook his head subconsciously. I understand. It turned out that the bosses didn't understand this situation. So they thought about developing it themselves. In this case, let me give some general knowledge to the bosses. First of all, the universe is a consciousness. You can also understand it as a very exquisite one-click instrument. And if this instrument is to be used, it requires a variety of components. You can think of us as the gears in these components. Civilizations at the 4th level or below can be understood as normal ordinary gears. But civilizations at the 5th level are different. You can understand the 5th stage of civilization as the sudden acceleration of the gears that were originally running at normal speed, which will directly affect the precision of the instrument. So the instrument will definitely find a way to adjust the speed of the gear. And you can also understand this adjustment as the suppression of cosmic consciousness. This means that if you have reached your level of civilization and want to take a step further, you will be affected by the cosmic consciousness. Although the suppression of the cosmic consciousness can be offset and relieved through other methods, the effect is limited, which is why your development is extremely slow at this stage. And after hearing this, Jiang Yao, whether he likes you or is secretly eavesdropping, can't help but suddenly realize. He finally understood why his research progress over the years had been so slow. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that such a universe really had too many benefits. As for the secret mentioned by the giant starry beast just now, if they had changed the universe they were in before, they would have been hidden and tucked away like a treasure by that civilization. They must have paid a heavy price to find out. it is possible to understand. But this kind of information, which is regarded as a treasure by other civilizations in another universe, is something that can be talked about casually in this universe. Not to mention the different places. The cultural differences are quite big. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the starry sky beast continued to speak. So combined with what I said above, it is basically impossible for you to reach that stage of technology in a short period of time. And you have to be clear about one thing. If you want to slowly develop to that point through conventional means, you must consider the other party. It will definitely not be the kind of thing that is waiting for you to develop yourself. So you are all making progress together. Which means if nothing else happens, you may never be able to defeat him. And you also need to consider that if the time span is too long, various accidents may easily occur in the middle. So instead of taking all kinds of uncertain risks, the chances of such an outcome are very slim. I think the bosses should consider another approach, such as buying some weapons that can defeat him. With such a weapon, you can seek revenge against them. And this weapon can also be used as your last resort to protect yourself when civilization is in danger. Although these weapons are more expensive, life is definitely more important than life. After all, money can be earned again. But life is so cold that there is nothing. When Xian Yu heard this, he thought about it for a moment. And it seemed to be the same truth. He recalled the time when he fought against the giant beast in the starry sky. When fighting with Yuling's civilization, there is no time when it is not quite dangerous. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been sent away long ago.